All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the program. I am Nancy Naji. It's nice to know that you're joining us again today. Of course, thank you for joining us as always as we begin another day of tracking the stories. We are taking you through policies and market movements shaping the Nigerian economy, Africa, as well as the global business landscape. Coming up shortly, I'll be bringing you the latest business and economic news making headlines across the country and the world. And after that, it's our global markets update, where I'll be breaking down the key movements across equities, currencies, commodities, and the fixed income market. Then my focus this morning will be on the 2027 Capital Market Operators Recapitalization. The Securities and Exchange Commission new capital requirement represent one of the most significant reforms in Nigeria's capital market in recent years. And what does this mean for brokers? What does it mean for dealers, issuing houses, and even for you as an investor in the capital market space? And of course, the future competitiveness of the markets moving forward. And to give insights and help us understand the implications, I'll be joined by Omobolanle Adekoya. She's a partner, capital markets and accounting advisory services at the PwC. She'll be joining me shortly for that. Don't forget to follow Moneyline with Nancy across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel, Moneyline with Nancy TV, for more insightful conversations and insightful contents also. So stay with us. The news is up next. So I will begin by telling you that the Nigerian Electricity Management Services Agency, with support from the German government and the European Union, has launched national guidelines for connecting solar mini grids to distribution networks. The Federal Ministry of Power says the framework will improve safety, reliability, and coordination across the electricity sector. Officials have said that the guidelines will boost investors' confidence, reduce operational uncertainty, and support Nigeria's goal of expanding access to clean and reliable energy. The Debt Management Office has opened the June 2026 FGN savings bonds offer with interest rates of up to 14.77% per annum. The offer features a 2-year bond at 13.77% and a 3-year bond at 14.77%. Subscriptions run from June 1st to June 5th with settlement on June 10th. The government-backed bonds are aimed at encouraging savings, boosting financial inclusion, and providing Nigerians with secure, low-risk investment opportunities. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has advised governments to avoid broad subsidies, price controls, and tax cuts in response to rising food and energy prices. In a report, the IMF said such measures can worsen inflation, strain public finances, and deepen global shortages. Instead, the fund recommended targeted support for vulnerable households through cash transfers and existing social welfare programs. It added that energy prices should generally reflect global market conditions to encourage efficient resource use and maintain economic stability. The International Labour Organization, that's ILO, has adopted a new recommendation on quality apprenticeship while warning that artificial intelligence and global economic pressures could displace work equivalent to 52 million full-time jobs by 2027. At the 111th International Labour Conference in Geneva, attended by over 5,000 delegates, including Nigeria's government, labour, and employer representatives, members also approved resolutions on just transition, labour protection, and decent work. The ILO said the new apprenticeship standard will support skills development, worker protection, and greater employment opportunities in a rapidly changing global labour market. Nigeria's food import bill has declined by 74% to $2.34 billion in 2025, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria data. The drop signals a reduction in the country's dependence on imported food products. Food imports account for just about 11.8% of total imports, down from 16.3% in 2024. This comes as Nigeria's overall import bill rose 28% year-on-year to nearly $20 billion in 2025. The federal government has warned that piracy, smuggling, and illegal fishing and other maritime crimes continue to threaten trade, investment, and economic growth across Africa. Speaking at the 2026 Sea Power for Africa Symposium in Lagos, the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawalle, said maritime security is critical to the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area, a market valued at about $3.4 trillion. He called for greater use of artificial intelligence, satellite monitoring, and other emerging technologies to strengthen maritime security. All right, that's the news now. Let's take a quick break, and when we come back, it will be time to take you through the global market update. All that and more when we return from this break. Do stay.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
All right, let's begin from home here, definitely, where liquidity conditions in Nigeria's money market remain comfortable. Let's take you through the global market update quickly, and I'll begin with the money market. The open buyback rate closed unchanged at about 22%, while the overnight rate edged lower to 22.17%. Let's see the global market updates card. Please. More importantly, system liquidity improved significantly, with the banking system balances closing in a net long position of about 7.26 trillion naira, up from about 4.57 trillion naira previously. And what does this tell us? It tells us that banks continue to have adequate liquidity in the system, a development, of course, that has helped moderate short-term funding costs. Let's move over to the fixed income markets. The Central Bank of Nigeria conducted an open market operation. That's what you're seeing here. CBN Omo auction attracts 3.28 trillion naira, not the then popular detergent. When you hear me say Omo, you don't think of the former detergent. I don't think it's no longer in the market anyway. You know what I'm talking about. So when I say Omo, I'm talking about open market operation. That is OMO. It tells us definitely that banks continue to, that's for the other one that I talked about, overnight rates and the OBB. So for the OMO auction that you're seeing right here, I mentioned earlier that the OMO auction has attracted 3.28 trillion naira in bids, offering about 600 billion naira across 3 tenors. But investors' demand has been exceptionally strong, especially with the amounts that we're seeing here, 3.28 trillion naira. If we can zoom in on that to be a bit bolder, guys. Yes, let's zoom in on that to be a bit bolder. We're seeing that in response, the central bank allotted over 3 trillion to participants. Total subscriptions reached 3.28 trillion naira, representing more than 5 times the amount that was offered. And what does that mean? The strong oversubscription signals that investors are still eager to lock in attractive yields, particularly in a high interest rate environment. In the secondary market, yields on both OMO bills and Nigerian Treasury bills moved lower as buying interest increased. increased. We're looking at bond yields, however, remaining largely stable at just over 16%. Please, let's go to the next page. In the foreign exchange market, the Naira posted a modest gain on Tuesday. So we're seeing that the Naira appreciated to 1,361 Naira 5 kobo to $1 US dollar on Monday, and it appreciated by about 0.42%. Another positive development is the continuous, or even the continued build-up in Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves, which rose to nearly $50 billion. And higher reserves definitely would typically provide greater support for currency stability. It would also improve investors' confidence in the country's ability to meet external obligations. And it also gives the central bank some kind of wiggle room as to perhaps the director of the MPD, Monetary Policy Department of the Central Bank of Nigeria, told me here on the program, I think last week, that the reserves that the central bank has right now, close to $50 billion, or about $50 billion, gives the Apex Bank room for close to 7 to 9 months imports, and that is quite good. All right, let's move over to the equities market that has started the T+1 settlement cycle on Monday. On Monday was a very busy day within the financial space. The Central Bank of Nigeria launched the PSV 2028. On the other hand, in Lagos, the CBN launched that in Abuja. On the other hand, in Lagos, the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission was in Lagos to launch the T+1 settlement cycle, the transition of the capital market, Nigeria's capital market, to T+1. He did that with some other heads of other organizations such as the NGX, the CSCS, and now Nigeria has a T+1 settlement cycle. And according to what we're told on Monday, that Nigeria now leads the rest of Africa in terms of the settlement cycle. All right, let's take a look at how Nigerian equities performed on Tuesday. It declined by about 0.35%, with profit taking in some of the market's largest stocks, including First Holdco, Zenith Bank, and PZ. But despite that pullback that we saw on Tuesday, the market remains one of the best performing globally. The year-to-date return still above 58%. Just about a few weeks ago, we saw that the market returns was around 60%. Trading activity was softened on Tuesday, with both volume and value declining compared to what we saw on Monday. Now, let me turn to Nigeria's power sector, because there's something interesting that came up. Can we take a look at the next slide, please? New data from the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, that is NEC, shows that distribution companies collected more than 196 billion naira in March. That means that me and you, for those of us where they pay, you know, that the discos were able to collect 196 billion naira in March. But there's still a significant gap. There's still a significant gap that remains between the energy received by the distributors and the revenue that they are able to bill and collect. Can we take a look at the next slide, guys? Let's take a look at the next slide, if we can. Okay, not available yet. All right. So the billing efficiency stood at just under 84%, while collection efficiency remained below 80%. And the figures highlight a persistent challenge for that sector. Of course, on the show, many times I discuss power, improving revenue collection and reducing commercial losses, especially for those of us in the power sector. Of course, for those of us as consumers, we have the discos, we have also the generators in the power sector. Now, across West Africa, let's move a bit to Ghana. We're getting news that the finance minister of Ghana says he remains optimistic that the inflation in the country will fall to around 5% by year end. Now, let me take you back a bit. In Ghana, a few years ago, I think about 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, 3 years, as at the time we were having our cost of living crisis very high in Nigeria at about 2023, Ghana's inflation rate was over 50%. But now what they've been able to do, the finance minister in Ghana is saying that he's optimistic that inflation could fall to around 5%. Nigeria's inflation rate is around 15% as it is. But In Ghana, the minister is also warning that rising oil prices as well as the tensions in the Middle East could create new inflationary pressures and increase demand for foreign exchange. At the last MPC meeting here in Nigeria, Olayemi Cardoso also echoed the same thing, but they did pause on the rates to still look at how those developments will pan out. At the same time in Ghana, while the finance minister is speaking, the Bank of Ghana's governor, that's the governor of their own central bank, it's not called Central Bank in Ghana. It's called Bank of Ghana. But when you hear me say Bank of Ghana, I'm just talking specifically about the Central Bank of Ghana. The Bank of Ghana's governor has also reiterated a commitment to maintaining financial stability and strengthening investors' confidence. Now, in Senegal, that's where the story now has a K-leg. Investors' confidence continue to deteriorate in Senegal. The country's dollar-denominated bonds have fallen sharply this year, with political uncertainty weighing on investors' appetite. If you recall, I told you some time ago that the IMF froze the assistance it was supposed to give Senegal, of course, because of misreporting. And this development that we're seeing in Senegal now marks a significant reversal from what was once one of Africa's strongest emerging markets story. Now, let's move over to the United States, where stock futures were largely unchanged after the three major Wall Street indices closed at record highs. So that's it on the screen. Investors are closely monitoring economic data for clues on the direction of interest rates and the health of the world's largest economy. Meanwhile, reports are also suggesting, in fact, reports from Associated Press specifically are suggesting that the United States may reduce the number of African embassies processing visa applications, with Lagos expected to remain one of the key regional processing hubs. When I looked at the list, it was just Lagos that was on the list. Abuja is out of the list. Marco Rubio, who is like the foreign minister in the United States, did say that, according to Associated Press, that the number of embassies that will be processing visas for African countries will be cut more than half to about 20 from 75. So you're having cities like Lagos, no longer Abuja on the list, Lagos to process visas, Accra, Abidjan. But in South Africa, we have Cape Town as well as Joburg. We're also seeing some other cities across Africa. Nairobi is also one of those cities. So let's see how this pans out. That means that if you need a visa in any of these countries and there's no city in your country that will process your visa, you now have to travel. So perhaps for those of us in Abuja that will need visas, we will now have to travel to Lagos to get our visas. But let's see how all of this pans out. Let's move over to Europe, where we're seeing stocks trading low as investors assess the potential impact of the new U.S. tariff proposals. France and Germany and the broader European market opened in the negative territory, as you can see right here. However, Asia painted a more positive picture. The Nikkei 225 of Japan surged to a new record high, reflecting strong investors' confidence despite continued geopolitical uncertainty. That's it, as you can see on the screen. 2.75%, a very powerful movement there, 68,581 points. Chinese stocks also moved higher, while Australia reported economic growth that fell slightly short of expectations. Finally, in the commodities space, we're looking at oil prices. Let's check out oil prices rising sharply higher, 2% there for Brent crude, 97 US dollars a barrel, while US crude rose above 95 US dollars. Gold, however, let's take a look at the yellow metal, is still holding firm as investors sought the safety of the precious metal amid inflation concerns and geopolitical risk. Gold, 0.75% down, but we're still seeing it strong at around 4,445 US dollars an ounce. And that's your global markets wrap. Let's take a quick break, and when we return from the break, my guest will be joining me. It will be time for me to take a look at the capital market recapitalization. We've concluded with the banks. It's a galore of recapitalization in the financial sector. The banks have finished theirs, at least in March of this year. PenCom says that the pension operators have to do theirs, insurance have to do theirs, capital market operators have to do theirs. Exactly 1 year to the deadline, which is in June of 2027, we will be able to break down the implications. Who survives? Who adapts? Who goes? Who merges? My guest will be joining me after the break, and we'll break all of them down. Join us again.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high.
This is unacceptable because Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions
What is in need for Nigerians? Let's really break it down. Income strata-wise, revenue strata-wise for companies. What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for all?
the real answers.
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy.
Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something million MSMEs. It's equivalent as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT and online. If it matters to the economy, join us.
I'm worried now as to the business of selling the Naira while you are trying to innovate the space. Because you understand what I mean?
I know.
So how are you all addressing this? Because I can't be in a country, Naira is the legal tender, and I'm paying Naira to source my own Naira.
So I gave a background yesterday. In 2011, we launched the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. And why did we come out with that? I said in 2010, we made a commitment at a global policy forum that happened in Germany. Nigeria was there. And we said, when we come back to Nigeria, we are going to reduce the level of poverty. We are going to increase the well-being of people that are poor.
Yes.
And we ask ourselves, how can you do that? And one of the things that was found out after the holistic diagnostic was that you needed to grant people access to financial services, to credits. If they don't have that, how are you going to make their life very easy? And so we came back and said, how then do we do this? If people are not in the financial services, we need to now move people into these financial services. That was brought about the financial inclusion.
All right, my guest is online now. She joins us virtually. She is Bolanle Adekoya, a partner and capital markets accounting advisory service at PwC. Welcome to you, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Nancy, and the team at AIT. Thank you for having me this morning.
Thank you. We're talking about the 2027 Capital Market Operators Recapitalization. Of course, 1 year into at the deadline, you know, like they say, like play, 1 year goes soon reach. So we should be looking at the situation. Let me begin by asking you, is this capital recapitalization, is this recapitalization for capital market operators? Do you think is like the same for the 2004 banking consolidation that we saw? Bearing in mind that this hasn't happened in recent years for capital market operators. So would you liken it to the bank's recapitalization of 2004?
Okay, so it's important to just take a step back and understand that the capital markets has moved quite significantly in the last 10 to 15 years. First of all, we know that the Naira itself has devaluated and the market has grown significantly. And to be able to show up the capital market, you need to have the right capital base. And yes, there will be times when people need to look at what they're doing, because if you look at Nigeria, we have over 300 capital market operators. That's quite a lot. Mm-hmm. If you look at similar sized economies like South Africa or some other places, they only have like 25 to 80. And so we have quite a lot. So yes, subsequently, there will be some type of consolidation in that sense. The other thing that you also have to bear in mind when it comes to the capital markets recapitalization, there is the fact that there's innovation, there's new products. We need to deepen our capital markets. What funds are you going to use? So this recapitalization has been long coming. So with the CBN doing theirs, NICOM doing them, PENCOM currently going on there, it is inevitable that this has happened and is expected, and it's the right thing to do.
Why now, actually? Because I also, when SEC announced this some time ago, I think they announced it either in January or at least early this year, if I'm not mistaken. I was also of the view that, why is everything happening at the same time when we have, people are strained, organizations are strained, the banks are doing theirs immediately. And for the banks, Cardoso announced for the banks 2 years prior. At least he gave that forward guidance in 2024 when he attended the bankers' dinner also in Lagos. But it's as if SEC is just waking up. NICOM is waking up. What's it called? SEC, PENCOM, yes, and PENCOM, all waking up. Why this time? Is the timing right for what we're seeing right now?
So the timing is right. The timing might be slightly short. But the other thing you also have to think about is that the capital market is a base for growth in a lot of economies. So you will find that on average, the capital market will contribute between 9% and 16% to GDP in a lot of emerging markets in that sense, whilst Nigeria, we're not there yet. Yes, the time might be slightly short, but if you think about it, there's been a lot of activity in the capital market. So if you look at the IPOs that are coming, you look at the infrastructure funds that are being launched, look at the debt market, the increase in CPs, so that's commercial papers, the increase in debt markets. So it's important that those capital market operators have enough funds to be able to shore this up. In addition to that, there are two things you must also remember: investor protection as well as market confidence. When there is the right capital base, it actually helps with investor confidence. So if the investors are coming in, they're looking at this, they'll feel that those capital market operators, they can trust in the system because they can shore it up. Then there will be additional regulations that will come in. I believe that the SEC are probably looking at other risk reforms, which a lot of countries are doing. So if you look at Ghana are currently working on their risk-based solution. And I can assure you that I think it's one of the things that the SEC will need to do sooner rather than later. And so they have to start it. This is the base. They have to start this now. So the time might be short, but if you look at the funds, even if you look at the capital, the revised capital market, and you are going to exponentially look at it based on where the Naira is today, it's significant, but not significant like that. In addition to that, you also have to remember that when you are trying to do things like innovation, look at technology to help shore up cyber risk, you need to have the capital base to do that. So it might be 1 year might be short, but it's the right time. The last thing I want to mention quickly is that this will help Nigeria towards we're trying to get towards our trillion target
by the president.
Yes, that we're trying to get to, and this is the base. So we cannot be left behind. So well done to the SEC for pulling this together now.
Well done to the SEC. The time is short. I wonder, we'll come to that in a bit. I wonder how many of those institutions will be able to make it. I also want to assume that you've answered the question around what this recapitalization intends to solve. Or are there other issues that this recapitalization intends to solve?
Yeah, so one of the things that I think we need to also understand is that we're also trying to deepen our capital markets. So in the recent years, we've had the increase in all these crypto, blockchain, digital assets, REITs. So REITs are the real estate investment trust, sukuks, green bonds. There's a lot of things, infrastructure funds that are happening. And the size of those deal tickets are enormous. You're looking at 10 billion, 50 billion, 250 billion. There are a lot of IPOs that are coming up soon. And a lot of these capital market operators actually earn a percentage of those deal tickets. So if you have them earning between 0.05%, some up to 0.5% of this deal ticket, I believe that is something that they can do. Yes, we agree that the timing is short. It's very, they've only given them about 14 months to do it, but a lot of them already have some of these funds in place. And I also believe that when the changes started last year around the recapitalization for other financial services, around the moving to T+2 and then now T+1, hopefully very soon at the end of this month, I believe that they also expected this was coming. So I believe some of them were already looking at this. And the last thing, actually, I think it will also help sieve out maybe some of the other operators that have been in business for quite a long time that may not necessarily have been upholding the type of values and the trades that are required to secure the system. So this is probably a way of also doing that.
The T+1 settlements has started already. That T+1, we already have the transition. It started on Monday because the DG of SEC was in Lagos on Monday with his other colleagues to launch that. Now, how should we interpret the significant increases across, I'm talking of numbers now, across the brokers, the dealers, the managers, the issuing houses, the broad spectrum of those operators in the capital market space? And it will be good for us to take those figures. Can my team please put the slide back on screen so that we'll take a look at those figures? You're seeing sometimes tenfold, sometimes threefold, sometimes, exponential figures increases. How should we interpret those significant increases? And what risk really are regulators responding to as a result of this?
Yes. So if I mentioned earlier on about the way the Naira has moved. So that's one factor.
Devaluation risk, yes.
Devaluation, we're talking about 300-400%. So that in itself is one base. If you look at the base for the last 4 years where we've gone, that's one you can look at. The second thing I mentioned earlier was about deal size in that sense and the risk to investors that they're trying to sort of create. So how do you then protect investors? If something were to go wrong, what can happen? What are the deals? Because even some of these, so if you look at the investment bank, who are sometimes sponsors for some of these deal tickets in the capital markets, they actually put their neck on the line to sort of guarantee some of these investments. And when you're doing this, you need to have the right capital base in assets. So risk is a big area where I believe that they're looking at shoring up this system with that. The other thing that you also need to look at is the actual size of our capital market and how it has grown. And if you compare it, to what other countries are doing, these are sort of reflecting some of this in that sense. Now, on the, there are a few that may seem slightly, maybe a lot or excessive. So when you look at the clearing and settlement companies and look at the Composite Securities Exchange, they have had quite a big jumps. But one of the things that you will find is that some of them are subsidiaries of bigger, larger financial services operators. So I assume that maybe they're looking at those fact that they have backers already. So the smaller ones may struggle, and so this is the time for people to look at some mergers, some acquisitions, some situations where you bring in some institutional investors to help in those areas. And when it comes to clearing and settlement is actually quite a significant area. There are not many of them, but they're looking at how these as well can grow in the amount of services that they do. So you will find that some will probably streamline some of the services that they have to be able to fall into the bucket. So they might change licensing. And then another way that we need to look at, so even though these amounts are significant, the SEC will now need to look at how maybe they can look at tier licensing. I think it's important that we bring clarity around tier licensing. So it's not everything that you do, and bring in the requisite regulation with that. So they might need to streamline some of the requirements for them to ensure that the burden is not as much as well for them. So there's a lot going on here. As well, but you will see that people like commodities brokers, some commodities dealers, their increases may seem a jump based on percentage, but the value or mass is not actually quite a lot, because if you think about it, as I said, Naira has moved, the market itself has grown, there's a lot that has happened, so they should be able to afford it. Thank you.
They should be able to afford it. You talked about having about 300 capital market operators earlier on, which is, of course, many for the number, for the size, or for what they are looking at. What do you foresee with the kind of insights you have? What number do you foresee perhaps after this recap is done? Because even in 2004, I'm talking of the banks now, we had about... How many banks? We had over 89 banks. 89 banks, and it was curtailed to about 25,
25.
Yes. Now, the recapitalization, we have about 33 that have moved, of course, with the Supreme Court judgment that came in, I think, was it yesterday or so, at least the last few years, about Providence and Unity Bank. That would also, yes, that has added to it. So what number are you looking at with the kind of insights that you have? What number?
Honestly, I don't know. You can, there's no crystal ball. But if I'm to be honest, I would say maybe just over half will probably remain. And the reason for that is because I personally believe that a lot of those capital market operators expected this to come. So a lot of them are already in talks and are already doing some of these things. The other side of it that you also really need to not ignore is that there are probably some legacy old trustees or capital market operators that have been there for quite a while and are probably, they're not sort of at the level that we want to stand at. So I think this is a way of sort of maybe sifting out. And it's also a wake-up call to look at some of the areas that you would expect from a capital market operator. So let me give you an example now. So there are 4 areas I always look at when it comes to the capital market. The first one is your risk base. Are you, is it at the standard where it's expected? The second one has to do with innovation and technology. Are you able to have the funds to be able to show up to ensure, so things around cyber risk in that sense, are you doing that? Is that something that you're looking at? And it's something that as capital market operators, I think the additional funding would allow them to do that. Things around the third thing is around counterparty and settlement risk. Are we there? The fourth thing that I want to talk about is around market stability and investor protection. How do we do that? And within that in a sense will actually help us develop our market and make it a lot more deeper, more sophisticated, and also globally competitive.
So if you're taking a look at, perhaps from your own analysis, do you think that we run the risk of having larger players that SEC will not be adequately prepared to regulate?
Okay. So that is a very valid question, which is why earlier on, I talked about the tiering.
Yes,
How do you tier it?
yes.
So from a SEC point of view, one of the things that I'm sure they're probably doing and probably need to look at is global benchmarking. How does Nigeria compare to the peers? So you can look at people like Egypt, you can look at Kenya, you can look at Morocco, you can look at South Africa. So what are they doing to ensure that their SEC is working? So this is where we as Nigeria, the Nigeria SEC, need to look at and make those adjustments so they can regulate it with the tier. So if they're recapitalizing to scale up, then we need to look at SEC to maybe scale down even the way we do our licensing. So in some cases, you will find some of those organizations that complain about the onerous nature of some of the rules that they might have. So you have to balance that. Then the other thing that you also have to remember, SEC brought out their investor, the ISA back for 2025. That is in place to allow for certain new products. There's the demutualization that the NGX has done. So there are a number of things that are already happening to stimulate activity around it, and the SEC will do that. I know they've said deadline is June 2027. You know how we are in Nigeria. I'm sure in 6 months' time, if they feel that it's not working, it's something that they may look at. But this is a good kickstart to push us in the right direction.
Do you think that they will look at the timing again, bearing in mind that Cardoso's central bank, gave that directive and did not move the goalposts? So one financial regulator has shown an example, but the caveat is he gave his guys 2 years notice.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So,
honestly, I don't know. I really do not know whether they will look at
that
it.
will be a
But I'm
question
sure
for the DG of SEC from me. Don't worry.
Yeah,
I'm
sure they would. I'm sure they would. They will monitor it in that sense. And then the other thing I mentioned earlier on is that a lot of these. The really big, more established players already have institutional backing. So you will find that some of them should hopefully be able to do this quite quickly. And then it will lead to things like maybe horizontal mergers, you have some acquisition, some strategic investments from banks as well and other financials, even fintech. So at the moment you have, those fintechs that do all the app investments, all these things.
Apps,
I think it's a good way to actually capture them and also create healthy things so that it helps with transparency. So that's one of the things I'm actually happy about it, because I think it will also help with some of them to do license conversion, because a lot of them they have a lot of money flowing through the economy with not enough regulation. So I think this in itself should also help capture some of them to help with risk management in the economy.
For those that are watching us and are wondering, what are these two ladies talking about? How does this add, how does this add to the food on my table? Do you think that this recapitalization makes sense for an ordinary Nigerian that is not invested in the capital market? I chose my question.
Yeah.
The person not invested on the capital market.
Yeah. So it's important. So there was something I mentioned earlier on. The capital market in itself, in a lot of economies, contributes to revenue in the economy. And we're hoping that from that, the increased revenue that we generate from deeper markets would actually help with the development of infrastructure locally. So when you think about the the roads, you think about just infrastructure generally. The other thing that you also have to remember, so as a Nigerian, I know people always sort of complain about what the government is doing with the revenue that we get as a country. Through the capital markets and through shoring up and creating opportunities for other companies as this is developing, it will actually indirectly also create jobs. So even if you are not investing directly in the capital market, it will actually help you create jobs, because there will be opportunities at some of these companies, because when people are able to get financing, cheaper financing, because the capital market actually brings cheaper finances for companies, for medium-sized entities, all these type of things, because you have things like even the growth board that the NGX is trying to initiate to help. even those, if you have a bank account, even though you're not investing, if you have a bank account, you need to care, because what are they doing with the funds that they receive? Some of these organizations invest in the capital market with your funds. So the funds are not just sitting in a bank, they loan it out, they invest it, they do different things. So you should care, because this recapitalization will help shore up some of these bases in that sense. It will help them have more capital to invest. So return on investment is important around cyber risk, security, because I'm sure a lot of people know about scams and frauds that's happening, even some of these financial institutions. So as a Nigerian, even though you're not investing, you need to care, because this will help manage risk, create different areas. And then even the proceeds from new products like the sustainability bonds, so the green bonds, the gender bond, the social economic bonds, all these blue bonds, all these things should also, they will go into certain parts of the economy to help bring development. So there are a number of things and indirect benefits to the ordinary person who is not investing. So we should care about it. It is not just isolated to those investing in the capital market as well.
Do you worry that many capital market operators are chasing too little businesses? The business of the capital market in Nigeria is not as wide as the banks. And let me situate it. The DG of the Securities and Exchange Commission has said a few times that we don't have many people invested in the capital market, but we lose a lot of money to Ponzi schemes, billions of naira. But yet you don't have millions of people invested in the capital market. So you're seeing a lot of capital market operators chasing too little businesses. Does that concern you?
It does, and it comes from two areas. The first one is the base of our financial inclusion as a nation. So when people do not have the level of education to understand some of these things, and a lot of it has to do with financial inclusion, financial literacy, and that's why it's important that we start teaching from a very young age about the importance of investment, the importance of savings in that sense. Then the second thing is the fact that unfortunately there's been a lot of risk that has gone bad. And the reason for that is because when it comes to certain regulation, some of these, as you said, Ponzi schemes and Ajo and new product, all these things have caused a lot of pain. And the way that this has happened is because people don't really know what happens. High risk, high reward. If it is too good to be true, it is definitely too good to be true. And people are, they're thinking about ways of increasing their wealth. But if we start teaching people how to increase wealth and put the right safeguards in place to not allow these things to happen, because once people are educated to know that what happens to your money, and understand that you win some, you lose some. All of these things have to do with the financial inclusion, financial literacy. It would help. So yes, it is concerning, but it is something that can be dealt with, and we need to have the commitment to deal with them and show them. And the other thing is that with this recapitalization, it will actually give the opportunity to be able to put in the right investments, the right safeguards in place to help show up the wealth and the financial stability of the capital market in itself.
So do you think that this will accelerate innovation, it would increase investment banking, private capital, and even wealth management?
That is the hope, and we hope that this would, because it also creates choices. So there's more choice. So with the capital recapitalizing, they should create more choices.
But the market is not wide enough. So you see a lot of people marketing me, for example, for private wealth management. You understand what I mean? Because it's not a wide space.
Yeah. But that's as I said, this should help, because first of all, it should deepen the market. The other thing that you also have to understand is that people will not do what they don't know. So this is also an opportunity to do a little bit of advocacy, catch people in the right sense, so people can understand it, so that people are not putting their money in things that do not make sense, and they lose those in that sense. So I'm expecting that this will help deepen the market, because it will actually create that avenue in that sense. Then investor protection with a bigger and larger capital base. The SEC can put in, and other institutions can put in certain regulations, certain buffers to help with that. I think that in itself would help increase market confidence in that sense. And then you also have to remember something. Foreign direct investment, foreign investors, people are looking for new frontier market. As you mentioned in your analysis this morning, Asia is moving. There's some issues around Europe, UK, but Asia is moving. And, there are frontier markets that people are looking at. And Africa is the next frontier market. So we have to be ready for this. And this is one of the ways to get us ready for what is coming.
As investors now, looking at this recapitalization process, what safeguards should we look out for as companies pursue this recapitalization? For me, for example, I had to even look at the people that my asset managers and co and ask questions. Guys, are you up to speed? What did they happen? Or should I port? Will you be able to, meet the recapitalization? So for investors, what safeguards should we begin to look at now?
Yeah. No, that's a very, very good question. So I'll be honest, higher capital requirements are not necessarily sufficient conditions for investor protection, even though they reduce the risk of operator failure, because, as I said, some of these amounts are there to help guarantee good behavior. Because the thing about it, if you think about the capital market operators, if they collect someone's money, they will be forced to put certain things in place. So let me give you an example. There will be expectations from institutional investors around strong governance. Yeah. So that in itself is a good way. Another thing around transparent disclosures and reporting, they'll be forced to do that because people need to see how you're spending the money. You need to comply with certain standards like IFRS and some other things. There'll be compliance mechanism around tax and supervision and active enforcement. So this in itself indirectly would enhance supervision and also help with consumer protection framework. But as an investor yourself, please remember, you need to do your due diligence. Who are the backers? Understand what you're investing in. Who are these licensed operators? Do them. There are ways of doing it. You'll be very surprised the things that you can find, even just on the internet, things around who the directors are, what they're doing, what they're up to, what companies they are linked to. So do your due diligence. Use only licensed operators. So for example, if you look at CSEC, CBN, do you know that they have the names of
everybody?
These
Exactly.
They're there.
But people will be investing and say that the company has a CSC certificate. I said, which one will be CSC certificate? They'll be like, I get a lot of that daily. Ma'am, please, can I invest in this? They said they have CSC. I said, are they registered by SEC? Are they licensed by SEC? They say, no, they don't know this. I said, so go on the website and check.
Check. It's there. The information is there. Check. Yeah. Please check.
Okay.
Check.
Okay, so as we are advancing to June 30, what outcomes would indicate that the policy will be successful? That's one. And as we close, if you are to speak with the SEC DG, what would you tell him?
Interestingly, I was on a conversation call with the SEC DG yesterday.
Oh, okay,
so
cool.
One thing I have to say about the SEC is that even them, they are working really hard to improve confidence. There's a lot of initiatives that they're doing. So I have to give them credit for that. A lot is happening, even though they may not necessarily shout it out as much as in that sense. So what I would say to him is that they must continue their advocacy and communication. Okay. They need to also look at regulation and ensure they're tiering. Things must be representative of the risk. So when you're looking at what the continuing obligation of the different operators will be going forward, you need to ensure that it's representative of the residual risk in that sense. Okay. We need to ensure everybody's licensed. I think it's important that even as you are communicating to the operators, let the let them know what's going on. I think education is very, very important. In that sense. So those are some of the things that I would say to them, and make sure that we get involved. Okay. The other thing that I also want to talk about is beyond recapitalization. There's some areas that we need to look at, and I think that we probably don't instigate it and institute it enough. So things like expanding our investor base, just generally as a country, looking at technology and infrastructure. I think we need to set minimum expectations of what all these people are doing. So modernizing trading system, settlement system, infrastructure around this in line with global standards. I think this will also filter out some of the people that that are not supposed to be there. Looking at ecosystem reforms. And the very last thing I'll say, when you talked about how will you know this is working, you will see increased activity in the capital market because investor confidence is improving. So when people are more confident, you will see that they start pushing out those risk factors a little bit more to help generate more in the capital markets.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insights this morning. It's been nice talking with you. Let's do this again sometime soon. Of course, we'll continue to watch the situation. It's just a year into the deadline. Let's hope that the Securities and Exchange Commission, whether they won't push the goalpost again, but let's see. You'll be back here soon for us to look at it. Thank you very much, Bolanle, for joining us.
Thank you for having me, and take care.
Fantastic. All right, I've been speaking with Bolanle Adekoya. She's partner, Capital Markets and Accounting Advisory Service at the PwC. All right, that's the show for today, guys. It's been nice doing this with you, as always. On behalf of the team and I, have a fantastic day, everyone. Be the best you can be and be the change that you want to see. I am Nancy Nnaji, and I'll see you all again tomorrow. Bye for now.
As they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
there is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it.
Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know. It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I'm the group CEO of Poise Nigeria, and I'm a mom, I'm a grandmom, and then of course I have a lot of other children that are not my biological children, that are not from my family, and I'm also a pastor. I pastor a lot of young people. So growing up, those were very hard days. I did not grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was not born with a golden spoon in my mouth. No, I grew up in a two-room, face me, I face you environment. You know, we were 11 of us, including my father and my mom, staying in those 2 rooms. There were so many things that children of today that I enjoy that I never enjoyed. I tell you, simple things like having a mattress to sleep on, simple things like having your own space, simple things like eating rice or even chicken. Those were difficult days, very difficult. My parents, my father was very keen on education, but he didn't have the financial wherewithal. Initially, he was comfortable, but by the time we were school age and everything, things became very, very bad, very, very bad. And at a point, in those days we did Form 4, I even had to drop out of school because they couldn't pay my school fees. But I was lucky to have my uncle, of blessed memory now, who took on the responsibility and would not let me stay at home. So that's why today I can say I'm a graduate, because somebody did all of that for me. I had a very strict upbringing. My parents were very strict. My father was very keen on education, especially the spoken English. My mom, oh my goodness. Today, who I am, what I am, and the business I'm into is as a result of the type of upbringing I had. There are things that my mom taught me from day one. She did not have it, she didn't read it from any book. She just knew that those were the things. She wanted her girls to be ladies and her boys to be gentlemen, irrespective of the fact that we were living in squalor, in terrible environment where that did not encourage that type of upbringing. But she struggled to ensure that her children all got that strict upbringing. Tuck in your tummy, square your shoulders, Don't walk with everything shaking. Sit properly, put your legs together. Don't drag your leg on the floor. Don't laugh like a prostitute. Oh, there were so many don'ts. But at the end of the day, that's what's putting food on my table today. So I owe that to my mom. You know, she struggled through it all, even in that type of environment that did not encourage that type of upbringing. And so growing up for my children, I tried to ensure that they all also had that type of upbringing. I have 3 boys and 3 girls. They are all grown up now, so, and then I have 3 grandchildren. My children, especially the girls, I think the girls, the boys are very responsible, but girls are always much more responsible than you know, with due respect, you know, to the male gender. And then one of the things that I learned very early in life to do is to ensure that there's always leadership in the home. And leadership many times doesn't necessarily fall on the eldest. Leader, you know, every parent must know, and every parent knows, you know, and you must study your children to see and understand which one of them have the qualities that can weld the family together, hold the family together, and, you know, assess, you know, and apply discipline where it's necessary, because a time will come when you as a parent will need to step back and let your children take over. And so you need to be able to do that from, you know, very early in life, in the lives of your children. Study them, find out. One of the things I did was, you know, to immediately find out which one of my children, you know, have the leadership qualities that can, and the qualities that can hold the family together. And so very early in life, I let them know that, oh, this person is almost like your mom. This one, you know, is your, you know, she's the leader. She's the one who is taking. So many times, you know, you need to defer to her. You need to let her understand. You need to understand that her word, you know, holds a lot of water, you know. So that's one of the things that motherhood taught me, to ensure that, you know, I pass on what my mother, you know, the type of upbringing I had, to ensure that I pass it on and I did not get watered down too much.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Cadbury 3-in-1 hot chocolate, the treat you deserve.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Because of the dynamics of environment, technology, and all of those things changing, and the way we bring up our children. But I didn't want the flavor of what's, you know, my mother, how we were brought up. No, I didn't want it to be too watered down, and so I brought in that leadership thing. And the second thing that I you know, got some mantra from my mom that I passed on to my children, and that has even worked for us a lot in Poise. And one of the things that I passed on was, don't scratch your body the way it itches you. So that's, you know, to tell you that you must have self-control. You know, you do not react to things, you respond to things. You do not, you know, talk without thinking. You must think it through. So these are some of the things that we know. And then when they were, you know, quite young, to ensure that, you know, they understood the fact. They understood discipline, they understood obedience. One of the things I told them, another mantra I had was, disobedient children always hurt themselves. And they knew it from experience. Don't touch that thing. If you stand on that chair, you will fall down. And they go ahead and stand on the chair, they will fall down. And when they fall down, they realize that disobedient children always hurt themselves. And those are life lessons that I taught my children. And then there were some other things as they grew up that I had taught them, and I also taught them to unlearn. There are things, there are lessons you learn in your growing up years, when you're children, that you need to unlearn as you get into the university and you start to get into life. One major lesson is don't talk to strangers. We tell all our children that don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers. But you must let them know as they grow older that lesson is for a phase, and that it does not apply later on in life. If not, they will be very bad at social skills, networking, interaction, communication, interpersonal relationship. They will be very, they will score very low in those areas. So you need to rework their minds and their brains in that area. There's a phase that parents need to get prepared for. That's when your children become adults. I said to myself at what point do you stop being a mother, really, and just enjoying the fact that, your children are there for you? You never really stop. You never stop laboring. You never stop organizing and rearranging things for your children. So when your children are in the adults stage, I think that's when parenting even becomes tougher, because the way you brought up your children, you will now have to justify those things. Sometimes they may not even remember the positive things that they gained from the upbringing. The fact that now they are successful, now they are on their, they can stand on their own feet, they are their own person, they are earning their own money, they have they are just all around successful. Many times they don't remember what they recall. Maybe those things that you did that disciplined them, those things that you did that straightened them out. And sometimes, if you're not careful, that thin line of is crossed from discipline into, I had very wicked parents. So that's the time when parents start to regret or start to feel bad. Please don't feel bad. It's a phase. It's a phase. When they start having their own children and they start having all those teething problems that you had also, that will start to correct itself. So don't feel bad. Don't think that parenting and motherhood especially, is a thankless job. No, it isn't. I can tell you that there are a lot of benefits, ahead for you. One major challenge of motherhood, especially when your children are younger, is juggling all the balls in the air. There are sacrifices that you have to make as a mother. I recall that when I was getting married, I told my husband, before we got married, there are three things, that must happen during this. Number one is that I must work. One of the three things, the other two I'm not going to talk about here, but one of them is that I must work. I love to get dressed. I love to, look corporate. I love to go out every day. I love to be my own woman. I love to be able to make decisions. I love to be able to be in a workforce, in a work environment. I don't want to stay in a shop and all of that. So, and those were that was one of the things that we agreed on. But then, as the children started to come, I realized that I cannot put all of my ambition on the front burner. So certain sacrifices a mother has to make. Certain sacrifices that fathers don't make, mothers must make them. But I also say to young mothers, be careful that you do not make sacrifices that you will regret in future and that will turn you into a bitter mother. Because those are some of the things that bring regrets. Be careful that you don't make those sacrifices. I never sacrificed my not going to work. The sacrifice I made was to take a job that was less demanding. Yes, it was less demanding, so there was it was a smaller pay. It was more, I took a job in the university. I worked in the university. There was a time when a bank, was starting, and I went for the interviews with all my friends. We all went for the interview, all my friends, and unfortunately, I had to turn down that because it meant that I would not be seeing my home till late in the evening, and that was not acceptable because I had young children. I usually say a child, gone bad is a child that you cry for unto your grave. You cry for unto the grave. So I don't want to cry in my old age, and I don't want to go to my grave bitter. So I made that sacrifice. I stayed back in my university job for 11 and a half years. So that my children can get to a level, an age where I can comfortably fly and let my ambition and my goals and my purpose be on the front burner. So 11 and a half years was, a period of sacrifice for me. I'm not looking at my friends that went into the banking industry at that time, and they had a head start. Something has to give. Something has something has, to pay, has to be sacrificed, for the other. And I chose, and I'm not regretting my choice. So when I see my friends now, they're either EDs or MDs of banks, or they are way ahead. When I even got into the banking industry, some of them were way ahead of me. I'm fine with it.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Because I invested that time on my children. I'm not crying, over any child right now. They are not all at the same level, but they are all standing on their feet. They are all doing it, and they are all able to earn their own money. And one or two of them are even doing some things for me as a mother. So, excuse me, I have no regrets whatsoever. But don't make sacrifices that you will regret as a mother. Don't give up a job. Don't resign from your job if that's what you've always wanted to do. Look for something that is less demanding. Look for a different solution. Find another way. One of the things that I have tried to do for the young people, the young mothers in POISE, is to ensure that there's always a creche. Anywhere we go to, POISE has a creche for staff. Some of the things I learned from my mom was very industrious, very industrious. She was a teacher, but she was also a caterer. Every weekend, she went to work for someone who had a catering outfit, and we all also went with her. And she because she was a caterer, we learned to cook, we learned to bake, we learned to manage the home. In fact, every single, whether you are a male or female in our home, everyone was hands-on when it comes to housekeeping. We knew how to scrub, we knew how to cook, we knew how to manage the home, we knew how to even take care of the children, our younger ones. Some of my younger ones were born in my presence. I bathed babies, you know, so all those things are just regular things that we've known, you know, my mom, you know, passed on to us. Some other thing that we learned also was to be proper ladies and proper gentlemen. We, you know, all my brothers, all my siblings, my younger ones, my older ones, you know, there's somehow when people meet us, they say, oh, you know, there's just that thing that shows, you know, that somebody did some extra work. Someone did some extra, you know, apart from, you know, ABC and 1, 2, 3, someone, you know, imputed some things in us. And, you know, so you could see that distinction, you could see that finesse. You know, you could see a distinguishing factor. Maybe you want to call it the it factor. This is from somebody who only had teacher's grade 2, you know, but she knew what she wanted for her children. My mom was also a very unifying person. You know, she was the very first person, you know, that taught us about the broom thing, you know. When we used to quarrel and fight like as if things, I would never ever, and she would bring one broom and give to all of us and say, break it. And you know, it's easy to snap them and everything. And then she brings a whole bunch of broom, a bunch, you know, and she says, break the bunch. And we are not able to break the bunch. And, you know, so she taught us, you know, that togetherness, you know, is key. You know, family is key. Family, you can, you know, go to east, go west, go south. Family is key, and those are some of the things I try to pass on to my children. You know, when we were growing up in my home, we didn't have too much, but Christmas was something that at least we ate rice and chicken. You know, we killed a whole chicken. You know, normally you don't have more than chicken legs and chicken head and neck in my home, but you know, at Christmas, you know, you have the whole chicken that, you know, we killed, and so you could see all the parts even. And so I've passed that on to my children. Every Christmas, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, you come back home. We meet in my house. We eat together. If the house, come with your friends, come with whoever. But, you know, everybody must be complete. We will all be there. We sleep on the floor. We cook. We eat. We, you know, do all. And we've had that all, you know, when my children were growing up. So we've passed it on. And I've said that when we are no more, then, you know, the de facto leader, you know, who is my daughter, my first daughter, you know, she's taking on the role of mother of the family, the, you know, big sister, everything. Even for the older brothers, she's taking on the role, that role. You know, that's what should be. And, you know, so the grandchildren are also there. They're all running around. Everybody, oh, Nana's house, Nana's house. You know, at Christmas is Nana's house. You know, every other time, oh, let's go and see Grandpa, let's go and, but at Christmas, because Nana now takes over, and, you know, everybody, there's food, there's, you know, dancing, there's, you know, all sorts of things. There are gifts, you know, we unwrap gifts at 12 midnight, you know, just have fun, you know, family. And when you get married, you're bringing your husband, you bring in your wife, you know, we are all in together, and, you know, everybody, and, another thing that my mother taught me was that, oh yes, and I brought it to my children, no discrimination. If you bring in your husband, you bring in your wife, we are all one, you know, from day one. You know, so that one that says, oh, only the children of the house can enter daddy's room or even their bathroom or whatever, no. From the day you come in with your spouse, you become a member, a son or a daughter. And that's in the real sense of it. No holds bar, no discrimination. And that's what I have done with my children too. I have 2 children that are married with children. The day they got married, all the barriers collapsed. Everything collapsed. Everything, every single thing collapsed. You know, those are my sons. And so I'm hoping that that culture also will be passed to their own children and all the way down. You know, those are good cultures. It doesn't matter where the husband or the wife is coming from. You know, we are Beninese, but I have my son. You know, when I say, oh, I'm sending my son to you, and then they see his name, they say, where are you? I said, he's my son. There's no difference whatsoever. So that's very key. Those are some of the values that my mother passed on to us, that I've passed on to my children. And I'm hoping that their children, because they can see it, they can feel it, they're in a well-rounded family, they will also pass it on to their own children. They will imbibe them. And
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents 1 death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
Mine is, I want to share, and it's also a kind of a question. Growing up, I saw a lot of fixation on people always, someone is after someone else. And for everything that goes wrong, there has to be someone who is responsible. You don't get a job. It has to be one aunt, one uncle, or one stepmom. you had an accident, it has to be someone. And this is not just in Nigeria. In the course of my work as a journalist, I've traveled to various African countries. It cuts across African country. We saw it in Namibia. And so I'm thinking, where does mental health, where does culture, ideology, and where does mental health start? Because even with the immigrants, African immigrants here, you'll be amazed at what they share. When you talk about mental health, you'll be amazed at what they say. These are people who some of them have been here over 20 years. I recently lost my sister-in-law last month to breast cancer. At some point, I stopped talking to her. When she was at the last stage, I stopped talking. Towards the last, I stopped talking to her because I didn't know what else to say. It was stage 2 when she was diagnosed. And I told her all the resources I had, the medical colleagues I have, friends I have, I shared everything. No, it's my uncle in the village. It's my uncle in the village. And everything, anytime I would tell, I said, what did your doctors tell you? They went to the hospital. You need to get, by then it had affected just one breast slightly. I said, you need to actually proactively take both out. She said, oh, no, it's not going to solve anything. It's my day Friday. And, and everything I saw it in my family. As we speak, I see it among young people. The young, it's that, and they are passing that ideology, passing that culture, passing it to the other generation. So it's so hard, because even in doing these things that I do, I'm asking myself, is it really making an impact? Because when you sit down and you hear these things, in the church, okay, there are some pastors, some ministers who are beginning to embrace it, the fact that, okay, people need help, they need professional help. But even at that, at some point, it's the hand or the work of the devil. Yeah, nobody's Christian. Nobody's prayer is key, right? But you can prayerfully seek professional help. And just like my sister said earlier on, all these things I'm talking about, people blaming people, it's learned behavior because that's what they heard growing up. You can learn it. But you need to have an open mind. You need to discuss things like this. You need to begin to start thinking. I tell you, even in this room, there are people who, one thing or the other, somebody must be responsible for everything going on with you. How does someone, with my sister-in-law, I'm like, how can someone say someone infected you with breast cancer? I'm like, so is this man, who is the richest? Is it Bill Gates? Is he rich? He had that kind of power. He's in the village. So I don't get it. So my question is, where does culture, where does ideology, where does it start? And where does mental illness start? Because it's difficult for them, it's difficult. And even in trying to reason with them, in trying to talk to them, I don't even know where to start because it's so embedded in them. So that's my question.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, right? That's the ongoing struggle that we're trying to address. And I think you even have answered your own question with, when you know better, you do better, right? You try to educate your family, your loved ones, your neighbors, whoever it is. And we're going back to how culture shapes mental health and our thoughts behind it. Even, Miss Rosemary, right? She talked about how, coming here, I guess, understanding a different culture, even if it's the American cultures, you came to realize that there are things, resources, access points, even for little kids, to help address their mental health. So even in understanding different cultures, different ways of living, different resources that are available in different areas, that's also part of the solution. And not everyone has the privilege of traveling abroad or traveling to somewhere to get the appropriate access that they might need, but we already have the responsibility of paying it forward. So the most that we can do is share and educate, but we can't change, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink, right? So you do your best, and unfortunately that person has to come to the terms of, okay, my mind is open and this thing I'll try. Even if it doesn't work, I'll always give it a try. So again, I don't think there's any direct answer for your question. But even holding seminars like this is how you're spreading awareness and resources. So I think this is the best thing that you can do. So, yeah. So another way, next slide please, that I want to emphasize, and please don't play it yet. Another way that culture becomes conditioning is through something we call shifting or code switching. Does anyone know what code switching is? Okay, could you share with us what is code switching?
Give it to them.
Okay, let me say, here I'm African American, right? And if I go to workplace, I don't have to say what's up or use any kind of words. I have to make it more professional.
Correct.
You know, when I go to my neighborhood, I can use that.
Yeah.
You know, I can use any F or B, whatever it is.
Thank you for that. Yes, so code switching is the ability to change how you speak, how you present, depending on the space that you're in. So for example, if you're at work, how you speak, maybe your tone, it might change a little bit to be, you know, I'm a nice person, I'm collaborative, I don't want people to think that I'm angry or I'm wicked. When you're around maybe elders, your body language might change. You want to seem like a respectable person. You put your shoulders up, you know. When you're in, let's say, predominantly white spaces, your vocabulary might shift. So, right, you want to speak very professional. Maybe how you enunciate your words might change a little bit. And even when you go to places like church, your emotional expression will even change. People, hallelujah, you're ready to really give your praise to God, right? And you feel like at church, it's allowable there. You're able to express yourself as freely as you will want to. So that's a bit of code switching, but I want to play this small clip that kind of gives us a little bit deeper dive into what it is and how it shows up, especially for Black people. So you can play, please.
¿Ha tenido un accidente? Comuníquese con las oficinas legales de Brandon J. Broderick. We all code switch, but some examples are more effective than others.
Okay, let's be real honest. Obama would not be president if he didn't know how to effectively code switch. Obama.
He's really adept at reading his audience.
What's wrong, Jamaica?
And then putting forth an American English that they can relate to.
So what is code switching?
Okay, so code switching, let's keep it really simple. Code, so we can think language, and switching, so going back and forth between one language and another, or one dialect and another.
Meet Professor Renee Blake.
I am an associate professor in the Department of Linguistics at New York University. I'm also in the Department of Social and Cultural Analysis and the Director of Africana Studies.
Say that 3 times fast.
Oh, you're funny. Code switching is the norm for all of us. So if you just think about whether it's a formal situation versus an informal situation, we're going to be code switching. Usually people think of it in terms of language. So here I am speaking, and I'm speaking not only with
words, but I'm also speaking with my face, I'm speaking with my hands.
But code switching often has higher stakes for Black people.
I think it's clear why Black people specifically feel the need to code switch.
This is Taryn Finley. She's the editor of HuffPost Black Voices.
Our Blackness isn't accepted in a lot of spaces that are critical for our success and our survival. A lot of times we have to dilute and we have to put on a mask.
It's a bigger leap for someone who speaks African American English versus someone who speaks a language that is closer to mainstream English, the language of those in power.
But when a Black person can't effectively code switch, the result can be catastrophic. The 2013 George Zimmerman trial was a painful reminder of that fact. He was charged with second-degree murder in the shooting of Trayvon Martin. Rachel Gentile was the prosecution's star witness
and a close friend of Martin's.
And when she testified, she was not code switching.
I asked him how the man looked like. He looked like a creepy ass trucker.
She took the stand, and it became clear that the public wasn't judging the facts of her story. They were judging her language.
I don't think she came across as brutally honest. I think she comes across as brutally ignorant. Every time she opens her mouth, her credibility gets chipped away and chipped away.
Ultimately, Zimmerman walked free. But the ability to code switch isn't always enough to avoid disaster. Case in point, Sandra Bland. Bland was stopped for failing to signal a lane change.
Oh, you seem very irritated.
I am. I really am.
She's speaking a form of standard or mainstream English.
Step out of the car.
But yet, the conversation escalates and goes badly very quickly.
Get out of the car!
And then
I will light you up. Get out! Now!
Wow.
Get out of the car!
For a failure to signal. You're doing all of this for
Get over there!
And so here what I think is happening, and what we seem to understand, is that there's something about the Black expression that is different or can be misconstrued.
Despite her ability to code switch, Bland was arrested. She was later found dead in her jail cell.
Our Blackness inherently says trouble in a lot of white spaces and a lot of public spaces. That's why so many people feel threatened and want to call the cops when they see a Black person doing something as benign as waiting for a business meeting to start in Starbucks.
So it sounds like racism is the root cause of all of this.
We haven't, as a country, confronted racism and really got into the roots of why we code switch, why we feel like we have to straighten our hair in order to get a job, even if we don't want to.
That concerns me, because I think the Black body is like every other body, a beautiful body, and should be loved and respected, and not feel anxiety as you walk through the world on a daily basis. I know I feel that anxiety, because I do want to be accepted by the world in which I live.
Code switching can help Black people navigate white spaces. But at the end of the day, it's not enough to overcome racism.
Code switching and respectability politics don't protect us all the time. We're still Black. With
a mission inspired by a vision of a world of equity where all voices are heard and all people are seen, histories and cultures shared and appreciated even when not understood. We tell stories of the underrepresented, the misrepresented, the underserved, of victories, defeats, mourning, and celebrations. Inspiring stories, enlightening stories that teach and galvanize. We take you on a journey across continents, telling stories of all people. We wrote about them, filmed, uploaded, and brought them to your homes at your fingertips. Our vision is in sight, one story at a time. We tell stories that make impact, stories that galvanize, echoes from the valley, storytelling for social change. Showing on Proxnet Television USA, Saturdays at 7:30 p.m. Showing also on African Independent Television, AITs, at 6:30 p.m. Echoes from the Valley, storytelling for social impact.
So I guess you can sense from that video, for a lot of us Black women, women of color, even immigrants, right? We have to do a lot of code switching for survival. It's not even something that we want to do by choice, but to feel like we can survive and thrive in certain spaces that we're in. So can anyone share maybe an example where maybe they'll have to code switch, maybe it's their job, in certain settings? Anybody have a strong example of code switching that they can share with the group?
I remember when I first moved to New York, I worked at General Foods, and I had this manager, and I'm a person in particular that I'm a very strong woman. And so I told him, what I saw my movement in the company as being and whatever, and he made the statement to me, "Oh, you're very militant." And I was just taken aback, and I made sure. But that's why it's also, I'm going to say this to all the young people that hear, that is why it's important for you to network. That is why it's important for everybody. Everybody should know about your ability. Those who have an impact on your career, please make sure you manage your career one above your manager, so that you know the controller. And so I happened to go back to the controller, and he's no longer here, but Joe McManus, and he was right. And he confronted the manager. He said, "How dare you tell Miriam that she is militant when she is a woman who knows what she wants, and she's not afraid to speak up." But that is when, as far as, when you try to either walk the walk, as my father would say, you learn how to play the game. But if somebody has another set of eyes and look at you and say, "Well, why are you here?" And you're not there because of DEI, but that you have the ability, you have to know when to speak up and defend yourself.
Yes, thank you. That's part of it. A lot of code switching is related to playing the game, right? And sometimes part of that is also speaking up for yourself. Anyone else want to share? You can do, yes, her, and then I'll go to him next.
I remember when I was in graduate school, the instructor, the professor gave us some assignments and into groups, we grouped. And I don't want to be with her. I don't think she knows what she's doing. Wow. That's exactly what came out of her. And we're not doing with her. We are 4 in the group. The 3 of them doesn't want to do with me because I'm the only Nigerian there. And so I did the assignment by myself. And when I got to the class, we want to present. And they were grouping themselves. And they said, when they saw mine, the way I did the APA style and all that, now they want me to have their names on it. No. So, but the professor knew. She's an African American. She knew who did the work. I got 98 from that. And from then, since then, they became my friend because now they know I have something upstairs. There's another one that says, we're about to present another assignment. And he said, "Do you have green card?" I said, "Excuse me. That's right. I said, you have to speak out. You don't have to know your thing. Do you have green card?" I said, "Am I here for green card or we are here for assignment?" I said, "As a matter of fact, I'm a citizen. Do you want to continue or not?" Because we are supposed to do assignment. We're supposed to present. You don't want to be part of it. You are asking me if I have green card. What does that got to do with what we're talking about? But when I spoke out and I present well, now they want to be my friend. So we have so many, even if you code switch, you try to put your chin up, you try to dress nice, you have to know your things. That's why you have to know your environment. You have to know deeper, do research yourself. Be on your feet so that they can't push you anywhere. You won't look as if you're ignorant. So that's why they won't have to talk you down. No matter what you do, they'll say you're aggressive. I'm just telling you you're aggressive. It's not about being aggressive or aggressiveness at all. They're looking at you, they already judge you. So.
Yeah, and all of that is little by little affecting your mental health, right? That's sending specific messages to your brain.
If we do one more after.
Thank you very much.
Sometimes I have a problem in the way people go about things or interpret things. For example, firstly, I want to take this thing called code switching. I fully understand, I agree with you. But you know, let's set it this way. When Madam on the other table was speaking, I was wondering whether she had ears here that she had the questions I was asking these women here. First of all, the thing called code switching, I agree, but me, I see it this way. Get yourself prepared, put on the best behavior, be able to express yourself at all times. I'm not meaning that you have to insult somebody, but like she said, put your case across. Let people know what you are up to, the task you can do, rather than what you can't do. All right, so the code switch is like, if you're in America, if you go to Britain, you go wherever, if you know the mode of communication has to be English, try to speak decent English. Don't wait for when I come here and speak a decent English, when I go down here and speak. Otherwise, that thing called code switching, if you do, those who know a little bit of computer, you know, once you have a different code for this one, and the code there are times when the code will have to, there has to be some problem. So you get a mistake now. Once you are supposed to use the Python here, you take the HTML over there and put the JavaScript there, and then you understand what I'm saying. So keep it one way. It has to be professional. It has to be professional. Don't have a language for this side and a language for that side. Now we go across. I was asking these women here, the second question I asked them that, I put it to us, all blacks, but it's good that these women are saying it, and I wish this message can go across. That we have embedded or accepted the inferiority complex in us, so that when they speak, all we want to do is now is accuse them, insult them, fight them, rather than show that I am not that person. Instead of showing that I am not my color is not to be targeted, let them know I am not that person who you think I am or who you want to feel. I have somebody close to me who was, that's in my work. Anytime they trigger him a little bit. They try to trigger me, but they notice I don't go for that. I don't fall for it. So they trigger him a little bit, and then he comes. Why are you saying that? Is it because I'm black? Why are you treating me this way? Is it because I'm black? I told him, my friend, stop accepting this, because whether you're black, white, green, or yellow, you are a human being like them. They have two eyes, you have two eyes. So whatever they can do, put it in yourself that you can do better. Competition is healthy. It's not the one that you want to show above all beyond, making some people look funny. But you want to show that I can do it. So don't present yourself as a black who is trying to, but present yourself as a black who is doing what I am supposed to do and do it correctly. Don't go twisting today, twisting tomorrow. Stop accepting the fact it's because I'm black. When they say, like someone told me, they say when COVID came, they say, oh, it's black people who are dirty. And they accepted the fact that, oh yes, I am dirty. It's black people who are poor. Oh yes, I am poor. Stop that. Do the correct thing. If it's healthy to wash your hands, to keep yourself clean, go for it. If it's good to work and earn money, work. Don't keep yourself black.
Thank you. Sorry, we're running out of time, so I want to, if we have time at the end, we'll come back.
Okay.
I believe we have good coaches.
Former Nigerian international Garba Lawal has traced some of the problems confronting the Super Eagles to lack of role models and commitment to wearing the national colors.
Why people are still talking about us, even before me, my seniors, because of the legacies. But I keep on asking myself, are these players ready to leave legacies when they stop playing? Before I came to Super Eagles, I always, my mentors, late Muda Lawal when I was very young, 80s, I always admired the way he plays, and later on Abashir Akini. But before I came to Super Eagles, I made sure I know the importance of the shirt first.
According to the former Julius Berger player, the present Super Eagles players must brace up to the challenges of being a national team player or stay out.
I keep on asking myself, do we have the right players? Okay, we have the right players, but what about the organization of the players as to play together? But I don't see that. We keep on asking ourselves, are we having the right coaches or not? We keep on appointing coaches. Mr. A will go, Mr. B will come. It's the same players we're using. And in the case of using the foreign players, we're all using foreign players, but we still don't have the result. So it's disturbing. Whenever Super Eagles play game, after the game in Kaduna, the next day I go out, people will start asking questions. Are you not lecturing these boys how to play football? I say, I'm not the coach. No, well, we are not. We know we are not the coach, but don't you dare see when you are playing? I say, well, I don't know, because we follow mentorship, but I don't think if they follow the same mentorship.
Reacting to the recent meeting between the Super Eagles players and the president of the Nigeria Football Federation, Ibrahim Gusau, Lawal says it was right for the president to look in the eyes of the players and tell them how Nigerian football fans feel about their performance in recent days.
And I'm happy the way the current president says after that Guinea game. He said, no commitment, no playing. I agree with him. Because if you don't have commitment, there's no way you come in and give result. What was the result? That you lose at home, you win away. You already destroyed the home record. It's better you win at home and lose away. To me, that's where I saw it, because normally away game we know it's 50-50. Maybe win, maybe draw. But what about our home games? The home game must win game. But really, I don't see that happening. But I agree with the current president that he says no commitment, no playing.
The Super Eagles broke the hearts of millions of football fans in Nigeria following their non-qualification for the 2022 World Cup in Qatar, crashing out at the round of 16 at the 2021 Nations Cup in Cameroon, and their 1-0 defeat in the hands of the White Dogs of Guinea-Bissau en route the 2023 African Cup of Nations in Côte d'Ivoire. Omofoma Ebari, AIT News, Abuja.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live.
Thanks for joining us on AIT Report. I am Shola Jai Simeon. You're welcome. Now, judgment is ongoing in the trial of the 5 accused of a mass murder of about 40 worshippers at the St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, in June 2022. During the trial, the prosecution called 11 witnesses, and a total of 26 documents were tendered in evidence before it closed its case in February. The defense opened its own case in March, and the suspects, Idris Abdul Malik Omeiza and Abdul Haim Idris, both aged 25, Al Qasim Idris, 20, Jamiu Abdulmalik, 26, and Momo Abubakar, who is 47-year-old, pleaded not guilty. During the trial, the witnesses testified that recounted their ordeals on the day the attack was carried out, with a few of them explaining how they heard the sound of sporadic gunshots piercing the walls of the church building, and also how explosive detonated around them, leaving them with what they say are scars for the rest of their lives. So we'll try to get you some excerpts of what's happening in the courtroom with the judge, who is set to give the judgment shortly. Our correspondent, Chibuzo Okeze, is there. We'll bring that to you. Now let's go on with some other stories we have in the course of this bulletin. Some protesters under the aegis of the Take Back movement have held a rally demanding the immediate release of all the abducted children, including their teachers, in Orire local government area for your state. Bearing placards with various inscriptions, the protesters had converged at under the bridge at Ikeja, Lagos, where they appealed to President Bola Tinubu to take proactive measures to address insecurity challenges in the country, as well as to free the abducted victims rather than paying for their ransom.
Security going on in Nigeria. We are tired. And it doesn't stop there. We're tired. Just yesterday, we were protesting. Another bus containing 30 people, 30 travelers, was abducted, kidnapped in Kogi. It makes no sense. This is a means to kidnap. Here in Nigeria, right here amongst us, someone said there are people with 2 degrees and they are not able to find jobs. In one of the richest nations in the world. So this is not just end bad governance. It's also about developing every aspect of Nigeria. Yes. But we are niching down to bringing back the kidnapped and adopted people and also bringing back our children. Most especially, amongst them, there are 2-year-olds, there are 4-year-olds, there are 9-year-olds. It makes no sense. Their only crime is that they were Nigerians.
We are here in solidarity with our brothers in Oyo State and other states in Nigeria facing the rampaging of abduction and terrorism. To tell minimum, any citizen can request from the government is security.
Angry protesters are now at the Lagos State House of Assembly at Alausa, a distance of about 4 kilometers, where they are about now presenting a petition to legislators. Let's join our correspondent, Obinna Ume, who is right there and brought us those pictures earlier. So, Obinna, have these protesters presented their petition to the Lagos Assembly members?
Thank you for having me. These protesters, they are the same people from the Kenya capital, walking over 3.5 kilometers to this point. Just arrived here less than 5 minutes ago, and they're here to present their petition. But opposite me here, you have the security operatives that actually are standing in front of the gate, preventing them from coming in. But then they say that they should have informed the officials of the House of Assembly that they are coming. But notwithstanding, you just say that now let's see they don't stay here until they come out and attend to them. We have one point here they want to address, which is the issue of the release of all the abducted 14 kids and also including their teacher. They marched all this way, they tried along the way. And what I have to say is that for the very first time I think I've been reporting protests like this. The police has been very, very professional in today's dealing. They followed seriously, make sure that they maintain careful, they make sure that nobody keep the line to actually show to them. But they see them now, see how they're shouting, see how they're lenting, talking about the experience of their first so far, talking about how children of 2-3 years have been in custody for 13 for 3 weeks for now. And yet, they see that the government is not doing a thing with practical action to solving this problem. That's why they are here. They want to relay their petition to the State House of Assembly so they cannot take it to the National Assembly, but always deliver it to the President. I'm sure the President will have a listening heart and also know what to do next.
Okay, thank you so much. Obinna Ume, our chief correspondent in Lagos, they're giving us that update of the protest being organized by some persons who say the authorities must do all they need to do to get those who are in captivity, especially these children and their teachers, out. Obinna, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me.
So the protest over the Orire kidnapping brought activities in parts of Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, to a standstill as angry teachers, workers, and students poured onto the streets. They were led by the Nigeria Labour Congress, and they're demanding an immediate government action to secure the safe return of the victims, warning that fear and insecurity were gradually taking over the state's education system. The demonstrators marched through major roads in the Oyo State capital, carrying placards and chanting solidarity songs as they called on both the state and federal governments to act decisively.
It is not a Palava. It is a general phenomenon. And so, every one of us, we are their targets. Yeah. We should all come out. Yeah. Let there be end for insecurity in Nigeria.
Governor Seyi Makinde, who addressed the protesters at the Agodi Secretariat, appealed for calm and urged teachers to suspend the shutdown of public schools. The governor described the incident as painful and emotionally personal, noting that he comes from a family of teachers and assured the residents that efforts were ongoing to rescue the victims safely.
I appeal to you to please have trust in your government. We're doing our best. I've heard from the federal government security operatives that have been here for the past 2 weeks. They spent their salary here. I've been meeting with them morning, night, and sometimes 3-4 times in a day. We shouldn't provide oxygen to the people that want to see us divided.
The protesters insisted action would continue until the kidnapped pupils and students regain freedom. Members of the National Association of Nigerian Students joined the protest, maintaining that schools cannot function normally while students and teachers remain in captivity. The protesters also called on private school operators across the state to join the solidarity action, insisting that the safety of children must become an urgent national concern. In Port Harcourt, teachers in solidarity protest described the recurring attacks on schools as not only crimes against education, but an assault on the collective future of Nigerians. Our correspondent has this report.
The protesters marched to the Government House, Port Harcourt, demanding urgent action from security agencies and government at all levels. The demonstration follows the abduction of pupils and teachers, as well as the gruesome killing of teachers in Oyo and Borno states on May 15, 2026.
We have watched helplessly as schools, the temple of knowledge, are turned into theater of horror. And the question that haunts every teacher, every parent, every student in the country is this: who is next? Today is Oyo State. Today is Borno State. Who is next? We are Rivers State, sir.
In a 4-point demand, the teachers are calling for the immediate and unconditional release of all teachers and pupils held in captivity. They want the federal and state governments to take immediate and decisive steps to end the recurring attacks on schools and justice for their slain colleagues in Oyo State.
Enough is enough. Our school must not become killing field. Our teachers must not become targets.
We are also assuring you that within the shortest possible time, these children will be released based on the effort of the federal government. For the state, we are doing all we can to ensure that security agencies do their best in securing the schools.
AIT News, Port Harcourt.
The safety of Nigerian schools must be prioritized to guarantee a conducive learning environment for children. This is the position of teachers in Plateau State, who also staged a solidarity protest in support of the students and teachers kidnapped in Oyo State.
The protesters joined their colleagues nationwide to demand the immediate and unconditional release of the victims kidnapped in Ogbomoso, Oyo State. Led by the Plateau State Chairman of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, Comrade Elisha Ayemani, the aggrieved teachers marched through the streets of Jos before heading to the government house to present their demands.
The AUT is particularly disturbed that no one can tell what is happening to the teachers and children as they are emotionally highlight the difficult and inhuman conditions they continue to endure in captivity.
The Plateau State government has promised a swift response to the grievances raised by the union.
I assure you, and this one I'm promising you, that His Excellency will call a meeting with your executives, and all of these issues will be discussed at the shortest possible time, so that we can get a feedback as soon as possible.
Stakeholders have repeatedly warned that the unchecked school abductions will cripple student enrollment, learning outcomes, and the overall development of Nigeria's education sector. Walker Squakut, AIT News, Jos.
And in Abuja, teachers are also demanding the immediate and unconditional and safe release of all teachers and learners in captivity across Nigeria. The national president of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, Audu Amba, said this during a nationwide rally.
On May 15, 2026, 7 teachers and 39 students were kidnapped from their schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. On the same day, over 40 students were abducted from Musa primary and secondary schools in Askira Uba local government area of Borno State. For over 2 weeks now, the innocent teachers and learners are still in captivity under inhuman conditions, leaving their families to live in fear and anguish.
We stand with one voice to insist that an attack on teachers is an attack on education. An attack on education is an attack on the future of Nigeria.
The Nigerian Union of Teachers therefore calls on both federal and state governments, all relevant authorities and security agencies to act swiftly, decisively, and responsibly to rescue all adopted teachers and students.
To our colleagues and children in captivities, we wish to assure you that you are not forgotten. The NUT stand with you, and we will continue to speak, advocate, and demand your freedom until you return safely.
Teachers across Nigeria embarked on a peaceful nationwide rally on Tuesday in solidarity with all teachers and learners held captive by bandits and terrorists in parts of the country. Dimas Nanzung, AIT News, Abuja.
The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has assured protesting teachers and civil society organizations that security agencies are intensifying efforts to secure the release of the abducted teachers and students in the FCT. The minister gave the assurance while addressing demonstrators who gathered in front of the FCT Administration Secretariat, demanding the immediate release and rescue of the recent school kidnapping victims.
Whether we like it or not, the government is doing all it can to see that those who are kidnapped are being rescued. I have that confidence that the security system will do all they can to make sure the teachers and the students that are being kidnapped in Oyo State are being released unharmed.
He, however, cautioned against politicizing security challenges, stressing that insecurity is a nationwide issue that requires collective responsibility rather than what he called political division.
I don't like politicizing anything that happens. You have said here in FCT that teachers have been kidnapped before. Why was there no protest in the country? It doesn't mean that the teachers in Abuja are not important. You see, I tell people the truth. You have said it here that teachers are being kidnapped in FCT before. Why is it that people never rose up to say, oh, let the teachers in Abuja also be released? So why is this one not particular? We're all concerned. We're all concerned, but let us not politicize issues. That's what I will not support.
The minister of the FCT, no responsible government will deliberately leave its citizens at the mercy of criminal elements. The Senate, at resumption of plenary on Tuesday, condemned the abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State, describing the incident as a direct assault on the nation and its future. While expressing sympathy with the victims and their families, the President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, cautioned politicians and political aspirants against exploiting incidents of kidnapping and insecurity for political gain. Our correspondent, Oyedia Uru, reports.
Lawmakers returned to the Senate chamber after a 3-week break to participate in their respective party primaries. The atmosphere is sober as they reflect on the recent abduction of pupils and teachers in Orire local government area of Oyo State.
For as long as those children remain in captivity, our nation remains captive with them. We mourn because a nation that cannot guarantee the safety of its teachers weakens the very foundation upon which education rests.
Akpabio emphasized the need to strengthen the protection of schools, communities, and vulnerable citizens while ensuring that perpetrators of criminal acts face the full weight of the law.
I want to caution that politicians should not try to take advantage of any tragedy that befalls our nation. Politicians and aspirants must resist that temptation for cheap publicity.
The Senate later observed a minute's silence in honor of those who lost their lives in the incident before proceeding into a closed-door session.
Now, following a closed session, the Senate set up a 6-member ad hoc committee to engage with relevant authorities and the Ministry of Finance concerning its resolution on aggrieved contractors who had protested earlier on before the Ministry of Finance. Now, these committees are expected to monitor developments and report back to plenary in 1 week. Oyedia Orom, AIT News, Abuja.
The National Assembly and the executive arm have been asked to commence full implementation of decentralization of the police and regional security architecture towards addressing the escalating security situation across the country. The request followed a motion of urgent public importance by a member representing Ogbomoso North and Ogbomoso South Federal and Orire Federal Constituency, Ayodeji Alawa Kala, who drew the attention of the House to what he described as a worsening security situation in parts of Oyo State, particularly within communities bordering the Old Oyo National Park.
Ayodeji Alawa Kala told his colleagues that the motion had become necessary following the abduction of more than 30 pupils and teachers from 3 schools and the killing of a mathematics teacher, Mr. Michael Oyedokun, while in captivity, calling for urgent intervention by security agencies.
Mothers in Orire are sleepless, fathers are broken, and children, still in the hands of their captors, are crying out for a rescue that has yet to come.
Alawa Kala disclosed that the Old Oyo National Park and surrounding forest belts have become a major security challenge, stressing that security issues across communities require a more localized approach than the current centralized policing system.
The National Assembly and the executive arm must, without further excuse or delay, commence full implementation of this House-adopted resolution on a decentralized and regional security architecture, the creation of state police, local government policing units, decentralized courts, and an integrated national intelligence and surveillance network. For the people have waited long enough, and every further postponement is paid for in blood of innocence and brings the nation closer to being overrun.
The House directed its committees on defense, interior, police affairs, and national security to jointly monitor the implementation of all resolutions and report back within 30 days. Ugianabe Udwimo, AIT News, Abuja.
The Christian Association of Nigeria has called on the federal government to immediately declare a state of emergency on insecurity following the persistent kidnappings, killings, and attacks across the country. The call was made at the end of the 2026 National Church Denominational Leaders Summit on the state of the nation and the way forward, which was held in Abuja. Addressing journalists after the summit, the president of the Christian Association of Nigeria, Daniel Oko, expressed concern over the worsening security situation, saying urgent and decisive action is needed to protect lives and restore public confidence.
CAN condemns in the strongest terms the barbaric acts of murder, beheading, torture, rape, abduction, and forced displacement being perpetrated against innocent citizens, and calls on the federal government to declare a state of emergency on security across the country. CAN demands the immediate and unconditional release of all abducted school children, teachers, and other citizens currently held captive by criminal elements across the country.
Of measures to honor victims of insecurity, the Christian Association of Nigeria declared June the 12th a National Day of Mourning and announced that churches across the country would observe a Black Sunday on that day in solidarity, that's on the 14th, with the affected families and communities. The Kogi State Police Command says it has recorded significant operational success in its ongoing efforts to apprehend the perpetrators of a coordinated bandit attack on Ayegule community along the Kaba-Obajana Road. This follows a swift joint security response that led to the arrest of a key suspect, the identification of several gang members, and the recovery of 100 rustled cattle. According to a statement by the Police Public Relations Officer, Saliu Afusat, the incident began in the early hours of June the 1st when a notorious bandit known as Batijo ordered the invasion of Ayegule community in Kababunu local government area. Afusat, the PPRO, said that during aggressive bush combing and search and rescue operations deep into the forest, operatives tracked the criminals to a Fulani settlement where 200 cattle had been rustled. Under sustained pressure, security forces arrested one Ibrahim, an alleged core member of Batijo's criminal network, and forced the bandits to abandon 100 of the rustled cattle. The Commissioner of Police in Kogi State, CP Naziru Kankanrufi, has since paid an on-the-spot assessment visit to Ayegule community alongside the Director of DSS in Kogi to meet with Oba Sunday Omodaromi and community leaders. And Kankanrufi commended the exceptional synergy and swift response of the joint security operatives, affirming the command's unwavering commitment to securing the release of all remaining captives and ensure the security of lives and property. The Kogi State Police Command assured the public of its proactive stance against criminality and asked citizens to continue supporting security agencies with timely and credible information. Now, staying with the police and its efforts to curb crime, the police in Niger have confirmed the arrest of a private security guard, Sani Abdurrahman, for allegedly abducting two of his employer's children, both who are 6 years old. And he kept them and took them to an unnamed destination in Minna, the state capital. The spokesperson of the police, Superintendent Wasiu Abiodun, said in a statement that the incident occurred at about 1 o'clock on Saturday, the 31st of May, around the Brighter area of Minna Metropolis. According to the police spokesperson in Niger State, that security guard, Abdurrahman, pretended that he was taking the children to a Salah celebration in the town, but since then, they have not been returned. He assured that an investigation has commenced and an effort to locate the children is ongoing. The security employee, Alaji Danjuma, who is a businessman, has called on the state government and the security agencies to assist in ensuring the safe release of his two children. Although he stated that some people called him saying they are in the Rana forest in Shiroro local government area of Niger State and have demanded that he brings ransom for the children who they say are in their custody to enable their release. While he further appealed to the general public to join him in prayers for ensuring the safe return of the children, the police have assured that an investigation has commenced and efforts to locate the children is ongoing. Let's come back. We'll have more for you on the news.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has begun an investigation into allegations of unauthorized access and disclosure of information from its Continuous Voter Registration CVR database. The Commission said in a statement issued by its National Commissioner, who is also the chair of the Information and Voter Education Committee, Mohammed Haruna, that the investigation follows social media reports that the voter data of a candidate in the recent Federal Capital Territory FCT political party primaries was leaked using official access credentials. Haruna said that while INEC's preliminary findings show no evidence of an external cyber attack, the Commission takes the allegation seriously and has immediately commenced a thorough investigation to establish the facts surrounding the incident. Haruna said that the incident under investigation related to the retrieval of a specific voter record and didn't indicate any compromise of the Commission's broader voter registration infrastructure or the personal data of more than 90 million registered voters. Meanwhile, INEC's commissioner disclosed that the Department of State Services, DSS, on its own, commenced an independent investigation into the matter, promising to cooperate fully with all relevant security agencies and would not hesitate to refer any person found culpable for legal action. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima has asked state governments to fast-track business-enabling reforms to unlock the full potential of the $750 million World Bank-backed SABRE program. He said the push is critical to attract investment, improve infrastructure, and drive growth at the subnational level.
Speaking at a stakeholders meeting in Abuja, Shettima said full implementation of SABRE will create a more predictable business environment. He listed benefits including lower cost of doing business, better access to land and commercial justice, expanded digital infrastructure, and stronger investor confidence. To ensure states get maximum value, the Vice President directed PEBEC Director General Zara Mustafa Audu to seek a one-year extension of the program. He noted that the optimization of SABRE would support President Tinubu's $1 trillion economy drive and boost jobs, productivity, internally generated revenue. Shettima stressed that while federal reforms set the tone, investor experience is largely shaped by state policies.
This meeting has been convened to take stock of our progress, identify the challenges slowing implementation, and agree on the concrete actions required to optimize the delivery of the program across participating states.
Shettima stressed that while federal reforms set the tone, investor experience is largely shaped by state policies.
We spoke about the deliverables associated with the program. We spoke about the status of all our states. We also spoke about some specific states and some of His Excellency's intention for all the states to be able to access this funding. As you know, like he rightfully mentioned, reforms that are only at the federal level have very little effect. The reforms have to trickle down into the subnational level. It's important that our states create an enabling environment because over 95% of Nigerian businesses are domiciled within those 36 states.
At the last NEC meeting, the 157th NEC meeting, we observed, following the presentation of the DG PEBEC, that a lot of states have not been able to access the funding that's available for them to improve the ease of doing business in their various states. And, you know, under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, we've done a lot of reforms, bold reforms, and he has also asked us to establish a $1 trillion economy.
PEBEC and the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning said participating states are making progress on disbursement-linked targets with funds tied directly to results under the Renewed Hope agenda. Mustafa Muhammad, AIT News, Abuja.
Over 1,000 traffic offenders have been arrested by the Federal Road Safety Corps through a special intervention operation codenamed Operation Guduma. The Corps Marshal, Shehu Mohammed, said the move is a nationwide enforcement offensive that reinforces its zero tolerance on road safety violations and security threats.
In a bid to sustain its zero-tolerance approach to traffic violations and ensure reduction in road traffic crashes on the highways, the Federal Road Safety Corps carried out the operation across critical transport corridors in 11 states. targeting dangerous practices such as overloading, mixed loading, fake diplomatic number plates, and other fraudulent vehicle identification violations that threaten lives and compromise security across the country.
Road traffic crashes that has been recorded in the recent time. We know majorly the high rate of fatality is actually as a result of overloading, especially where we have mixed loading. Majorly these trucks that always have both goods and human mixed up. So when there are crashes, the casualty level is always very high. That's why we are having a kind of mixed enforcement. The focus is number plate and overload.
The operation also uncovered numerous vehicles operating with unlatched containers and overloaded cargoes, conditions that significantly increase the likelihood of catastrophic crashes, fatalities, and economic losses. Opeta Agu, AIT News, Abuja.
The trial of former governor of Jigawa State, Sule Lamido, over an alleged 1.35 billion naira money laundering case witnessed a slight disagreement at the Federal High Court in Abuja over a witness produced by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, in response to a subpoena. Former Governor Lamido is standing trial alongside his sons, Aminu and Mustafa, as well as Aminu Wada Abubakar and two companies, Bameina Holdings Limited and Speeds International Limited. At the resumed hearing, the EFCC presented investigator Kayode Oyetunde as the subpoenaed witness. The defense counsel Joe Agi, a senior advocate, requested time to confer with the witness, a move opposed by the prosecution. Justice Ijoma Ojukwu declined an adjournment but temporarily stood down proceedings to allow the defense to interact with the witness. And when proceedings resumed, Oyetunde told the court he was not a member of the original investigative team and had only been directed to retrieve documents requested by the defense. Agi, the defense counsel, subsequently argued that the witness lacked first-hand knowledge of the case and could not provide relevant testimony, urging the EFCC to provide a more suitable witness. The prosecution, however, maintained that the witness had fulfilled the purpose of the subpoena by producing the required documents, stressing that the EFCC, as an institution, could be represented by any authorized officer. Justice Ojukwu advised the defense that if it wishes to question the previous prosecution witness, it should formally apply for that witness to be recalled. The court noted that subpoenas are generally issued when a witness refuses to appear voluntarily. After admitting the documents tendered through the subpoenaed witness into the evidence, the court adjourned further proceedings to Thursday, the 4th of June, for continuation of trial. The defendant had earlier sought to compel AFCT Chair Ola Olukoyede or any other official of the commission to testify in their defense after the court dismissed their no-case submission. Although the case was initially reassigned to Justice Peter Lifu by the Chief Judge of the Federal High Court after the Supreme Court ordered the retrial following its ruling on an appeal brought by the EFCC, the commission insisted that Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, who had previously handled the proceedings before being transferred, concluded the matter. The case was subsequently reassigned to Justice Ojukwu. Nigeria's House of Representatives has called on the executive arm of government to urgently release adequate funds to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention to strengthen the country's preparedness against the growing threat of Ebola virus, following a recent outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo, the DRC. This followed the meeting of the NCDC Director General with the House Committee on Health.
The prevalence of Ebola is high. That doesn't mean that cholera, Lassa fever are also not killing people. Are we together? This one has a level of international concern. That's why we are better. As a people, we need to also be vigilant in the way we carry our duties. And I think take out home from this meeting should be that when you go back, we also scale up meetings, intervention, which I believe many of you have already started. As a matter of fact, tomorrow we are also raising a motion on the floor of the House concerning this, and that will propel many of the things that have to do with funding, whatever, like the DG said, from the up that they should handle will ensure that the up to is abreast of our responsibility.
We know you are up to your game. The problem we have here is NDDC, you are not funded. That's funding. Come out of the NCDC. Come out of the rhetorics. You understand? Mine is to appeal to the federal government. Let us play it the way we should play it now. Because if there are no fundings to all that we're talking about here, you can have all the play games that you want to do. But if the funds are not there, guy, you were talking about some vehicles or some palliatives coming from somewhere. Is it not money you're going to buy it with?
DC and our team from the WHO highlighted challenges facing the agency.
Let us even forget about the airports. We have very porous borders in this country. This is coming even from the land borders that are not manned, they are not directly under our control. I read an article yesterday, I think IOM, what's IOM again? International something of migration. They gave a scenario of how migration can come in from those areas into this country. We need to be extremely careful. That's the essence of having this preparedness. Now at NCDC, we sat down, we looked at it. Luckily, last week, Thursday, I actually took a paper to the presidency, I couldn't see him, requesting for emergency funds. As at that time, I had no clue on the budget that we did, I just needed funds. And I think the Honorable will know our funding situation here. We need to start something.
Obviously, points of entry for the countries which are working right now on preparedness have to be the key focus at this point in time, and clarity of actions across with obviously coordination, which is involving all the partners, and this meeting is a reflection of your leadership and the importance of coordination between all the stakeholders. On the technical side, there is a lot of guidance, and I think we don't need to focus on this. The NCDC expertise and is strong in terms of coming up with very specific SOPs when it comes to different segments. I think what is really important is when we look into the preparedness plan, is to identify the isolation capacities, to make sure that there is enough lab capacities, because these are also elements when they're moving from preparedness to response.
The committee promised to ensure adequate funding for the NCDC and other relevant agencies to curtail the spread of Ebola virus. As climate change continues to intensify across Africa, experts and policymakers are warning that the continent can no longer afford to depend solely on external support to confront its growing environmental challenges. They are calling for urgent homegrown solutions and stronger regional collaboration to address the escalating threats of desertification, flooding, drought, food insecurity, and biodiversity loss.
Millions of people are already feeling the harsh realities of climate change as rising temperatures, desertification, flooding, drought, and food insecurity continue to threaten lives, livelihoods, and economic stability. At the Sustainability Summit in Abuja, stakeholders warned that the growing environmental crisis requires more than promises, calling for stronger cooperation among African countries to develop practical homegrown solutions.
We should not just be signing documents just like that for being accepted by the global north. The idea is, let's just do what will work for us. Let's discuss the issue of technology transfer. What do we need to do? Are we copying and paste, or are we trying to encourage ourselves to do our own by ourselves?
They stress that building climate resilience will depend on collective action, shared knowledge, and investments that directly benefit vulnerable communities.
Whereas our contexts are different depending on what country you're talking about, the solutions can actually be replicated, and sometimes some countries can be inspired by what others are doing so that they can also put that into their own context and see if it can work for them.
The summit also highlighted the need for African-led approaches to environmental sustainability, with plans underway to establish a continental platform that will promote collaboration, knowledge exchange, and locally driven solutions to climate challenges.
The federal government has underscored the need to strengthen bilateral relations with Israel, particularly in the areas of agriculture, security defense, entertainment, education, and healthcare, as part of efforts to accelerate Nigeria's socio-economic development. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, said this when he received the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, in his office. The SGF highlighted Nigeria's enormous potential, especially its vast arable land, large and vibrant population, and abundant natural resources, including oil. Speaking during the visit, the ambassador of Israel to Nigeria, Michael Freeman, described Nigeria as a blessed nation with immense opportunities and numerous similarities with Israel. Also at the event, the special advisor to President Tinubu on Homeland Security, Major General Adeyinka Famadewa, who is retired, noted that Nigeria and Israel share similar security challenges.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Sifo. Nigerian Super Eagles will today face Poland in an international friendly at the PGE National Stadium in Warsaw, as both sides continue to assess their squads and tactical options. 20 players took part in the Super Eagles training section on Tuesday, including defender Calvin Bassey, who joined the camp after arriving later than the rest of the squad. The team had earlier commenced preparation with 19 players, with Captain Wilfred Ndidi, Moses Simon, Frank Oyenka, Semi Ajayi, Bruno Yemechi, and Rafa Yendika among the notable names in training. The Super Eagles will be aiming to build on the confidence gained from their recent Unity Cup success over Jamaica when they take on the Eagles of Poland in Warsaw. After today's encounter, Nigeria will remain in Europe for another international friendly that will be against Portugal in Lisbon next week. Football fans across Nigeria are set for a month-long feast of world-class action as StarTimes confirms comprehensive coverage of the FIFA World Cup, the 2026 edition. Speaking in Lagos, the broadcaster said that subscribers will enjoy live matches, highlights, and expert analysis throughout the tournament. AIT's Edet Basi has this report.
To roll out plans for coverage of the 2026 FIFA World Cup matches, the rights owners disclose their plans to the media, even as questions on accessibility of signals are also answered.
For the signal, we encourage every customer to download StarTime on their Play Store app. That StarTime on, you can watch the World Cup on the move. Anywhere you are at any time, and the data consumption on that StarTime on is very, very low to compare the other streaming online viewing.
We slashed our prices, and then we are also putting a reward in place for whoever is going to, at least for our subscribers, at least it's a way for us to say thank you for being with us all these years, and that is exactly what we have put to the table. And aside that, we are also bringing HD value to them, so that, you know, when you are watching in the comfort of your home, late night, you are enjoying, even with as little as 4,000 naira, you can watch World Cup, all the 104 matches. Everything. So that is the reason why we put everything in place, so that we'll be able to give them value for every kobo spent.
Anticipated Nigerian fans' apathy towards the World Cup due to failure of the Super Eagles to qualify is not an issue as far as StarTimes are concerned.
Despite the unfortunate fact that Nigeria is not present at the World Cup, we also want to celebrate with the rest of the world. We want to celebrate the rest of our African brothers going, and some of many Nigerians also have favorite players. They want to also celebrate their players and support their country. So, irrespective of the fact that we are not there, we are saying you can still enjoy everything, and you don't have to put a hole in your pocket just to enjoy it.
The FIFA World Cup 2026, the first to be co-hosted by 3 countries being Canada, Mexico, and the United States, begins on June 11 and ends on July 19. Edet Basi, AIT News, Lagos.
The round of 16 fixtures of the 2026 President Federation Cup have been confirmed, with 8 matches scheduled for June 6 across different centers in the country. Former champions Bedell Insurance will face El Kanami Warriors in Abuja, while Rivers United takes on Nasarawa United in Oka. Another standard fixture will see Ikorodu City battle Eimba in Benin City as Kada Warriors square off against Wiki Torres in Abuja. In other matches, Sokoto United will face Adamawa United, Plateau United tackles Basira FC, Bida Lions confront Flight FC, and Sunshine Stars on the 19th side will take on Barrow FC. The winners will advance to the quarterfinals of Nigeria's oldest football competition. Away from football, the power of sport as a tool for social change was once again highlighted as the Ibadan Golf Club where over 60 golfers competed in a one-day tournament aimed at raising awareness about gender-based violence. The event was organized by Golf Gathers, a group of golfers and enthusiasts committed to leveraging the value of golf to addressing critical social issues and drive positive change in society.
Golf Gathers converged on the magnificent par 72 course of the Ibadan Golf Club for the 5th edition of the annual tournament, which focused on the need for greater awareness and action against gender-based violence. Players teed off in flights of 4 comprising 2 men and 2 women, underscoring the event's commitment to inclusivity and gender equality. Golf Gators president Mayowa Ani, shortly after teeing off, revealed that proceeds from the tournament will be channeled towards supporting victims of gender-based violence.
We're backing our words with actions, which is why we did the fundraiser, and we're supporting some of the charities. And these charities have shelters, you know, to harbor women who have encountered such challenges. These charities would also help them get back on their feet by teaching them skills and supporting them as well too, you know. So we are not trivializing it, not at all.
At the end of competition, Samuel Astrop, playing off handicap 14, emerged overall winner with a net score of 76, finishing 4 over par. In the women's category, Nena Omeke, a handicap 27 player, claimed the top prize with a net score of 84 to finish 12 over par. Beyond the competition and prizes, organizers say the tournament continues to serve as a platform for advocacy, using golf to amplify the message against gender-based violence and promote a more inclusive society.
If you start with awareness and a bit of support, emotional support, counseling, that visibility would, at the end of the day, shine towards government. Government has agencies that can actually provide this. They have these architecture to support, but it needs to be highlighted first.
And I know the first thing that people might think about is financial, but there are other ways that government, you know, can support, like prosecuting, people who are guilty of, violence against, a certain gender.
Emma Sport, many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Usifo.
Thanks, Osas, for the sports news there. Let's take you back to one of our top stories where we told you that judgment is actually ongoing at the moment in the trial of the 5 accused of the mass murder of 40 worshippers at the St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo. That's in Ondo State. I recall that during the trial, the prosecution called 11 witnesses, and a total number of 26 documents were tendered in evidence before it closed this case in February, while the defense opened its own case in March. There are 5 suspects. There you have them on your screen. Idris Abdulmalik Omeiza and Andulaim Idris, who are both 25, Al-Qasim Idris, who is 20, Jamiu Abdulmalik, 26, and Momo Otuho Abubakar, who is 47. Let's join our colleague now, Chibuzo Okeze. He's right there in the courtroom to give us the latest, whether the judgment has come in. Chibuzo, has the verdict come in?
Thank you very much, Shola. Yeah, thank you very much, Shola. Let me just go straight into it. Judgment has just been delivered in this matter where, 4 of the defendants, actually there are 5 of them, but 4 of them were sentenced to death by hanging until, there's no life remaining in them, according to the verdict of the judge, while one of them, who is the 5th defendant was discharged and acquitted of all, all charges against him. He was specifically, he's the 47-year-old man within the 5 defendants who was specifically charged for terrorism financing. But the judge said that the prosecution could not prove their case, beyond reasonable doubt that he was actually involved in terrorism financing. Now, I'll have to break it down for you. Count one has to do with joining of the Al-Shabaab group, which the defendant or the convict actually were found culpable. Count 2 has to do with attending meetings. Count 3 also has to do with, there are 9 counts, just for the sake of Nigerians who do not know. There are 9 counts. Count 3 has to do with conspiracy. Count 4 and 5 has to do with hostage taking and possession of dangerous arms. While count 6 has to do with terrorism financing, of course. And then count 7, count 8, and count 9. On all those ones in the sentence are geared towards, where you have detonating explosives that, in public spaces to actually cause bodily harm. So, of course, the judge found them guilty on count 1, count 2, sending them to 20 years, imprisonment on those counts, and also count 3. But as from count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, they were all death sentences according to the Terrorism Prohibition Act, 2022. And all these charges, the penalties take from 20 years and above or life imprisonment. And regarding other counts, count 4, 5, all those ones, the penalty leads towards death. And the judge, did not mince words when he said that this count from count 4 to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 actually, takes a death sentence. And the court actually mentioned that the convict, having been found guilty of this crime, are sentenced to death by hanging, and should be left there, until they are found lifeless. And so that is just the verdict that we just came out of the court. We just got out of the court right now. We are still yet to get the interview of the lawyers involved in the matter. I have to watch out to give Nigerians, update on what is going on. We'll give Nigerians update as to know whether, they would, or the convict would appeal this judgment. Shola.
Okay, thank you so much for your reporting. Chibuzo Okeze, thank you so much. So that's the report you have there from the Federal High Court in Abuja, where 4 of the 5 who are accused of carrying out the massacre in Owo, St. Francis Catholic Church massacre, 4 of them have just been sentenced to death. And the 4 are Idris Abdulmalik Omeiza, Andulahim Idris, both of who are 25 years old, Al-Qasim Idris, who is 20, Jamiu Abdulmalik, 26, while the 5th accused, Muhammad Abubakar, who is 47-year-old, the court found that the evidence adduced was not sufficient for conviction in this case. So we'll keep tracking this, and we'll bring it more on the state of this report, whether they will go on appeal in our subsequent bulletin. I am Shola Jaisimi. Please join us at 4. We'll have more for you on the World News.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
As they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe we got federalism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Across Nigeria, many families now sleep in fear. Commuters travel highways uncertain of returning home, while communities increasingly depend on self-help for survival amid rising security threats. But beyond the daily reports of kidnappings, violent crimes, and insecurity lies a deeper national concern whether Nigeria's policing system has the structure, manpower, equipment, welfare, and independence required to respond effectively. At the same time, growing tensions, rivalry, and overlapping operations among security agencies are raising further questions about coordination, institutional trust, and the overall effectiveness of Nigeria's internal security architecture. So, this week, we ask two critical questions. Is the Nigerian police force itself failing Nigerians, or has the country built a policing structure too weak to deliver the security citizens expect? And what happens when security agencies meant to protect Nigerians begin to publicly clash over operations, investigations, and jurisdictions? I'm Ada Bison Ononye, and you're welcome to Security Scoop, the program that beams the spotlight on critical security developments shaping national stability, law enforcement, public safety, and institutional accountability on Africa Independent Television, AIT, the station that puts security first. When Security Scope returns, we examine the institutional pressures, operational realities, structural weaknesses, and interagency tensions shaping policing outcomes across Nigeria. Stay with us. On this week matter of the moment, we focus on Nigeria's policing challenges, institutional pressures, interagency rivalry, and internal security realities. From abductions and organized violence to weak investigations, poor officer welfare, corruption concerns, political interference, overlapping mandates, and growing distrust among citizens and even security agencies themselves. Today's discussion interrogates the deeper structural burdens affecting enforcement operations across Nigeria. Joining us today is retired Commissioner of Police Lawrence Alobi, a lawyer, security consultant, and former Commissioner of Police, FCT Command, with over 3 decades of policing experience spanning operations, investigations, election security, peacekeeping, and national security coordination. You're welcome to Security Scope, CP.
Thank you for having me, Ada. My pleasure.
Yeah, but before we begin, let's take a look at the broader conversation. Will be on a developing story now drawing national attention and raising fresh concerns about operational rivalry among security agencies. The death of an operative of the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Mining Marshals Unit, DSC Agada Levy Agada, has sparked a major dispute between the Nigerian Police Force and the NSCDC, with both agencies now trading allegations over the circumstances surrounding the officer's death. Ongoing investigations, arrests, and claims linked to illegal mining operations in Nasarawa State. While police sources alleged that investigations traced over 2 billion naira to the account of one of the suspects and arrested some civil defense personnel linked to the investigation, the mining marshals have rejected the claims, accused the police operatives of bias, and called for the Department of State Services, DSS, to take over the investigation. Let's take a look.
According to the report, operatives of the Force Intelligence Department, FID, began investigations after receiving a petition from the deceased officer's family through their lawyer Wambuize Obasi Obi of Mekiao and co-legal practitioners. Police sources quoted in the report allege that over 2 billion naira was traced to a Zenith Bank account belonging to an NSCDC operative identified as Sergeant Jibril Labaran. The sources also claim that several mining marshals personnel invited for questioning failed to honor police invitations. The report further stated that 3 NSCDC officers, Simon Yakubu Ayabe, Ibrahim Ayefo, and ASC Nwodi Obochi, were later arrested by police operatives during an operation at the correctional facility. The deceased officer's family also raised concerns over what they described as conflicting explanations surrounding Agada's death, including claims that the fatal gunshot may have come from the firearm of another NSCDC operative. The family further alleged that the deceased officer's mobile phones had not been returned and questioned the circumstances surrounding financial support and burial arrangements handled by mining marshals. In a swift reaction to the claims, the NSCDC mining marshals issued a detailed rebuttal rejecting allegations linking its personnel to the death of the operative and disputing claims that over 2 billion naira was traced to the account of one of its officers. In a statement signed by the legal officer and lead prosecution counsel of the mining marshal, ACC Ojo Toluwatope Alex, the unit described the publication as misleading and inconsistent with the facts surrounding the incident. According to the statement, the Zenith Bank account referenced in the report showed total transaction of about 760,457 naira within 1 year, contrary to claims that over 2 billion naira passed through the account. The mining marshals further stated that the account belonged to Sergeant Jibril Labaran and primarily reflected salary payments and related transactions. The unit also alleged a history of dispute between the mining marshals and Team N of the police FID, led by CSP Abdulmajid Abisoye Oyiwumi, over operations at an illegal mining site in Nasarawa State. According to the statement, the disputed mining location had remained under protection as a crime scene tied to ongoing criminal proceedings involving alleged illegal miners already facing trial at the Federal High Court. The mining marshals claimed that CSP Oyewumi and his team had on several occasions disrupted their lawful operations at the site and previously arrested some of their personnel, leading to the petition to the former Inspector General Police and interventions by senior police authorities. The unit also alleged that some media reports published against the mining marshals in the past were part of coordinated efforts to blackmail the operation. On the arrest of 3 officers identified as Simon Ayebe, Ibrahim Ayefo, and ASC Nwodi Obochi, the mining marshals disputed claims that the officers were arrested while attempting to visit a remanded suspect at the correctional facility. The statement maintained that the officers had gone to meet the deceased officer's elder brother, Matthew Agada, who works at the Kuje Correctional Center, to seek clarification over reports linking the deceased officer's death to the ongoing investigation. According to the statement, the officers were later detained after correctional officials allegedly contacted FID operatives. The mining marshals further claimed that the Inspector General Police later directed that the officers be released, but alleged that the directive was initially ignored until the Deputy Inspector General in charge of FID intervened. The unit stated that internal investigations into the death of DSC Agada Levy had already commenced and that indicted personnel remained in custody pending disciplinary procedures and possible prosecution. The mining marshals also gave an account of events surrounding the officer's death, stating that the commander of the unit and his team were in Zurich, Wasi local government area, Plateau State, on official assignment linked to a gas explosion when news of the incident reached them on February 19, 2026. According to the statement, the team immediately returned to Abuja overnight before visiting the deceased officer's family in Kaduna. The unit stated that discussions were held with the family, while support was also provided for burial arrangements through a family burial committee set up with the consent of the deceased officer's relatives. The statement further disclosed that an additional 3 million naira support package was later sourced from friends of the operative for the deceased officer's wife. The mining marshals also explained that the deceased officer's mobile phones were retained as part of internal investigations after investigators reportedly discovered WhatsApp conversations and voice notes allegedly showing that the deceased officer had moved outside designated operational boundaries before he was shot. According to the statement, the phones and related materials will be made available to the Department of State Services if the agency takes over the investigation. The unit further accused CSP Oyewumi and members of his team of attempting to arrest the mining marshals-led prosecution counsel Ojo Toluwatope Alex at his residence in Abuja after the release of the detained officers. The statement alleged that the incident caused tension at the military estate in Sauka, Abuja, and claimed that soldiers on guard duty prevented the arrest because some Chinese nationals were allegedly seen occupying the police team. The mining marshals also alleged that foreign nationals linked to illegal mining activities were sponsoring attempts to undermine the operation because it's cracked down on illegal mining activities across parts of the country. While insisting that DSC Agada Levy died in line of duty, the mining marshals maintained that no member of its management team was involved in the officer's death. The unit called for the Department of State Services, DSS, to take over the investigation in the interest of impartiality and urged the public to remain calm while investigations continue. As of the time of filing this report, the Nigerian Police Force had not issued an official response to the latest allegations made by the mining marshals against operatives of the Force Intelligence Department.
Controversy is now raising broader questions about rivalry, trust, deficit, overlapping mandates, operational conflicts, and the consequences of poor interagency coordination within Nigeria's security system. So, CP Alobi, when security agencies publicly clash over such issues, jurisdiction, investigations, claims and counterclaims go into the public, I mean, how do Nigerians begin to trust them again to even protect them?
Well, thank you very much for this question. This is very, very embarrassing. Embarrassing to the two agencies, embarrassing to the nation itself, and to the government, of course. You see, this is also the consequence of unnecessary proliferation of security agencies. So you see, when you talk about mining, you have mining. There's mining within the state, and then the DSS, the civil defense was supposed to be doing about illegal mining. If the government has not created some of this unnecessary proliferation, this won't arise. And I said, like I said, it's embarrassing to both the two agencies, the civil defense, the Nigerian police force, the federal government, and the country at large. These are agencies that are supposed to work together like fingers of one hand. No agency can do it, it can do it alone. And this is the problem of when you create agencies, security agencies, they don't define operational guidelines to say these are the boundaries, what you should do, should not do, this one should be done, and so forth. You just create them and then leave them. The next thing is rivalry and competition, which is not healthy.
But the mandate of the civil defense is to protect critical infrastructure.
Yes, that is a mandate. But now, the police function, the Police Act says prevention of crime. Crime, whatever nature of crime, whether it's mining crime, whether it's bunkering, whether it's any type of crime. That's the police have the widest power, any type of crime.
All right, so let's...
So I think, like I said, it's embarrassing to the nation, to the two forces. We're not fighting. Nobody can do it alone. It's supposed to be collaboration and cooperation, not competition. What are you competing for? You'll be there tomorrow, you leave it. So I think it's unfortunate, it's embarrassing, like I said, and I think the government should address it, to put a stop to all this, because this kind of embarrassing situation to the nation. It doesn't happen in other crimes. There should be like rules of engagement for each agency. These are what they should do. These are lines of operation and so forth. So now, if because of this unnecessary proliferation of agencies, what stops government saying, okay, if you have the police have a duty to, you have marine police, you have marine police of all areas of crime. The police has power over all areas of crime. Now that they've created and it's very different about infrastructure. Infrastructure is defined and restricted. But now every agency want to do police work. Every Nigerian want to do a police work.
Well, people will argue that you are speaking defensively because police is your constituency.
Not at all. We need to be objective. No sentiment, no emotion. The Section 4 of the police said prevention of crime, detection of crime, and apprehension of all of offenders, to prevention of crime, detection of crime, every types of crime, whether it's marine crime, whether it's minerals, whatever, anything about forests, and each community where these mines exist, I will need a police command, a police division. Right. Why can't the police now oversee this? And even if they have to exist, civil defense have to exist. They work together with collaboration. You go to an area, you have a problem, you call your colleague, this police, oh, this is what this problem. The police will cooperate with them and work together. There should be no need for this rivalry. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to both agencies.
All right, sir. Let's go to the second part of our discussion today. Has Nigeria, as a country, built a police force structurally capable of confronting today's evolving security threats? I ask this because of the continuous call for the creation of state police.
Yeah, the police, whether it is state police or national police, it's the same police. The same rules, the same principle of law, they will enforce the law in line with Section 4 of the Police Act and in line with Section 214 of the Nigerian Constitution. So it is not just whether, the point is that structurally, the police have been so destroyed from for the military rule to the present day
democratic system.
So the police, in fact, when the police was established, the police is a mother force. Don't forget, the police was a mother force of all agencies. All these agencies came from the police. The DSS was then NSO, the immigration, the customs, the prison. They all were all part of the police. But now they have snowballed and now become various agencies of independent agencies. They should work together. And the structurally now, because of unnecessary political control in particular. Before now, when some of us were in service, we didn't have, what are we listening today? For me, I bleed in my heart.
Please break it down. What do you mean?
I bleed in my heart because when I was in service, no government, when I was CPF to FCT, one day told me to whom to post as a DPO. I was posted as CPFC not by any government. I was because they said there was a need. I was sent to FCT because of a poor crisis. There was a crisis in FCT, and which could not be managed. And I was sent there on rescue operation. And I know what I did. It's down to the whole what I did. So the point is that unnecessary political control has destroyed this country.
Please break down what you mean by unnecessary political control.
Yeah, you see, for instance, the governors see the police as an extension of their political parties, which they control. Not at all. Police is not a political party. Nigerian police is not a political party. Neither is an extension of their political party.
How do they control the police?
A governor wants to tell the IG to post who to come and commissioner of police in the state. A governor will tell the commissioner of police to post who to be a DPO in a local government division. That is not supposed to be so. The IG knows which commissioner of police has capacity and capability, has the competence to manage in terms of professionalism, in terms of operations, in terms of investigations, in terms of crisis management, to be able to go to each state. Not just post anybody based on political consideration or based on parochial nepotic considerations or political considerations. No, it is based on capacity. You are posted there because you know you can deliver. You do it because you're capable, you have the capacity. But when you now allow politicians now control now, this control now is not, that's why the force is going down the drain. I weep in my heart when I see what is happening. I weep in my heart. I was civil federal operation for 6 years. I controlled the whole operation in the country. The whole operations in the Nigerian police in the country, I controlled for 6 years. Nobody ever controlled me.
How do we fix this? Let's look at the solutions.
I think I want to thank the IG this year for being proactive, for thinking ahead and planning ahead. He has proactively given a well-articulated, comprehensive memorandum to the National Assembly on how to address some of these challenges. And one of the things is that he has given about 60-page recommendation to the National Assembly. And I want the National Assembly to learn from Mr. President. During the last police day, Mr. President, in his address to the nation, said, equipping and funding the police, or equipping the police, it should not be seen as an act of charity and an obligation. That is solely in line with Section 14B of the Constitution, which says, the security and well-being of citizens shall be empowered purpose of government at all levels, at state level, at local government level, at National Assembly. Should they emulate from that? They should learn from that statement. And I pray Mr. President walk his talk. I think that the Messiah for the place has come by Mr. President's talk. The police is not there for anybody to control. The police should be empowered. In this country, we think of how, we are concerned how to destroy the institutions, empowering them and destroy the institutions that ought to act to be effective. Police is a key agency of democracy. Without policing, without policing and law enforcement, no democracy cannot grow. No government can survive, no government can function effectively. So the government should know that police has a critical role to play in the institutions of democracy and governance in this country. And without that, the government should not allow politicians. Politicians think they should not see police as their political party should control. They control politicians in their state. The police is a professional institution, security agency. That should not be tampered with at all. It's based on professionalism, based on competence, and based on capacity. So I want to enjoin Mr. President to please let him adopt his statement that policing, that equipping and funding the police, equipping the police, empowering the police as an act of charity, an obligation. Let the governors also learn from that. Let us see that as a duty, not an issue of control. No law that says government should control the police. Not at all. By showing they're destroying the police. And by destroying the police, that's why the country is suffering today. Therefore, the country, because the police have been destroyed. The country today, see the police has not been relegated to the background, which is supposed to be the mother force, lead agency, internal security, in law enforcement and policing.
Sir, in 40 seconds, what will you advise the president to do now to kick off the resuscitation of the police? In your words, when you see what's going on in the police now, you weep.
Yeah, I think, like Mr. President said, I pray that he walks his talk when he says that equipping and funding the police is not an act of charity, but an act of obligation. Line Section 14B of the Constitution. The point is that let the police be well-funded, well-equipped, well-motivated. Police life is the poorest in the country today, in the whole world. Of all the polices in the world, Nigerian police is the poorest paid. You send some divisions don't have police, they don't have police vehicles, patrol vehicles to respond to crisis. To meet in my own local government, ECOM, they don't have vehicles. The only vehicle again that was donated by the Cocoa Association of ECOM. There was an incident that happened in Boki and Obubra. The DPO had to go to the scene on a motorcycle. That's embarrassing to the government, embarrassing to the state. So I think what they should do is that to save Nigeria from military security and save the country and save the government, the government should see to, Mr. President should see it as privatize effective police, privatize the issue of funding the police, equipping the police, and saying their morale and capacity training. Now, election is coming up, for instance. How prepared is the service security agency and the police for the election? They need to be trained, to be equipped. So I think Mr. President should please stand his ground and say, I want to make a mark. I want to make a difference. Okay. I want to leave a legacy. At the time you leave, let me remembered. Now, remember Olusegun Shagari, when Shagari was the president, when Shagari was in this country, he equipped the police very well. But unfortunately, when our military colleagues came on board, they saw the police as a threat. That the police well equipped, it will be checking military.
All right, sir.
So I think, Mr. President, I want you to do the best for this country. Leave elections that will be remembered. Fund the police, equip the police, and empower the police, and you save the problem of insecurity in this country.
Thank you, sir. So you have told the president to adopt the model of Shagari, who well funded the policing in Nigeria. I'm sure he has heard you. Thank you very much, retired CP Lawrence Alobi, for joining us on Security Scope. This conversation is not over. We'll call you again to look at the developments as they unfold.
Thank you very much for this program. I hope Nigerians will also listen. Nigerians should also know that they also have an obligation under Section 24 of the Constitution, which says that every Nigerian has a duty to assist security agencies. See us an obligation to assist the police, not an act of charity.
All right,
thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. On our part on Security Scope, we'd like to let you know that as criminal networks evolve, public frustration deepens, and security demands continue to expand. Questions surrounding the future of policing and internal security coordination in Nigeria remain unavoidable. Beyond promises, policy statements, and periodic reform announcements, many Nigerians are demanding security institutions that are professional, accountable, intelligence-driven, properly equipped and capable of protecting lives without compromising public trust or engaging in damaging institutional rivalry. Nigeria can only build professional, trusted, and effective security institutions when political interference is reduced, accountability becomes institutionalized, officers are properly equipped and motivated, intelligence systems function effectively, and security agencies operate with coordination, discipline, professionalism, and respect for the rule of law. I'm Ada Bison Ononye, and remember to say no to drugs. Thank you for watching. See you next week.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
told you that on an ordinary Sunday, the pulse of modern Africa comes alive. From city life, creativity, and future living, all in one place. Music in the air, flavors that hit, and energies that you certainly can't fake. Welcome to Main Street Sundays. This is where the city trades out all the traffic for culture. From streetwear, and also not forgetting that street food that will have you saying just one more bite. This is Johannesburg, certainly in its element. It's bold, it's vibrant, and it's certainly full of soul. But before we explore the streets, let's give you a glimpse as to what you can expect in this episode. Have you ever wondered how the African drum sound is made from scratch? Well, Samson is in Benin to find out. Our Dream Home series brings big views and clean lines in a home on the southern tip of Africa that's serving coastal calm. From all-female crews to matatus that double as rolling masterpieces, we see how Kenya turned graffiti into culture. My name is Itumeleng Khosigadi Yakabanda, and you're watching Afrimax. Now, this is not the Lusaka that you think you know. Kafula Simbala literally dives into 5 levels of pure adventure, pushing limits, chasing thrills, and at some point, literally running for her life. It's bold, it's unexpected, and certainly something that you do not want to miss.
Everyone says Lusaka is for hustle. But I'm here to prove we've got the wild side that will make your heart race faster.
5 levels, 1 mission. I tested Lusaka's wildest experiences.
Level 1, hiking. Whether it's the raggedy trails of the Lusaka National Park or the scenic paths of Tiffany Canyon, hiking is the ultimate flex of health.
It's low stress, but high impact. It builds grit, improves cardiovascular endurance, and connects you to the real Zambia without needing a 4x4.
So this makes your blood run real fast and your heart pump faster.
Hiking is our warm-up, but it gets wild from here. Level 2 raises the adrenaline fast.
If you want to level up, there's something about ziplining at a gazillion miles per hour that hits differently.
Level 2, ziplining. In the new Zambia, we aren't just looking at the ceiling. We're treating it like a suggestion. Gravity? What's that?
You really never get used to ziplining. The adrenaline rush is crazy, but it's exciting. I love it. Okay, heart rate is up, but now we're about to get serious. Tiffany's Canyon is not just about the pretties. Level 3 is about strategic patience. Thank you. Right now, we're putting on the armor of God. Aaron, we need to hide, right?
I did that!
You did this.
Paintball slows the pace down, but slow focus turns into real danger.
Dodging paint is one thing.
Thank you.
But now, we're moving to the real thing. Thank you very much, sir. Taminuka, on to the next one, but for this particular one, I need to be all covered up, and you will see why.
Level 5. The absolute limit. I'm at Kalimba Farm Reptile Park, winding myself up to carry a python. Yes, you heard that right. Smart girls play hard, right? They say it. It will be fun, they say it. Let's find out.
It's opening its eyes.
Yeah, that's good. So I want it to make sure it doesn't open. Then you have to smile. You have to keep it in your mouth.
Yes, there we go. I have hiked, I have flown, and I have survived the cheetahs, but the snake, that's where I draw the line. My heart is wired, my heart is peak. Catch you on the trail.
Now, there's something really exciting happening in the heart of Joburg. And trust me, it's not what you expect. Joining me right now is Dawn Robertson, who is one of the key forces behind Josie My Josie. This is an initiative and a movement that is getting people to reimagine how we experience the city. Now, Dawn, first of all, let's start with, we are in Joburg CBD. Can you believe it? You talk about Main Street Sundays, right? And you said this is the education hub. So for those who don't know Main Street Sundays, what are they mainly about?
So this is Main Street Sundays, and it's part of what we're calling our Open Street Initiative. So this is really a big experiment, a tactical experiment, to prove to the city that we can close off streets to cars and taxis and invite people to come back to the streets. You're too young to remember, but those of us that are older know that we played in the streets. We came home when the street lights came on. Kids today don't get that opportunity, so that's why we wanted to draw as many kids into the city, get them to ride their bikes and skate and to rollerblade in the streets, and really about getting community. I mean, look at this. Where do you find people sitting silently reading in the middle of the city?
Well, thank you so much, Dawn. I look forward to exploring, but I'd like you to show me around.
Let's go.
From hands that carve to beats that travel across the continent, Africa's heartbeat certainly lives within every single drum. Rooted in tradition, but also echoing beyond its origins, this is where sound becomes soul.
Ladies and gentlemen, kick off those high heels because we are about to embrace the African dance. Today, I've got two incredible hustlers. One is a percussionist.
My name is Unga Cecile. I'm a member of Pepitat. I'm a percussionist and dancer.
And the other is a drum maker.
My name is Ahuan Bueke Isaac. I make drums. This is my hustle.
In Africa, we say you can't dance without a drum. So I access it to take me to a famous drum maker in Benin Republic.
If you want to try this craft, the first tool we use for shaping is this one. We call it Hanvi Achue. The second tool is called Akun. No matter what type of drum you are making, you will need this tool to make holes in the wood. The tool is very important for shaping the drum. We call it Hanvi Nukpaton.
Guys, it's so unfortunate I cannot try this out how I wish I can do it, but according to their tradition, a stranger is not allowed to use all these tools.
Sam, this is what we use to scratch the drum's body. We don't use sandpaper. No matter what kind of drum it is, we use this to clean its body.
Wow,
can you see how smooth it is now? After putting on the leather, we place the drum back in the sun. We soak the leather in water to make it soft. Once it's soft, we attach it to the drum and we put it back in the sun to dry.
To make a drum takes a lot of process, from carving the wood to getting the animal leather. And thereafter, they take it to the market and people like Pepit App come to buy the drum. Wow, you've got so many drums here.
Yes.
Now tell me, what name do you call this one?
It is Pavle.
Pavle?
Yes.
And this one?
Pavle.
Pavle?
Same drums is Pavle.
Nice one. And this one?
No, this.
Wow. Now, tell me, what does it take to be a percussionist?
All you need is the desire, the enthusiasm, and the passion to become a percussionist, as this is where you learn the skills. There is no requirement to have prior experience. Even if you've never played before, we will guide you in learning how to play.
Guys, it's not easy to be a drummer. This guy is trying. What kind of event do you guys normally attend?
We have performed several shows in France. We went to Dubai for Expo 2020. We went to Germany, specifically to Bayreuth, and we participated in the Mask Festival in Porto Novo and the Vodun Days Festival in Ouidah last January.
Is this your also profitable?
Yes.
It's profitable because, first of all, when we are invited for festivals as artists, and in order to avoid any issues, we are given money. And the money is not for our supervisors to take and use. No, no. Our travel, our tickets, we do not use our own money to pay for this. We use the money for these shows to pay for the visa, plane ticket, suitcases, food, and everything.
I can see that you guys have a lot of young people among your team. How do you guys balance your education and your profession?
Our schooling is also funded by the Pepitat Center. Each year we receive study aids to help us perform well in school, including supplies and other resources. So they help and support us.
You dance so good. So I'm wondering, how do you manage to twist your body like this?
It's normal because I've been learning to dance and sing for 6 years. I've always learned it here.
Wow. So guys, as the great African proverb says, when the drum beats, the art dances. And when the art dances, the spirit is free.
Roland from Young Urbanists is reimagining the way in which cities are designed. They're advocating for inclusivity, shared streets, and also just the way in which things are actually done within the city. Roland, first of all, it's amazing to be here, to be walking around. How much closer are we to getting to a city that is shared and designed with people in mind?
Long way to go, but we have to start. Yes, there's potholes in our roads, but we actually think beyond potholes. We're rethinking what roads are for to show that how we can make streets like Main Street safer, but of course, how do we make the whole city safer?
Well, Bob, first of all, let's talk about the excitement of the city trading our traffic for culture.
Well, I'm not a big fan of traffic because I'm a cyclist, so the more traffic we can get rid of and open spaces like this for people to come in and have the freedom is fantastic for me.
And finally, the best thing about being here today.
Have fun.
Yeah.
Like, let us have fun and let us meet new people, you know? That is the only thing that I'm here for, by the way. Yeah. Thank you.
Time now for Dream Homes, where my colleague Valisa Dembe steps into a home out in Hermanas. This home has spaces, views, and design that definitely inspires.
Across Africa, incredible homes are raising the bar of modern design. This series gives you a front row seat to unapologetically stylish spaces. The kind you can't help but save, screenshot, and dream about. Who said a holiday home has to play it casual? Swap city life for a coastal escape like this, and suddenly leaving on a Sunday feels optional. Palesa Tembe is in Pringle Bay, exploring a gorgeous seaside retreat designed by Mark Anthony Houston of Lim. This home proves that holiday living can still deliver full-blown luxury. With its entertainment spaces placed high to soak up the ocean views, this home saves the best for last. And as we head upstairs, the design starts to unfold, one stunning space at a time.
So here we've reached the main living space, which is where all the action happens. It's such a wonderful, homely space.
Mark, thank you so much for inviting me out. Tell me about this project.
So the client brief was to take a very sad, dated house. The structure existed, but it was quite pokey, where there were little low ceilings. There was literally one bathroom for 4 bedrooms, which was ridiculous, and a lot of like unused space in the home. So we took everything, we stripped it right back down.
Tell me about the layout of the home.
On 3 levels, on the Dune Reserve, which overlooks the ocean. But what's lovely is when you come from the street, it's quite imposing, and it sort of seems to sort of project itself out of the dune and out of the fynbos around it. So as you come in, there's a lovely little foyer area, which leads off into a beautiful workspace, which is perfectly kitted out for sort of working from home. As you meander, there's through the central staircase, you get to the 2nd level, which is a lovely haven where you can retreat. The bedrooms are all separated from the rest of the living space. And then you meander up the staircase again to this wonderful, expansive living space where everyone enjoys themselves and has a great time.
This is the home's main hangout. Big, open, but cleverly zoned so everyone can do their own thing. Oversized sofas, serious TV vibes, and just the right amount of winter coziness make it perfect for misty Pringle Bay days and long binge sessions.
Stepping into the kitchen, I'm immediately attracted by that dusty green and the brass details.
Yes, so you'll see that like sort of silvery, sagey green is a common thread that runs throughout the whole home. And we wanted something with this kitchen to be a little bit more on the bold side, which is quite exciting. So lots of natural timbers, and then the brass hardware is just something that'll just patina beautiful over age and adds that sort of metallic element to the space.
The kitchen flows straight out to the bride deck, with stacking windows that slide open, turning cooking into a full-on social event. Easy chats, shared plates, and 0 barriers.
So you see we're now in the dining space, but what we've done is we've tried to sort of bleed the kitchen out so it's not so compartmentalized into the rest of the living space by linking it with a beautiful cabinet there filled with glassware. And you'll see behind us also that green, that lovely green that you love so much, continues into this dining area.
And Mark, leading up the stairs, I caught a glimpse of that gorgeous passageway leading to the bedrooms. It creates a resort, relaxed feel.
We wanted to try and create the bedroom area of the home, sort of like a retreat, something that was quite separate from the rest of the living spaces. You know, somewhere where you can go, be quiet, and just reflect on and relax.
The bedrooms peel off the central spine, and with every step, the vibe softens. Muted tones, layered textures, and all the feels comfort gives every room, including the master, that calm, cocooned energy. Smart planning turns one bathroom into a run of en-suites, all linked through some fabulous materials. This home is proof that beach living can be effortless and still surprise you. It's the kind of holiday home where everything just clicks. The layout, the mood, the details. This is design that doesn't need drama to impress. So, weekend getaway or forever home?
Often synonymous with city is graffiti. Colette Prince has handpicked some Kenyan artists who are not just turning streets into galleries, but they're actually making a real difference.
Think graffiti is just paint on walls? Think again. In Kenya, it's loud, bold, and it means something more. Let's check it out. Coming in at number 3, the Graffiti Girls, an all-female crew using street art to speak up, stand out, and own the streets.
For us as Graffiti Girls, painting gives us a voice. And who better to paint issues that affect women than women themselves, than girls themselves?
This isn't just graffiti. It's showing what's really happening in these communities.
Things that we like to address are things like social justice, voicing out issues of, again, gender-based violence, because it still exists. And as women, we go through it a lot. And as women, we love to have the pleasure of painting about it.
But what sparked the Graffiti Girls?
Why there was a need to form Graffiti Girls, we were all male writers, graffiti artists. And then there were too many issues socially affecting women in Kenya. Young women artists can come, like a safe space to my classes, and I could teach both graffiti art, how to use spray paint, the medium of spray paint as a tool to paint.
The Graffiti Girls' stories and voices are hitting the streets hard.
The message that we want to put out is empowerment, especially in communities where that doesn't really exist.
From painting the streets to driving the culture, because in Nairobi, even the buses are a canvas. At number 2, it's Matatus.
The feeling is so thrilling, as compared to other types of matatus. When you board a matatu which has a lot of graffiti and the crew is fun and the music is loud, and considering I'm a young person, that's what we young people like.
Matatus are easily the coolest ride on the streets. And this is Brian Wanyama, aka Graph. He's putting the spotlight on the world of matatus.
Through showcasing the matatus, I feel like it's a really good way of being an ambassador of Kenya, because first of all, we get to showcase the art, we get to showcase even the lifestyle behind it, and this brings fulfillment.
Graph's also an award-winning creative. He works with teams to turn these rides into rolling artworks.
In terms of collaborations, we usually work with the graffiti artists and also graphic designers in terms of developing concepts within the creative arts industry. Graffiti really plays a big role because it's the first thing you'll get to see when a matatu approaches you, or when you see a video or even a picture of a matatu. The matatu industry solidifies Kenya's identity by the art that we showcase. It's something that is unique, not just in Africa, but throughout the world. And it also provides a very huge market for youth employment.
And at number 1, a name you can't ignore, the godfather of graffiti in Nairobi, Bankslave.
I use it as a voice. I use it as a tool just to communicate, or just to bring a dialogue to the world or anyone else who wants to view this piece of work and probably get inspiration out of it. So it's important for me because I can inspire people with it.
And he totally slaps, a master of graffiti, but his journey must have started somewhere.
I studied fine art. For my 3 years there, we used to go out and do graffiti gigs, and this was more impactful because it's in the streets and there's more audience than when you have it in a gallery where the audience might be not as much as it is in the streets.
Bankslave's work isn't just striking, it also carries meaning, from murals of presidents to athletes, and powerful tributes in moments of tragedy, like after the horrific terrorist attack on this mall in Kenya, when he painted a living piece of artwork around a drainpipe.
This is the place that I painted the Westgate piece. It was here on this trench.
The work is gone now. Street art isn't made to last, but that's a part of the story.
For an artist, when you're painting on a wall, you don't have the expectation that this piece will stay a long time, because most of them are not your walls. So we just come onto this wall and just put our magic there.
In Kenya, street art is more than just art. It lives, breathes, and demands attention. That's what we at Afrimax call Seriously Cool.
So from the flavors to the beats, Main Street Sundays is the perfect reminder that the heartbeat of the city is not in its traffic, but rather within its people. So the next time that the streets open up, make sure that you come through, you feel the vibe, and you incorporate it within the story.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
And welcome to Gender Agenda, where leadership, policy, power, and people intersect, and where the conversations shaping Nigeria's future takes center stage. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. You're welcome. Now, this evening, the theme is both timely and critical. 2027 and beyond, reimagining political parties for women's inclusion. As conversations around the 2027 elections begin, questions around women's political participation remain urgent. Despite making up nearly half of Nigeria's population, women remain significantly underrepresented in leadership and elective office, facing barriers such as political violence, exclusion, limited funding, and cultural bias. While countries like Rwanda and South Africa continue to strengthen women's inclusion in politics, Nigeria still struggles with low female representation. And now this raises an important question. Can democracy truly be inclusive if women are excluded from the spaces where decisions are made? Now, joining us this evening is Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, former female presidential aspirant under the PDP, former gubernatorial and House of Representative aspirant, and executive director of the Tari Oba Foundation. Now, her political journey offers deep insight into the realities women face within Nigeria's political trajectory and its system, and what must change ahead of 2027. And here today on Gender Agenda, we also pause to condemn the recent abductions of students and teachers in parts of the country, including the attacks in Oyo and Borno State. These tragic incidents remind us the schools must remain safe spaces for learning and not for fear. We call on government, indeed, and security agencies to please intensify rescue, prioritize efforts, and strengthen protection for children and communities across Nigeria. And indeed, as we continue this important conversation on leadership, governance, inclusion, and security, one thing remains clear. The future of Nigeria depends on how well we protect and how well we'll empower its people, especially women and children. Well, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
My name is Tari Oba Oliver, and I am a Nigerian. I will tell you why. I was born in Lagos. My father is from Delta. My mother is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State, and I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have light. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you this is the time for the power to go is from Bayelsa. My grandmom is from Oyo. My paternal grandmom, she's from Benue State. My husband is from Imo State. And I am a Nigerian. I am here standing to tell you that the permanent solution to our problem is to give the power back to the local government. It is not a coincidence that we have representatives from the 774 local government right here as the delegates. It is the time to take the power back to the local government. If we have a security system that is based on the local government structure, Nigeria will be secured. If we have electricity at the local government level, Nigeria will have lights. And if we have technology where every community has access to internet, we will do well as a nation. So I am here to tell you, this is the time for the power to go back to the women in the community, to the youth. We have over 18 million out of school children. They need to be back in school. I have no money, silver and gold I have none, but I am standing here as
Well, thank you for staying with us. And there's our guest. Good evening, Honorable Tyrus. Good to have you.
Good evening, Adora.
Thank you.
Nice to
sit
see
down.
you.
Nice to see you. All right, so we saw you vituperating on the stage that day. You know, vote for me, take the power back to the local government. It's time for women to be given a chance. And we have seen you come out time and time again. First, you contested for governorship, and then you attempted presidency. You have done state assembly, you've done House of Rep. So you've gone through all the cadres when you talk about women running for office and trying to really, and you've served also as a technical advisor to the Bayelsa state government. So now, having contested at different levels of Nigeria's political system, from the presidency to the governorship to House of Rep, from your experience, how would you rate inclusiveness in political parties at this moment?
Dr. Dora, thank you for having me. And I would say that the journey doesn't stop, right? It's fierce, it's difficult, you need to keep trying. I remember when I first attempted to contest. This was a councillorship more than 20 years ago. We were all told to step down, step aside, wait for your turn. And I realized that the turn never comes. It never came. I mean, all of the people that at that time I was just about 18, I dared to run, and they said, okay, you're too young. But at that time, there were people that were about 30, 40, 50, and I'm talking to you now, they're still waiting. So the time never comes. You just need to fight. You need to fight for what you believe in, because I believe that Nigeria can actually be better. We can have a better country. I tell people all the time, this is not the way to be alive. I mean, this is not how to live. Children are living in fear, parents are living in fear, children are abducted, and the politicians are going about their business as if nothing has happened, as if it doesn't matter. Like, seriously, I doubt if we had female leaders in position. I do not think that they will address these issues just like this. So it means that the men really actually don't care. And when they say women should step aside, okay, we have stepped aside, we have left it for you guys. 27 years of democracy, we have not improved. Not one thing is better. Not even one thing. Even the protection of lives of properties, let's even assume that you're not doing anything economically to even improve the lives of citizens. What about security? I mean, money is not a problem. You guys are alive, you're not dead, so you cannot tell me the brains are not functioning. It's functioning. So what is happening? What is actually happening in this country? Today is the National Day of Mourning, prayers and cries and everything. So what? Women are praying, we are praying. So what else do we need to do?
So what do you think are the biggest political structural barriers for women in politics, whether it is at the political party level or at the administrative level?
You know, the barrier starts from the family, goes on to the community, goes on to the political, and every strata, there is a barrier for a woman. For instance, Nigerian women, when you're married, you are expected that you are domiciled in wherever your husband comes from or wherever you guys are settled. So that means you want to contest where you're located because it's easier for you to connect to the people. And most times they will tell you, oh, you're not from here. This is where your husband is from. Go back to your place. And by the time you go back to your place, they tell you, oh, you're married. You cannot contest here. Leave it for the sons of this land. So you find out that when the women are able to navigate the family background and the community acceptability of, okay, they even allow you to run, then you come to the political space. And right now, this very democracy and this very government has made it even worse. Because right now there's, okay, consensus. Consensus is kicking out all of the women. They are not even given a fair chance to even contest. A lot of my women are calling, they are asking them to step down. Step down for who? For people that migrated. So
you're saying that these primaries are a sham in itself?
It is, actually, to a large extent. To a large extent, because, and it is, I'm not going to say it's targeted at women. Most of what is happening now, the men themselves also did not plan it to be fair to them. Yes, because we've not had a democracy that has tried to cripple opposition like what we have today. So you can see that my party, the PDP, technically has broken into 5 political parties right now. We are still bonded together, but...
And which are?
I mean, we have PDP APM, we have PDP NDC, we have PDP, we have PDP ADC, and of course we have the other wing, which is the PDP APC. There are very, very few who believe that this government should continue. But the bulk of us believe that, no, they've not done anything that they deserve to continue. And so we must collaborate, and whatever platform, we even have PDP Accord, I forgot to mention that.
So that's 6?
Yes, right now. So, but ultimately I believe that when it comes to the presidential, we're going to collaborate and come up with something that can challenge this sitting government.
We're hopeful for that collaboration.
Yes.
But as a woman who has navigated politics, your own personal experiences, the high stakes of politics, the negotiation, you know, the back-end conversation, I mean, what shaped your understanding, and what are the lessons that you can share, especially as women who are dabbling into politics for the first time, are getting the baptism of fire, you know, and they're like, what? I paid for my form, I went for screening, my name is not on the list, you know? So what are your experiences, and how does it shape the young woman who is out there trying to learn?
So I've spent the last 3 weeks counseling, crying with people, and appealing to them that welcome to the club, this is how it is. You know, in politics, you need to get used to failure. You need to get used to the system. You need to be strong. You just need to be strong, you know, because this is, I mean, you find out that the leaders that were there when you were working, because you see, women do the bulk of the job. We do the mobilization, we do the sensitization. Now, it's time for voters awareness, and voters registration is ongoing. And we as women, we did all the grassroots work, getting people, mobilizing people, creating the awareness that is important for you to vote, because you cannot give up and say, okay, because the system is bad, so therefore you're not going to vote. This is the only legal right you have to change a government. So we do all of that work, and at the end of the day, a man comes in, brings in some money, and the leader sits you down and say, you know what? Ada, you are a good daughter, you are our daughter. You know you are, we know you. Just calm down, just wait. And this is what has been happening. But I tell the women, you know what? You can also not fight the leaders, because at some point, or at every point, you need them. And they are even kind enough in some instances to appeal to you. Some of them will just not even let you know what is happening. You will just come up and you find out that your name is not on the list. You find out that the location for the primaries have been changed. You find out that everything, but the fact that they are even decent enough to call your attention to say, you know what, you can't get this now.
Isn't that the important time for women to now renegotiate? Because what I often see is that when push comes to shove and women are asked to step down, they are often not prepared with a renegotiation plan on the table. So what can women begin to do? Because I see it in the boys' club. There is tit for tat. So how do we begin to look at that? And who speaks for the women in the spaces where we have godfathers?
Okay, so now we need the godmothers to start stepping up and taking their spaces and speaking for women. Because at the end of the day, most of the times when these negotiations are ongoing, it is the godfathers that actually just do what we do. They negotiate on your behalf. But now we don't have godmothers that can negotiate for us. And women are soft, you know, women are calm, women are not violent. Most of the men, they negotiate because they know what can come back to them. They understand that this person is not going to take this bullshit. This person can deal with them. That is the truth. So at the end of the day, they negotiate sometimes out of fear, not out of courtesy. But because they know that the women are not violent, women are peace-loving people, they just tell you, okay, don't worry, we're gonna come back to you. And most times, I tell people 24 hours in politics is a very long time. You may even begin a negotiation with somebody today, and tomorrow the person has been removed. And tomorrow you come, they tell you, oh, the person you negotiated with has decamped. So you have to start from the beginning. You have to start from the scratch. So what happens when you have negotiated with somebody in the morning, in the evening the person has decamped from the party? So there's no accountability, there's nobody to hold on to. Then you start from the scratch.
So where should INEC come into all of it? Because I remember that INEC had, passed or sort of realized a gender policy within its metrics. But people say it's not been domesticated, we're not seeing it come to fruition. Is there supposed to be some level of compliance mechanisms from people like INEC, from the legislature? What can we do to hold parties accountable on inclusion?
Yes, on inclusion, because there's this 35% affirmative action that has not been implemented. It's implemented on the papers, but practically is not working. So if there's a way that it can become a law so that parties are held responsible, that 35% of your positions must go to women across all boards.
So that's outside the reserve seats demand?
Outside the reserve seats. Outside the reserve seats, actually. Because if that is done, if it becomes a law, then we know that women are good. And at the same time, because of the level of violence in politics, in my state, for instance, in Bayelsa, there was a time my former governor, the now leader of the NDC, attempted to bring in 6 women into the State House of Assembly. What happened? There was so much violence, shooting and everything that more than half of those women lost their seats and the party lost. So now you see parties...
So violence is
a major instrument. It's a major instrument because it's not that the men don't want to bring in women. It's not like they don't know that women have something to bring to the table. No, that's not the conversation. They are afraid of losing because women, I mean, a governor or anybody that is the godfather is not going to come and fight your election for you. And women, I mean, when I was contesting for State House of Assembly, some guys came to me and said, I should buy groundnuts. And I actually innocently bought groundnuts. They said, no, Mama, this is not what they are talking about. I said, what are you talking about? They said, they're talking about bullets. I'm like, you want to kill people? They said, you want to kill them, you won't win. So this is the reality, and women cannot.
So you should arm them to protect you.
Exactly. Women cannot deal with all this kind of things. So they say, well, if you are doing good girls, you will not win the election. And just truly, the way they said it, that was what happened. So you see, there are so many undiscussed issues in politics that is not out there, but it's internally there. Violence is a major factor. And women are,
not just finance.
Yes, women are, finance, yes. But even if you have the money, you're not going to go buy weapons with them. You look at the case of Iweti just recently. Somebody that is a sitting senator.
Even the primaries in Ekiti State?
Exactly. So there are so many cases to mention. Yes, we know that women need more money. If there are policies in place to fund women, then we know that, okay, that aspect is taken care of. But you see, the aspect of violence is a constitutional matter. It's something that the government has to deal with. You will not leave that for INEC, you will not leave that for political parties. Because if we're in a country where people can get away with violence, no accountability, people are not held to account of what they do, then they will continue. It's not like they can, they will continue.
So there's this, perhaps will I say fear, even the third-person narrative fear, and I call it passed-on trauma, where you hear young women who say, oh, I want to run, but my family says no, it's dangerous. Oh, I want to run, but they say, are you tough enough? Oh, I want to run. You want to go and join politicians, it will masculinize you. What will be the advice that you would want to give a Nigerian young woman who wants to go into elections, the political environment in 2020?
So what I always tell people is that the country of our dreams, what we want, the Nigeria we want to see, we are the ones that will fix it. Nobody's coming to save you. We're going to fix it by ourselves. And you cannot fix it through fear. You cannot fix it through chickening out of the system. Because look at the children that were kidnapped. Were they contesting for election? The women that have been brutalized, were they contesting for election? So if you are in a system that is not working, if you like, hide under your bed. If you like, come to the war front. You're going to, if the bullet is going to meet you, it's going to meet you. And a lot of people call me and like, are you not afraid? You're a young woman, you've been in this space. I'm like, I better die.
Since you were 16, I reckon.
18. Since I was 18, I'd rather die doing something than fold my hands and do nothing. I watch the country that I love, the country of my dreams, what I want to see for my children. I'm afraid for our little girls. I'm afraid for our children. We have over 20 million out-of-school children. The government is not doing anything. We have a very high percent. We are second largest in the world. Children with stunted growth. Children are not feeding well. What What are we talking about? To every young woman, I believe that to rescue this country is in your hands. You cannot do that by being afraid. After all, who's alive in Nigeria right now? It's just how to be alive.
So just as we let you go, because I see the passion, and one would say it's easier said than done. But talking about it and saying it is the first process, so we must commend you. But what would be if you wanted to redesign the Nigeria of your dreams, I've heard you say a few things, or redesign the Nigerian political party systems, what would be your first major 3 advice and changes that you would want to see them make?
You know, when I contested the last time, I had the set agenda. And I still have that in my mind, and I believe that that is the way to go. If you fix security, you fix electricity, and you deploy technology, I'm sure we're good to go. You see, we talk about, okay, the healthcare sector, education. You cannot project how much you need in education, in healthcare, in all these sectors without technology. So the government should stop acting blind and actually step up to that responsibility. That is all I have to say. And I believe that Nigeria needs the United States of Nigeria, where every state can be independent and contribute something, not having Bambialas come to Abuja to collect money like they are helpless.
I wonder who the Bambialas are. But first, are you contesting again in 2027?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
And are we going to see a female president eventually?
By the grace of God.
All right. We wish you all the best, and we're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we've been joined by, of course, Honorable Tari Oba, PhD, and she was a former female presidential aspirant under the PDP and former gubernatorial and House of Reps, State Assembly, councillorship. You name it, she's been across all the ecosystems of electioneering. And we want to say thank you and all the best ahead. And that United States of Nigeria that you have in mind, I'm sure a lot of Nigerians echo it as well. All the best. But that's so much I can take today on Gender Agenda. And like she said, the PDP now has 6 factions of PDP. Whichever one will emerge at the presidential, we will yet to know, and perhaps it will be hers that we will be rooting for. But in the meantime, see you again next week. And please, let's stop the violence against women of any kind. Women are the burden bearers of crisis, of terrorism, and at the same time, we try as much as possible not to make them look like they are not part of a system that when their capacity and numbers speak much of the volume and not on the policy table. Women deserve to be on the table. And again, I say again, pass the reserved seats for women's bill now. My name is Adora Sidney Jack. See you again next week.
All across the nations, all around the world, women are longing to be free. No longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind, but side by side in true equality. So sing a song for women everywhere. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere.
Corporal punishment, the dread of every school-age child perceived to have behaved improperly. In 2001, the provisions of 1968 Education Act permitting corporal punishment in schools were repealed, but the act inadvertently remained until the 2009 Revised Education Act that explicitly prohibited corporal punishment in schools. That notwithstanding, prohibition is still to be achieved in homes, alternative care settings, daycare centers, and most public schools.
Not seeing this as corporal punishment, but that child is going through serious pain as you see that.
If there's always flogging, corporal punishments, I don't think that's the best way to make a student change from doing certain things.
All it does is give you scars that make you resent the person that gave you the punishment and not resent the action that you did.
Private schools have found a way to work around it, and because private schools continue to improve themselves with international best practices.
Even in private schools in Nigeria, you still find them. There's extent of what we call these private schools. We had the case of what happened in Delta State, where the child, a child who was a nursery KG child, who was just there in a toddler who was there in the school because he or she messed up with certain water and things like that. The child was beaten and they rushed the child to Federal Medical Center Asaba, and ultimately we lost the child.
Article 295 of the Criminal Code used in southern Nigeria and Article 55 of Penal Code in the north, as well as the Sharia law, arrogate the right of parents to use minimal force to discipline their children and wards.
I feel like it doesn't implement any change because you're simply hardening the student. You don't want the student wouldn't want to come back to school.
And if we are to address the issue of out-of-school children in our country, we feel that corporal punishment is one of the things that we have to remove from our schools.
Child rights advocate insists corporal punishment is unnecessary, no matter how light.
The second category that they saw was children, that is the peer violence against their fellow peers. Bullying came first. Sexual and gender-based violence, schoolyard fighting, gang violence, assault, and so on.
In the United States of America, about half of the states have abolished corporal punishment. Many, however, believe it persists in a country like Nigeria because there is a link between poverty and corporal punishment.
And it is happening right now, in our own backyards, to our neighbors' children, our friends' children, and our own children. Its impact is absolutely devastating. Children are left with both physical and psychological wounds.
There is a correlation between learning poverty and corporal punishment. And when you are talking about learning poverty, you are talking about in terms of the learning outcomes and educational outcomes. For every 10 children that complete primary school, only 2 can read and write.
What alternatives are there to ensure certain discipline are instilled in children?
It's not to mete out physical injuries on the child that make the child. They don't even see the reason why they are being punished in the first instance. But when you take them through disciplinary process, through counseling process, and all that, you make them to see the reason. There are so many psychological therapies that we can adopt that will change these narratives.
While conferences such as this hold to end corporal punishment in Nigeria, there is a strong appeal on authorities to have continuous refresher training of teachers to ensure that the dangers of corporal punishment sink deep into their consciousness. Abulu Osemahu, AIT News, Abuja.
This new edition of Business Africa. On our show today, we are
following in the footsteps of African efforts to export the continent's products. And we're talking about Nigeria's growth with economist Wilson Erumebor. But first, let's get on with the show with our top stories today. Africa, its commodities and its hopes for free trade in Paris. This happened last week in France at the International Agricultural Show.
Côte d'Ivoire has chosen to embark on industrialization by processing these products in the country.
Morocco, the land of entrepreneurial opportunity, a country becoming increasingly attractive to business project developers from sub-Saharan Africa.
The Moroccan state has given us a lot of favors for the creation of companies of small and medium size. We don't want people to look at us as delinquents, and some people think we Africans can't do anything.
The new Clinic Home platform in Cameroon allows health consultations online as if you were at home.
Ecological and organic agriculture is not the best option for many, and there are very few farmers who invest in this sector. Even at the level of public authorities, efforts to increase this type of agriculture are lacking.
Transformation of commodities exports and free trade. These were the main concerns of African exhibitors at the 60th edition of the Paris International Agricultural Show, one of the largest agricultural fairs in the world. It is held every year in the French capital for 9 days. An incomparable showcase for continental products, but also an opportunity to talk business as the continent seeks to transform its commodities and develop international markets for its products. We walked the aisles of this 2024 show. Take a look. With over 600,000 visitors, 1,000 exhibitors, and at least 2,500 animals, the 60th edition of the Paris International Agricultural Show lived up to its reputation as the European meeting place for the sector. It is a lively event at times, but also a warm one, which, like every year, honors several African countries.
Hey, you were lucky at the African Cup of Nations. Where is you? Whoa, 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 whoa.
However, the African participants also arrived with a particular agenda for advancing the continent's trade at a time when the environment has become much more restrictive for producing raw materials. The European regulation against deforestation and forest degradation, which came into effect last June, makes imports towards Europe of 7 raw materials including cocoa, coffee, palm oil and rubber, subject to strict traceability standards to ensure that they do not come from deforested land. This is a real challenge for Côte d'Ivoire, the leading producer of cocoa, where international prices are at their highest. Consequently, these high prices encourage farmers to burn more land, destroying wooded areas.
There are a certain number of constraints, and we are committed to respecting them. But to do that, we will undoubtedly have to carry out other actions, additional ones. We'll have to carry out actions that can correct or take into account the concerns of the populations. This requires resources, and we are asking our partners to help us find them.
This objective was all the more apparent given that in the show's aisles, the focus was undoubtedly on the major African trade issue, the processing of commodities and the export of these processed products.
Côte d'Ivoire has chosen to embark on industrialization by processing these products in the country. By processing locally, we create jobs and a middle class that will consume and enable the nation to develop.
But if we take the example of cocoa, its high international price has currently a mixed impact. It adds to the costs of the processors without enriching the growers. Eulalie Afoué-Laho is a Franco-Ivorian businesswoman, herself the daughter of a cocoa farmer. The sparkling wine production uses cocoa beans, and she is concerned about the minimum price set by the regulator in Côte d'Ivoire, which follows price trends from a distance and with a certain delay.
It is the cocoa planters who are in deficit. They're not benefiting from this price surge, and that's a shame because they're the beginning of the whole production process. It will be good to pay them better, to value them better, so that everyone can benefit from this craze around cocoa.
For the manager of this small association which produces chocolate and imports cocoa from Cameroon, the high prices handicap her business and are also a double-edged sword for the farmers.
Those who farm without fertilizers are fine. There hasn't been much change, but those who farm with fertilizers, those with large productions, are having issues because prices have gone up. I mean, the price of fertilizers that you use to grow cocoa trees.
However, according to this Cameroonian exporter, this is not enough to dash African hopes of exporting more to Europe.
This is a European problem. In the West, we have a lot more restrictions on trade, and that's what's holding us back. That's why we join trade fairs like this, to bring in customers and improve relations between the continents.
This does not prevent producers from keeping a close watch on the Pan-African market and the opportunities offered by the Continental Free Trade Zone, the AFCFTA, such is the case for this producer of organic sheep butter specialities.
Our products are not commercialized in East Africa. We were recently at the AFCFTA trade fair, the Intercontinental Free Trade Zone, and we had the opportunity to see potential interest in our products in East Africa.
Yet, the European trading fortress remains the #1 target. African exporters dream of a relaxation of sanitary standards that they consider drastic for their products and also of a genuine free trade.
Free trade, something we don't have today, and the opening up of European markets 100% on all products. That's what we are asking for, and that's what we want.
This message will undoubtedly intensify as Africa continues its trajectory towards transforming its commodities and its continental trade integration. Nigeria's economy expanded 3.46% in the last 3 months in 2023. This is good news since analysts had anticipated a lower growth rate of 2.54%. This result is primarily attributed to the oil sector, with an increase in Nigerian production of more than 12% after a slump of 3 years. However, the country's economy continues to face major challenges. And to talk about this mixed outlook, I'm now turning to Wilson Erimabo. He is the senior economist at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. Wilson Erimabo, hello, and thank you for joining me on Business Africa. So how should we look at this growth of 3.46% in the fourth quarter of 2023, and above all, will it be sustainable?
Thank you for having me. What we find is that in the fourth quarter of the year, we had, some of the best performances that we've had, over time as far as our economic growth is concerned. And if you aggregate this into full year, it means that the economy grew by 2.74. It's much lower than expected, because at the beginning of the year, if you see all of the estimates for growth, most of them were around 3.2% annual growth for the year, somewhere 3.3, somewhere 3%. But this time we did 2.74%, which means that growth was really lower, on an annual basis. It also means that by the time you compute national GDP in dollars, and with all of the exchange rate reforms that we've seen in Nigeria, so GDP in dollars should be less than $400 billion, which, is quite low, and then it means lower per capita income. Nigeria used to grow at 7%, 6%, some decades ago. And so we are hoping that we can start moving towards that direction as far as the economy is concerned.
Meanwhile, Nigerians have faced the end of fuel subsidies and are still suffering from a runaway inflation. How do you think households can cope with this hardship?
So what we've seen is that inflation, as at the last figure, is currently at 29.9%, which is really one of the highest since, decades ago, even more than 2 decades ago. Same with food inflation. Food inflation is over 30%, right? The currency has depreciated significantly over the last months. If you look at unemployment figures, they're also high. So what all of this mean, is that Nigerians are, really going through hardship. Per capita income has been severely affected, and it's really low as well. And income of citizens, is not rising as much as people anticipate, because there's a lot of, businesses are facing so much cost from the subsidy and foreign exchange reforms. And so it is not in any way sustainable for us to have this kind of, hardship, because again, the people, if you go through the streets, people are, still expecting the government to be able to provide some level of support, whether it's financial support for them, especially since the subsidies have been removed on fuel. Since the subsidy was removed, so what we have is a case where government revenues have also increased. So people are expectant of their state and federal government to provide, whether it's cash support or other incentives for them to be able to, feed and do business normally.
President Bola Tinubu has implemented a raft of reforms to attract investors, but overall, do you think his policies are getting significant results?
Well, part of why some of these reforms were put in the first place was to free up government resources, to ensure that when government resources are freed up, it can then be channeled into key areas of the economy. So, for instance, Nigeria was spending close to 3 trillion or even more than that on fuel subsidies, before the government came in. And so part of the issue is to remove subsidies so that government can have enough, revenue to be able to provide roads and infrastructure and other social needs. But the question then is, we're not seeing that all of these happen as much as we expect. We understand that this is just a few months into, some few months into the new administration. But again, I think they need to move at a faster pace. A 28 trillion naira budget is something that, if well implemented, should be able to support the economy. So I'm talking here about either providing some support for businesses, particularly those small businesses. It could be things like tax incentives. It could be providing infrastructure, providing ease of doing business, reforms that will ensure that businesses can grow and survive the harsh environment. So those are some of the key expectations that people and businesses have of the government and from the government. And we hope that some of those or a lot of those expectations will be met.
Wilson Eremebo, thank you very much. And once again, a Nigerian tops the 2024 ranking of African billionaires established by Forbes magazine. This Nigerian is the industrial magnate Aliko Dangote, who remains in the first place for the 13th consecutive year, with a fortune estimated at $13.9 billion. The number of African billionaires increased from 19 to 20, with 6 South Africans, a Tanzanian and a Zimbabwean. The Arab Maghreb Union, the UMA, is represented by 5 Egyptians, 2 Moroccans and an Algerian. It has to be noted that West Africa has 4 other billionaires, all Nigerians, but Central Africa still does not appear in the ranking. And indeed, African entrepreneurs do not hesitate to reach the north of the continent to seek a favorable market. Morocco has thus become a real hotbed of opportunities and investments for sub-Saharan young business project developers. Among them, Lancinant Kemoko Sidibe, our journalist Sayon Kourma met in Casablanca with this Guinean entrepreneur who wants to succeed in the production of shea butter and black soap. Take a look. Casablanca, the economic capital of Morocco. The Sharifian metropolis is one of the best in Africa for business. An attractive country, the kingdom became one of the continent's leading destinations for foreign direct investment towards the end of the year 2000. This result is attributed to Morocco's progress in business creation, protection of minority investors, and cross-border trade. Lancinant Kemoko Sidibé is one of the continent's offspring who has succeeded on Moroccan soil as a foreign entrepreneur. This Guinean native runs his own cosmetics processing unit from Casablanca, whose raw materials come partly from his country of origin.
Voilà, c'est beurre de karité de la Guinée.
This is shea butter from Guinea, from Sigiri Cancan. This is from Spain. This is natural coconut oil. It's mixed. It's a mix of products because you have argan oils from Morocco. All our products are based on argan oil and shea butter.
Originally a simple itinerant trader in Morocco, Sidibé is now an entrepreneur who sells his product in 15 countries worldwide. The Guinean has quickly made contacts on Moroccan soil, contacts that enabled the young manager to create his company in 2012. This would not have been possible without the openness of his host country towards Africa.
The Moroccan state has given us a lot of favors for the creation of companies of small and medium size. We don't want people to look at us as delinquents, and some people think we Africans can't do anything. So instead of going to Europe, why not set up small businesses in Morocco or our countries of origin? I encourage Guineans every time to create small businesses.
With a current turnover of more than 80,000 euros, this cosmetics manufacturing business is a success. It has prompted the young manager to become actively involved in social work to help some Africans who are victims of the horrors of immigration. 100 or so young people like Ali have been able to find employment thanks to his business.
I was a student, but now I'm not a trainee but an employee. Because it's not easy at all, especially when you finish your studies abroad. There are several factors. First, how to prepare to return home or look for an experience abroad. Thanks to Mr. Sidibé's company, it has helped me a lot today. The company helps the Guinean community a lot. But not only the Guinean community, but it also helps sub-Saharans living in Morocco, who today have finished their studies and are looking for a place to stay while they prepare for the return to the fold.
And this has been made possible thanks to the policy put in place by the Sharifian Kingdom. Morocco has indeed placed the development of investment flows at the heart of its economic strategy, hence a voluntarist policy of promotion of foreign investments. According to this economist, the efforts made in this field have resulted in a very positive outcome.
Morocco
today is classified as an emerging country. For several years, Morocco has been qualified by business law organizations. The country has also enhanced investments. They've harmonized the laws to attract talents, but also to attract investments in their country. Before, many used it as a transit country to reach Europe. Some are beginning to realize that Morocco can bring the same opportunity that they seek in Europe. So they settle here and start a business or two, and by luck, some succeed. Then they settle down and make their business flourish.
The kingdom is ranked third in the Middle East and North Africa Global Entrepreneur Index, a ranking propelled by Morocco's capacity to develop new products, encourage the emergence of startups, and integrate the use of new technologies. Another proof is its presence in the top 20 best cost destinations of the Global Manufacturing Risk Index. In other words, Morocco is on the world's radar and a godsend for African investors. Welcome back to the second part of our show. African countries are expected to spend around $74 billion on debt servicing this year. This is an estimate from the African Development Bank, which in its latest macroeconomic report stresses the progression of this debt service, but also talks about the growing share of debt owed to private creditors. It is in this context that Niger missed a debt payment of $22 million on the West Regional Financial Market, UMOA Titre, last month. On a more positive note, ECOWAS has lifted the economic sanctions that had hit the country since the 2023 coup. And some good news for East African consumers and businesses. Regional banks have announced measures to cushion borrowers from the harsh conditions of rising interest rates and inflation. The stated objective is to avoid payment defaults. Several institutions such as KCB Group, Cooperative Bank of Kenya, I&M Group and Absa Bank Kenya have reverted to COVID-time relief measures, including debt restructuring and a moratorium on loan repayments. Well, it's official. South Africa will go to the polls in 3 months. The May 29th election is eagerly awaited and could, for the first time, result in a coalition government for the ANC, Nelson Mandela's party. Enoch Godongwana, the Minister of Finance, unveiled last month a budget focused on social welfare while promising investors a reduction of the country's deficit and debt. The ANC has unveiled its election manifesto, and it focuses on job creation and increased access to welfare grants and health care. The trend of farmer entrepreneurs continues to grow in Africa and is rapidly spreading to organic products. Benin is one of the most advanced countries since it was in Porto Novo that the Songhai Organic Farm was founded in 1985 as a designated center of excellence for agriculture by the United Nations. More than 35 years later, young unemployed Beninese are continuing this model of entrepreneurship by organizing themselves into associations. An example is the Jardin de l'Espoir Association. Take a look. We are here at the Minotin market, located at the heart of Cotonou in Benin. At first glance, it is difficult to separate organic products from conventional ones. Chemical pesticides used in the cultivation are tricky to be detected by consumers. Despite their absence, it does not make the lives of these organic farmers easier, who usually face other challenges such as pests, diseases, and weeds. Organic is seen as an unattractive form of cultivation in developing countries. Very large-scale cash crops seem to many farmers to be the only way of attracting foreign exchanges. This explains why very few farmers choose organic. Based in Torre Bozito, about an hour's drive from the economic capital Cotonou for more than 5 years, Femi Kotchoni is one of them. He practices organic farming on an area of 3,000 square meters, and his main concern is the promotion of his organic products.
Ecological and organic agriculture is not the best option for many, and there are very few farmers who invest in this sector. Even at the level of public authorities, efforts to increase this type of agriculture are lacking, but there is also the question of the market.
At the market, organic products are sold at the same price as conventional ones. To be sure of what they are consuming, buyers of organic produce look for and identify gardens that practice this form of agriculture. This is the case of Merveille Nanukon, a young hairdresser living in Tidjorose, Cotonou. She doesn't hesitate to drive across town to stock up on organic vegetables at the farm Ousmane's Garden of Hope.
La plupart du temps, moi, je prends les légumes
Most of the time I buy the vegetables, and as you can see, compared to chemicals, organic products are the best. Since their lifespan is longer, it remains good to eat for a longer period of time. And the taste also differs, so I like to consume organic. It's above all to meet this growing demand that Femi Kochoni and his friends launched in August 2021 the Farmers Market, a bi-monthly 100% organic market that they finance themselves. 7 gardeners manage this market, which welcomes 100 customers. These organic products are sold at a higher price than in conventional agricultural markets to ensure a decent income for organic farmers.
We do all we can to ensure that the farmer receives a fair price. Our goal, of course, is to reverse the current trend within 3 years. So 70% in the farmer's market and 30% in a normal market.
The farmer's market is the only initiative where you can find certified organic products in Benin. The duplication of this initiative in the rest of the country could favor farmers to invest in organic and also seek to transmit their cultivation techniques.
Our customers recognize the value of our vegetables. In organic, you don't say, you need the money to buy some chemicals. You just need to use your hands. I believe that to produce it is even easier than using chemicals. For example, I don't need to pay for insecticide. We use neem leaves, which we have on the farm for the treatment, also papaya leaves, Vernonia grape leaves. I take them all, pile them up and soak them in water. They soak for several days, and then I drain and filter them and I make my treatment with it. We don't kill the insects, we just keep them away. With neem and papaya leaves, if flying insects, worms and so on try to eat the leaves, they won't like the taste. The products that we use will change the taste of the leaves. It's bitter or spicy. We do our own composting. We take dead leaves and dry leaves and we mix them with cow dung and droppings and charcoal waste. That's how we fertilize the soil.
A traditional know-how which is quickly coming back to life and which could give Africa a real edge, and above all the ability to build up a new reservoir of organic products. According to a study by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, the FAO, in 2017, Africa has almost 60% of the world's uncultivated land.
Africa is a continent that's developing, and it's the only continent today where there's the possibility of enjoying natural produce, because the African farmer doesn't have the means to use lots of chemicals and cannot afford the heavy machinery to spread such products all over his soil. He can't afford to produce 2,000 hectares on his own. We still have natural seeds in Africa, and they are threatened, so now is the time to realize they must be saved. We must create granaries of natural seeds in the face of manipulated seeds, which have been transformed, seeds whose genes have been modified and which, once planted, become a threat to the environment and to the health of consumers.
For Femi and his friends, their market has in any case already won its awareness bet.
It's been a very successful initiative. We launched it to provide healthy fruits and vegetables free of pesticides and chemical fertilizer residue to consumers. We did not want it just for the well-off, we wanted it for the entire population. And looking at the mix of customers who've come here, I can say for this, our second edition, we have reached our goal.
The roadmap has already been drawn, duplicating organic markets throughout Benin before extending them to the entire sub-region, with a central target to become the leader in the distribution of agroecological products throughout West Africa. The region still only accounts for 17% of organic cultivated areas on the continent. But the trend is towards an increase in local initiatives, with already good export figures for some products such as organic pineapple from Benin or soya from Togo. Well, that's it. Business Africa is over for today. I'll see you next week, same time, same channel. For Initiative Africa, we'll host Moroccan director Asmae El Mudir. In the meantime, you can watch this show on our website, africania.com, and follow us on our social media channels. Feel free to share, like, and comment using the hashtag Business Africa. Have a great week, and until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Political Platform. We are available for you on Ray Power FM, Africa Independent Television, as well as the program that is Political Platform on the YouTube channel. Thank you for staying with us, and we're always happy that you are there to pick up all the reports we have for you, our analysis, and also listen to our very deep interviews we do daily on the program. I'm Okiri Agbonsuremi. Sit back there or listen wherever you are. If it is radio, you are listening on radio, in the car, just be comfortable that in the next 1 hour, we will give it to you just the way they are. Running across Nigeria to give you the political updates and the analysis of the events. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, is currently facing serious issues regarding what it described as unauthorized release of restricted data information by officials who possess valid credentials to access its CVR, the Continuous Voter Registration Database. We have an expert who will help us understand and navigate the complexities behind these issues. Honorable Kingsley Chinda has been making headlines recently. I guess you have been following what is happening in Rivers State. Until yesterday, he held the position of the minority leader of the House of Representatives. Speaker Abba said former, when he was announcing it, he said former minority leader. But it was yesterday that it was announced that he had resigned. However, he contested and received the APC, All Progressives Congress gubernatorial ticket without resigning first from the PDP, the People's Democratic Party, as is being alleged all over the place. He officially resigned from his role as House Minority Leader, as it was announced yesterday, during plenary with Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, reading a resignation letter dated April 23, 2026, that is just yesterday. Additionally, he formally resigned his membership in the PDP, also to the notice of the public yesterday, approximately 2 weeks after acquiring the APC ticket in Rivers State. There are ongoing court cases, factional disputes within the PDP and even the APC regarding the eligibility to contest the upcoming elections by Chinda. These are challenging times for the candidate in the upcoming Rivers election that has the support of Minister Wike. Public schools in Oyo State remain closed, and protests have erupted across parts of Nigeria, urging the government to act swiftly to secure the release of the 46 abducted students and 2 teachers still in captivity. Presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga warned yesterday that some images being shared on social media claiming to be those of abducted students are actually pictures of torture and maltreatment of students in Mali, not of our children in Oyo State or in Borno State. Of course, the allegation is that even the terrorists can bring those pictures, pump it into our space, and we continue to share them to terrorize us, because each time some people cannot even eat. They can't eat when they see those pictures. Some people lose their sleep. They can't sleep when they see those pictures. So that's why they are called terrorists. They terrorize us. So what Bayo Onanuga is telling us is that we should be mindful of what we are sharing. That does not remove the fact that there are actual pictures being shared from the camp of the children where they are the head, and they are being sent to families who share with the members of the public what is happening around. But again, it is like a catch-22 situation. Do I share? Do I not share? If we don't share, how do we know what is happening to the children? And if we know what is happening to the children, how does it make us? People say, share it. Let us know what is happening. Let us mount pressure on the authorities to do what they have got to do. Some say, don't share, don't increase hypertension for certain persons. It depends on how you see it. My colleague, Suju Eje, is in the student pictures.
I feel terrible. Whether there are children in Mali, whether there are children in Nigeria, they shouldn't be going through all of those things. And honestly, I think that instead of the villa, the presidency, trying to emphasize these things, the emphasis should be on whatever progress has been made so far. You know, to allay the fears of Nigerians, to give them hope. Because some people have just resigned themselves to, look, whatever happens, this country, we are on autopilot, nothing is going right. But it shouldn't be so. At this point in time, we should be sensitive the kind of things we major on. I understand that Agbonbayo could say, oh, okay, we need to say these things so that people do not panic unnecessarily. But honestly, that shouldn't be the thing on the front burner. I mean, let us see something tangible, something to give us hope, something to give us a bit of joy that these children, their case is receiving attention.
I agree with you, Ju, that even if they want to share that information, if Bayo Onanuga or the presidency want to share that information, they should strategically share it not from their sources.
Exactly.
Because they can actually make, if Minister of Information is there to say this is what is happening, there are other official channels.
Essays on new media and all of that.
There are essays on new media and all those things. When Bayo Onanuga begin to say this is what is happening, the people will say, okay, what is happening if this is not
what is happening?
Yeah,
exactly.
What is happening? What are you doing about it? They should anticipate that people will ask such questions.
Exactly.
But it doesn't remove from the fact that some of the pictures, as has been described, actually are not pictures from the camps of our children where they are kidnapped. I saw the pictures myself, and immediately I saw it, I just told myself, true, these are not the pictures. They have also cross-checked it online to see that they are not pictures. We don't know who is sharing them. It could be enemies within or enemies without.
Even the bandits could share it themselves.
Exactly.
I mean, the whole intent is to put pressure on Nigerians and by putting pressure on the government to negotiate, to bring those children and to create fear and tension in the polity. That has always been their strategy. And for me, to that extent, I would say, look, let's stop sharing, let's stop promoting the activities, because it has not helped the country. Rather, it's pushing us deeper and deeper into a ransom-paying country all the time.
Mustafa Mohammed is also on the platform.
Thank you very much. The sharing of these gory pictures did not start now.
at the height of the Boko Haram war 10 years ago, we have all seen online videos of people lined up by Boko Haram, butchering them like animals. And we've seen various pictures. Some of these pictures were even those of military officials that were captured.
Executed, yeah.
Yes, and then women, children, they butcher them like goats. And at the height of Boko Haram, gunshots and IED explosions in places like the Borno state capital have become so common that people refer to them as knockouts, banga, whatever you can call them. They become so. It went to an extent that there was a day I called a brother. I was talking with him on the phone, and he asked me, "Can you hear the gunshots in the back street of my house?" Can I say, yes, I was hearing these gunshots non-stop for over 3-4 minutes that we are speaking. When the insecurity continues, Nigerians usually will, or human beings will usually develop a thick skin because these things have become the new normal. But I think we need to go beyond this. The security agencies of government need to double up their actions. And just like it happened in Borno, they can form civilian JTFs who know the nooks and crannies of this forest so that they can assist the Nigerian army and the police. Because if you look at the landmass of the southwest, especially around those where these things are happening, they are not as bigger as the northeast or Sambisa or any other place you want to talk about.
All right. But we need to take a look at, once again, at the responses from Nigerians, the teachers. It is not just restricted to Oyo. We have protests in Rivers State. We have protests in Lagos. We have protests in Ibadan. We have protests in Abeokuta. In Abeokuta, I don't know why government is so insensitive to some of the things. Protesters had to, by themselves, force the gate open. They had to push the gate open and enter the government house. Shouldn't somebody have been there to receive them?
Somebody, you see, again, governors make appointments, but I don't know how suitable some of the people they appoint are. Because, like you said, somebody should have been there to receive them. Even if the governor does not come out, there are assistants. There are SAs, you know, all over the place, commissioners who should do that.
And it's not even too much for the governor
behalf
to come out and receive them, because the governor should be sensitive that, look, this is a very serious matter.
And the people are genuinely afraid. Let me tell you, when I saw the protests in Abeokuta, I said, Kai, these people are very sensible. Because look at Oyo.
Yes.
And look at Abeokuta.
Yes.
If it has reached Oyo, they can also not sleep because it's just right next door. So why would they not protest? And then instead of the governor to come and allay their fears, of course, as usual, our leaders are honestly looking at the surface, they are insensitive. And their appointees are also not doing anything to redeem their image.
It's actually not time for talking. In fairness to the governors don't command the police or the Nigerian army or any arms-bearing arm of...
so they don't have anything to tell
they actually don't have anything to... do they even have... A governor doesn't even have a catapult. He doesn't have even a hunter's whatever.
Some of them do. There's a Moteku
let me finish, Uju. Let me finish. They really, the capacity of Ametekun and their training cannot be as much as those of the arms trained by the federal government, like the police and the Nigerian army. They need a strategy, they need intelligence, they need logistics to move into this forest, come everywhere, and free these kids so that we don't have issues like the Chibok girls several years after a lot of them have not been rescued. We only happen to see a few who have escaped, and then we see them being celebrated in the media. It's actually very sad. I wonder if the parents and the relations of those who were abducted could actually sleep. There are still a lot others who are under the Boko Haram, ISWAP, and whatever, even in the Northeast. That's why you find that the crises are expanding. They fail to come to an end. So sad.
Now, we have the teachers mobilizing around Nigeria, and it was actually a directive from Abuja, the headquarters of the NUT,
yes,
that teachers in your state should actually stay off and as part of the measures to put pressure. But whom are we actually mounting the pressure on?
It's not even just to put pressure.
We are mounting pressure on people, on a government that doesn't appear to be concerned so deeply the way we want them to be concerned. We are mounting pressure on people who have thick skin, concerned about their welfare. They are only concerned about their allowances.
Politicking.
They are only concerned about their re-election, how they are going to come back. Are these the people we are mounting pressure on? Like you just said yesterday, the citizens are not doing enough. We are not mounting as much pressure as we should. Nobody is saying we should take to the arms of violence. Maybe we should all go to the street and sit down.
Okiria, I think Nigerians need to be united on that. You see the Bring Back Our Girls convergence and the continuous process in Abuja. Not many parts of this country came together or protested at various parts of the country in support. And this thing happened in the Southwest, and you don't see other Nigerians protesting or making their voice known from other parts of the country.
Regional divisions.
We have to put aside this regional, ethnic, tribal, religious divisions. We have to put humanity as the forefront of our life.
I agree with you, but you remember that when the Chibok incident happened, those who were in the forefront of the protest were not actually from the north.
Exactly.
They came up and they stayed on the streets. They were all, but after some time, it died down. Now, as we are talking about Oyo State now, those ones that are arrested that were also kidnapped in Borno State, they are dead. They have not released them.
Exactly.
So, and what are our brothers doing? Also, we can see protests in most southern states, in many of the southern states. It is like our brothers and sisters in the north are overwhelmed. They have seen it too many that they don't even know how to react anymore.
Okay, there are a lot of youths who have joined the civilian JTF. People from the neighborhood, higher institutions, students, youth from I think, among the civil servants who have voluntarily found time to go out for a few hours or a few days with the civilian JTA, which the government with the army later organized into an institution. If you're moving around Borno State, you find them at various checkpoints. And if the army personnel are going into raid in the forest and the camps, they go with them. So in the north, they work silently. And some of the civilian JTF in Borno were also brought to places
What
like
about
Zamfara.
the teachers? What about the parents? What about the people like we are seeing in the south? What about people who are... I'm not blaming them. I'm thinking that they are overwhelmed. They have taken this thing too deep into their psyche that my people say if you keep a chicken, a fowl, away from food for a long time, when you drop the food, it will be looking at it. It will not be able to eat anything.
Very strange kind
of. It will be, yes. So they are overwhelmed. They have been beaten. But the leaders don't show that they have a people that have been so beaten. Their psychology is in tatters, and they don't have
because they are somehow insulated from all of this. The citizens have conceded so many privileges to them that they feel that they can never be part of the sufferings of Nigerians. The system that we have built, the systems that we have created have given them so much insulation. I mean, insecurity hardly affects them. They have high-wired houses and everything.
They drive bullet-proof cars.
They have several policemen and the military guarding them that should be guarding the people. We've given them so much. We've considered so much to them. And I think that until we begin to review the system, until we begin to take certain actions as citizens to hold them accountable and responsive to the needs of the polity, we haven't
have
started.
just 2 sentences. They should have a security architecture in which parameters are guarded, not individuals. When you guard parameters, the bad boys cannot freely move. But when you guard individuals, the parameters are porous and open. And let me tell you something. One of the biggest reasons for the crisis is the proliferation of arms and ammunition. From Libya to Niger to the forests of Nigeria with camels, they come in
there
with
arms everywhere. Free
arms
ones
everywhere. The Nigerian security forces
I think we reported, we reported on political platform at the beginning of Boko Haram, when those crises, after the war in Liberia and all those, that you could actually go across the borders in Borno and pick up an AK-47 for 4,000 naira then.
Niger, Chad, Cameroon,
so
borders,
it's as cheap as tomato. You can just go there and pick it up. That is what we have. But let's take a break. When we come back, we go into the mainstream political reports. What is happening in the National Assembly? Are they doing a cover up for the events in Port Harcourt, in Rivers State, and at the Independent National Electoral Commission? What manner of men do they have? Can we trust them in the conduct of the elections? Now that they themselves have admitted that officials who have access to their database compromised, they are still investigating. I don't know, maybe they will tell us the name later. But let's take a break. We'll come back and Political Platform will continue its full steam.
New chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political Platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as Political Platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political Platform, now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. Thank you for remaining with us on Political Platform. As we promised you, we'll be going to the National Assembly now to do some analysis, tell you some stories and some of the issues behind the scene. Speaker Tajuddin Abbas announced the transition of Minority Leader Kingsley Chinda from the PDP to the APC, citing a resignation letter dated April 23rd, 2026. Now, there are three major issues to take a look at. Running for the APC while still a member of the PDP, that is contentious. Whether his defection followed the procedures outlined in the Electoral Act and the Constitution. You know, there are only two basic reasons why a member of the National Assembly or the State Assembly can defect. One, if the party is in division, and if the party is in a merger. Those two situations. Now, the third point is recognition of the internal factions within the Rivers APC. Now, let's take a track up of the speaker saying this yesterday, and I will point out a particular word in his statement.
The former minority leader, his letter reads as follows. He said, I write to formally tender my resignation from the position of minority leader of the House of Representatives with effect from the date herein, being 23rd day of April 2026. It has been a profound honor and privilege to serve in this capacity, representing the collective interest of the minority caucus and contributing to the legislative work of the House. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have worked under your leadership and alongside distinguished colleagues in advancing democratic governance and national development. I remain fully committed to my duties as a member of the House and will continue to support the work of the legislature in every way possible. Please accept the assurances of my highest esteem and continued regards. Signed, Honorable Kingsley Chinda.
That is the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas, talking about reading out the letter. The first two sentences, the first two words in that sentence is the former minority leader, the three first sentence. When did he become former? Was it yesterday he became former, or since April 23rd when he wrote, when he said he wrote that letter? Still a member of the PDP and minority leader, Chinda appeared before the APC screening panel in the Rivers Gubers primaries. This sparked double membership claims. May 21, 2026, he was declared APC gubernatorial candidate of Rivers 2027 elections. And he has been actively, I don't think the House has not sat since April 23rd. The House they have sat since April 23rd. But just yesterday, it was read and it said former. Meanwhile, there are about 3 or so cases in court, factions, where we saw that in one of the decisions or the determination that was reached by the court, Abbas was the Chinda was thrown overboard. Now, what is happening in Rivers State? How does it really tell on the workings in the National Assembly as we have seen it, and how does it tell on his denomination?
That case is one case that I really do not understand, because for the first time since 1999, we're beginning to see things that we have not seen in our political terrain, in the last 26 years. First, there were moves to impeach him as the minority leader of the House of Representatives. Moves were made 2 or 3 times, which he resisted. And somehow, at a stage, there was this kind of dodge and look for game at the National Assembly. And then suddenly, he emerges as the candidate of the APC. If you knew you were going to come on the platform of the APC, why were you resisting? Okay, impeachment is not a good thing, but you could have resigned. And he did not resign at that point. And to see a situation where somebody is a minority leader, is still a member of the PDP, yet of the APC. I don't know if you've seen that before. I think this is very, very strange. Our current politicians are introducing things that happened in the past.
Mustafa, you remember that it is just because of the amendment to the Electoral Act that they have stopped the nonsense, what I would call the nonsense. Because we had in the past where primaries were held for one position, and then when they fail in that position, they move over to the other position.
That one, you said they move over.
Yes.
In this case, there was no move over. And then there was a ticket. There is a ticket.
So we have seen. That's probably why they try to amend the laws almost every day to see that. But as you are amending the law, you are blocking the hole. They are like rabbit. If you block this hole, they come out from the other hole.
But you see, the parties are the ones who submit the nomination of candidates to the Independent National Electoral Commission. And some of these things you just complain about are as a result of the loopholes in our legislation, whether the Electoral Act or some party rules that allow some of these inconsistencies to take place. But plus or minus, they will find a way of covering whatever issues that will become a problem for this gentleman, except if some members within the parties felt shortchanged and they had to court to file processes.
Some of them are in court already.
For pre-election matters. And even after the election, until they have an out-of-court settlement, except the matter will continue.
All right, we will go to the Independent National Electoral Commission. Our guest today is Mr. Moses Gabriel Molaye, chairman of the Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, Abuja chapter. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Having me.
Now, INEC, in response to what has been happening, has stated that there were no external breach of the CVR database, nor any hacking incident. The electoral body has admitted that there was an unauthorized release of restricted information by a valid user. Our guest will be telling us the meaning of a valid user. And this situation is referred to as internal misuse of credentials. The data was accessed through valid user credentials assigned to personnel involved in the ongoing civic voter registration, the CVR exercise, but released without proper authorization. A lot of technical things in this. We'll also ask questions about the ethics, and we'll also ask questions about who has access, who does not have access, and what is happening within the... But before we get to our guests, let me quickly talk to my colleagues on what this could mean for the Independent National Electoral Commission. Quickly.
What it could mean simply is that they are losing more credibility in the eyes of Nigerians. Because in this case, this is somebody who has access, valid access.
Yes.
Which means their personnel cannot be relied upon at this point in time. Because if somebody has access, it has to be one of their personnel.
Yeah, who has the password
exactly.
to the database.
And if he can sell out, who says that other staff are not selling out at this point in time?
Or they have not been selling out.
Yes, and then of course, don't forget what is still hanging on the neck of the chairman, the membership of the AP, the alleged membership of the APC. And, you know, INEC has not quite cleared itself of that allegation. Questions are already being raised, and then they are...
In a certain country, the INEC chairman would have tendered his resignation because that shows the electorates and parties may not be able to trust him to conduct a credible exercise. This is a very big scandal. INEC should go beyond complaining that it was an internal matter, somebody breached. And, you know, the cybersecurity experts know that the way those things are designed, people have access. And once anybody access, it registers who, just like the banking system.
Yes. Now, let's meet Mr. Moses Gabriel Molaye, who is the chairman of the Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria, Abuja chapter. Welcome again to the program.
Thank you very much.
Now, what is happening? Okay. Just try and be as simple as possible because we can understand the details.
Okay. So a breach is a breach, regardless because first of all, let's define what a breach is. A breach is when someone has unauthorized access, basically. That means you've breached the security.
When you have unauthorized access.
Yes.
Suppose you now have authorized access.
Now, there is the part of having authorized access. Yes. But authorization to do what? That is another kettle of fish. Are you doing, what you're doing, is it within the confines of what you have authorization to do? Now, there are a lot of issues here. They say it was an internal person. Fine and good. But we didn't see that page on an internal person's post. It was the aide of a certain minister, and we saw it on his page. Now, there are two possibilities here. There's a possibility that he has credentials to log in, for him to have...
So that's screenshot?
Yes, that's screenshot. So when you go to the URL, you see admin.cvr, so from that URL, you can tell that this is the admin section.
Now let me just break here so that we'll get it. If you have access and you have the password and you pass it to me, assuming the information was passed to Lere Olayinka, and I take my system outside of INEC and log in, is it possible for you to find out where that login takes place?
Yes, there are audit trails. There are audit trails. And typically, the system should show, or the trails should show where, what was done. You understand? So what was done, the time it was done. So,
which means we can clearly say from here that
yes,
it may not be Olayinka himself that entered through another system. Because if he had entered through another system, INEC would have told us, look, somebody entered the system, although they use legitimate, valid credentials to enter, but they are saying that there was no breach.
So these things are there, we need to understand. In a number of ways, Migrant Resource Center services are free exclusively, and we encourage the public to access them as such. But more importantly, if there are such things, they should find ways to report to us. Let us also know if people are exploiting migrant workers. We hope to also reduce, through knowledge and awareness, to reduce the desperate and dangerous migration during the exploit.
In conclusion, one more advice to African countries, state, African government, on MRCs.
First is that the continent needs to genuinely integrate. Africa needs to integrate. We are happy, I think I should say this, compared to last year. We were here last year on the same issue. We are happy compared to last year and now. The visa situation has improved. The online application system for Nigeria has improved. My advice is that they might still need to improve their bandwidth because sometimes uploading the system online takes a while. They might need to improve it, but this is fine. But more than that, we encourage the Nigerian government, they should go beyond visa. Especially, I will only continue to make the case of Kenya. Kenya opens up to all Africans. Why should Nigeria be charging Kenyans visa? This is not correct. We hear the news with Rwanda. I thought it has been done a long time ago. Nigeria should open up to others. We need to integrate more. We need to provide social protection for our people. In other words, these things that make migration a zero-sum game, where people feel I must do it out of desperation, and that other people are benefiting on the strength of that. No. So the continent needs to deal with its structural issues. Its people that are its greatest resource, and they need to be protected.
But what we see is that in some of the destination countries, especially in the Arab states, there are not MRCs. The MRCs that we're working on, they are all situated on the African continent. And of course, we have intra-regional migration in Africa. So it is also several of these MRCs serve both as the MRC as a country of destination and country of origin, also as a country of transit. And the migrants that visit the MRCs, they have needs that depend on their situation. So what's really important is also to strengthen the collaboration between those different MRCs, because, for example, let's say in Kenya, you will have Kenyan nationals who are interested in migrating abroad, maybe out of Africa, but you also have African nationals from different countries. So for those people, Kenya, the MRC in Kenya is an MRC in the country of destination, while for the Kenyans, it's an MRC in the country of origin. So they often have this dual status, sort of. And it's very important that they're able to provide services to both.
They are offering training around issues to do with language on destination countries, around issues to do with culture and socialization, so that when the migrant worker migrates to a country of destination, there is no culture shock as to what is expected of him or her in countries of destination. We've also learned that the migrant resource centers become the vital cog between the migrant in country of destination and in country of departure, because it does provide the necessary links for that worker to understand his or her labor rights and to understand when there are actually violations of his or her labor rights. The first port to call to would be the migrant resource centers. And I've also appreciated that most of the migrant resource centers are also attached to country embassies, which country embassies, through our call and campaign, as the Archimedes, have now established labor attaches. These are people who are knowledgeable on labor issues, who can also be able to intervene when workers are in a crisis or need the assistance of the governments from countries of departure.
Labor migration will always exist. And it's very important that we have resources to educate so that we can, have a safer routes for people to migrate and seek for job opportunities outside of the countries of origin. One of the issues that is before the table is around sustainability. Many of these MRCs are managed by the public sector, by the government, and some of the MRCs are managed by trade unions. Therefore, the issue is what happens beyond development partners financing? What about sustainability? What is it that needs to be done in order to strengthen the sustainability of this MRC so that beyond donor funding, they can continue providing the services that they are offering?
Yeah, the effectiveness of MRC is that they are advisory and providing counseling to migrant workers to better migrate on better informed decision, so that migrations can be a choice, not out of desperation. So the essence is when different migrant resource centers operator compare notes on how we can operationalize them and make them more effective, we are sure that our advocacy for fair migration and better migration governance will be improved.
My name is Mohammed Meghandi Gadi, the Minister of Labor and Employment. You are watching the Tripartite program on AIT.
Welcome back. Now, let's quickly give you a small brief on the expectations at the 114th International Labour Conference taking place in Geneva, Switzerland from the 1st of June, 2026.
The 114th session of the International Labour Conference, ILC, takes place from June 1st to June 12th, 2026, in Geneva across 3 venues: ILO headquarters, Palais des Nations, and CICG. The critical agenda items and developments to watch include standard setting on the platform economy. The second phase of standard setting discussions will continue to frame regulations ensuring decent work in the platform economy, including draft conventions and recommendations. Artificial Intelligence and the World of Work, delegates will review the Director General's report, titled A Moment of Choice, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Decent Work, examining the impact of AI on jobs and productivity. Gender Equality, a general discussion on the transformative agenda for gender equality in the world of work runs from June 1st to June 10th. Social Dialogue, a recurrent discussion focused on evaluating tripartism and social dialogue will be held. Application of international labour standards, the committee will commemorate its centenary and review compliance issues, with the full schedule available on the ILO 114th Session Committee page.
Hi, you're watching Tripartite TV, and you should stay tuned. My name is Paddy Sianga Knudsen. I am from Zambia. I'm currently living in Denmark, and I'm the lead coordinator for the African Non-State Actors Platform on Migration and Development. Keep watching Tripartite TV.
Tripartite string, we can conquer it all.
My name is Adewale Smart Oyeride, the Director General, Chief Executive, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Keep watching the Tripartite.
My name is Perpetual Florian Popo. I'm the president of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Keep watching Tripartite on AIT.
Tripartite string, we can conquer it all.
Welcome back. Now, in our global update on labor stories, we are starting with the very important one, maybe important to workers and trade unions, but we don't know whether it's important to employers. The judgment at the International Court of Justice confirming the right to strike by workers and trade unions. So this will lead other global updates.
The International Court of Justice in The Hague has confirmed the right to strike of workers and trade unions. In an unprecedented advisory opinion delivered today, the court affirmed that the right of workers and their organization to strike is protected under the freedom of association and protection of the right to organize in ILO Convention No. 87 of 1948. In their various reactions to the judgment, a former global president of the International Trade Unions Confederation, Ayoba Waba, and the current African Region General Secretary of ITUC Africa, Akata Joel, said the ruling speaks to the truth about workers' agitations for better welfare and rights upholding, but warn against abuse of the instrument. Also, the Public Services International Global Headquarters and the Industrial Global Unions have continued to score the advisory by the ICJ high, noting that the careless anti-labor antics of some employees will be put to check. The ILO's employer group challenged the right to strike workers, and the case was brought to the ICJ by the ILO itself. And, on November 10, 2023, the ILO governing body formally requested an advisory opinion from the ICJ. This came after a decade-long dispute inside the ILO between employers and workers over whether the ILO Convention No. 87 on freedom of association protects the right to strike. The ICJ held hearings in 2025 and delivered its advisory opinion on the 22nd of July, 2025, before the judgment on June 22, 2026, confirming that the right to strike is protected under Convention No. 87. Let's academic get a reaction. Ahmad-ur Rehman Arsi from the Public Sector Employees Federation of Pakistan.
Workers never received this right as a gift. Workers achieved it through unity, courage, sacrifices, and organizing. And from WAPDA to health and sanitation to municipal workers, we witnessed when workers stay silent, decisions are imposed on them. But when workers organize together, the government and employers are forced to listen. For us, strike is not about conflict. Strike is the last democratic voice of workers when dialogue fails. Respect workers, respect unions, and respect the right to strike.
Return to your home countries to apply, US tells Nigerians, other green card applicants. The United States on Friday, 22nd of May, 2026 directed that Nigerians and other nationals applying for green cards return to their home countries to apply for the process. A press statement issued by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the agency said that the policy was aimed at restoring what it described as the original intent of U.S. immigration law. ICE spokesman Zach Kaler said the policy would help reduce the number of migrants remaining illegally in the country after unsuccessful residency applications. The statement noted that, except in extraordinary circumstances, foreigners seeking adjustment of status would now be required to process their residency applications through U.S. consular offices abroad under the supervision of the United States Department of State. The agency explained that the policy would particularly affect temporary visitors such as students, tourists, and workers who enter the U.S. on non-immigrant visas. Non-immigrants, like students, temporary workers, or people on tourist visas, come to the U.S. for a short time and for a specific purpose. The statement added that the system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over. Their visit should not function as the first step in the green card process. IndustriALL Global Union has withdrawn from its Principles of Social Responsibility and Human Rights agreement with Mercedes-Benz Group, after the company repeatedly violated the agreement's core commitments and refused all attempts to find a constructive way forward. The decision follows years of documented anti-union conduct by Mercedes-Benz at its plant in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, confirmed by the U.S. National Labor Relations Board, NLRB. The Botswana Diamond Workers Union, BDWU, has declared a formal dispute at Genesis HB Botswana, a diamond cutting and polishing company wholly owned by HP Antwerp, a Belgian diamond technology company. The Botswana government holds shares in HP Antwerp as part of its efforts to give the country a bigger stake in its own diamond industry. The union, an Industry ALL affiliate, says management is pushing through job cuts while refusing to bargain honestly with unions. Talks collapsed in mid-March. The union is now negotiating under protest as it believes the process is being abused but will not walk away and leave its members unprotected. At the heart of the dispute is a simple demand: show us the numbers. The union says management has refused to hand over audited accounts, wage records, company structure details and board minutes. Without this information, workers cannot assess whether the job cuts are genuinely necessary or whether alternatives exist. Section 25 of the Trade Unions and Employers Organizations Act requires management to share this information. Genesis HB is not doing so, making meaningful negotiation impossible. 7 workers face retrenchment. 4 of them sit on the union committee. The union believes this is no coincidence. Targeting union representatives to weaken workers' collective voice is union busting and it is illegal. The BDWU is putting management on notice that it will not let this stand.
I'm Dr. Abiodun Badru from Public Services International, the project coordinator for English-speaking Africa. Keep watching the Tripartite on AIT.
There are 4 interlocking challenges that this plenary must address. The first is the exodus of health workers. West Africa is in the midst of an unprecedented outflow of trained health professionals. Nurses, doctors, pharmacists, and allied health workers are departing for Europe, the Gulf states, and North America at a rate our health system cannot absorb. Nigeria alone saw an estimated 28% of its physician workforce practicing abroad as far back as 2008. And the pace has accelerated dramatically since then. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, and Niger face equivalent pressures. The reasons are well documented: inadequate remuneration, unsafe working conditions, limited career progression, and the deliberate recruitment campaigns run by wealthy nations that invest comparatively little in training their own workforce. These constitute a structural transfer of wealth from poor countries to rich ones. WASUN's position is unambiguous. Ethical recruitment of frameworks, as outlined under the ILO standards and WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel, must be enforced. Destination countries must be partners in training pipelines, not merely beneficiaries of them. The second challenge is the insecurity and the erosion of safe work. According to the 2025 Global Terrorism Index, the Sahel now accounts for 51% of worldwide terrorism-related deaths, compared to just 1% of worldwide terrorism-related deaths, compared to just 1%, 17% years ago. Deaths from terrorism in Sahel exceeded 25,000 in 2024 alone. 5 of the 10 countries most affected by terrorism globally are in our sub-region, and the effects are reaching coastal states. Attack on health facilities across Africa doubled between 2023 and 2024, and over 900 health workers were killed during 2024 alone. The psychological toll on surviving health workers receives no budget allocation and no dedicated policy attention anywhere in the region.
Welcome back. Now, don't forget, all segments of these programs are open for sponsorship. Contact us on our socials displayed. Thank you for investing your time with us. I remain your host, Abulu Osemahu. Let's do this again next time.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
Mary Adeze is 35 years old, hails from Udi local government area of Enugu State. Mary Adeze has been diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease, which requires urgent kidney transplant, and is in need of 27 million naira only for her treatment. For your kind assistance towards Mary Adeze, kindly donate into the following account details. Account name, Chidiebere Mary Mba. Bank, Zenith Bank. Account number, 2233795968. Mary Adeze needs the sum of 27 million naira only for her treatment. Let us be of great assistance towards her recovery. Barnabas Sushate Ikev is 20 years old, hails from Gboko local government area of Benue State. Barnabas Sushate Ikev underwent a kidney transplant in November 2023, which was initially successful. However, Barnabas has since developed severe post-transplant complication affecting his movement, his speech, and his balance, and is in need of 15 million naira only for his treatment. For your kind assistance towards Barnabas Sushate Ikev, kindly donate into the following account details. Account name, Ikev Barnabas. Bank, FCMB. Account number, 6348201010. Barnabas Sushate Ikev needs the sum of 15 million naira only for his treatment. Let us be of great assistance towards his recovery.
This appeal is made in furtherance of AIT's corporate social responsibility.
A very warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Environment Today on Africa Independent Television. It's your program where we x-ray environmental and public health issues that confront you and I daily. My name is Nkoli Omodu, your regular host of the show.
For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shared in the balance, exploiting our planet for product and wealth.
Creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction, and polluting our land, sea, and air. We must go from harming our planet to healing it. We must protect what we have.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypower Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
United States and Iran exchange strikes as drone hits Kuwait airport, killing 1 person. 7 killed after drone hits a bus in Ukraine. 2 killed in Kenyan protests over U.S. Ebola facility. And 4 sentenced to death for the Owo Catholic Church massacre. This is the World News on AIT. I am Shola Jaisimi, and you're welcome. The United States military launched strikes on Iran's Qassim Island overnight in what he called self-defense, hours after Kuwait said Iranian drones hit its international airport, killing 1 person, injuring several others, marking a sharp escalation in hostilities.
The U.S. Central Command said it targeted an Iranian military ground control station on Qassim Island in the Strait of Hormuz in response to attempted attacks across the Middle East. The U.S. also shot down Iranian drones aimed at civilian vessels in regional waters and intercepted missiles fired towards Kuwait and Bahrain. Kuwait's army reported damage to the airport and air traffic was suspended. Iran's Revolutionary Guard warned that disrupting the Strait of Hormuz would carry a heavy cost. The escalation follows third U.S.-Iran ceasefire talks. Washington has also been enforcing a naval blockade on the strait since April, disabling or redirecting commercial vessels. U.S. officials said no sanctions relief has been offered without nuclear concessions.
A drone strike on a passenger bus in Russia-controlled eastern Ukraine killed 7 people and wounded 11 on Wednesday, part of a new wave of long-range attacks that also struck an oil terminal in St. Petersburg during Russia's International Economic Forum.
The bus was traveling between Moscow and Simferopol when it was hit in Yenikievo, Donetsk region. Emergency crews said the 11 injured were taken to hospital for treatment. Russian-installed officials in Donetsk reported the death and said the strike occurred in the early hours. The attack came amid overnight Ukrainian drone operations that reached deep into Russia's St. Petersburg oil terminal was hit, producing visible black smoke over the city as delegates gathered for the economic forum. Russian authorities said air defenses intercepted 350 drones nationwide, including 50 over the Leningrad region, and temporarily restricted flights at Pulkovo Airport. Additionally, drones were drowned over Belgorod, Kursk, Moscow, and the Sea of Azov. Ukraine's military said it also struck military targets in Russia's Tambov region. The exchange followed a large Russian missile and drone assault on Ukrainian cities on Tuesday and killed at least 22 people, including women and children. Both sides have escalated long-range strikes in recent days, with Ukraine describing the hit on Russia's infrastructure as retaliatory measures.
Now, Ukraine carried out drone strikes on St. Petersburg on Wednesday, disrupting transport and internet hours before President Putin addressed Russia's major economic forum attended by foreign delegations. Local officials said air defenses shot down 59 drones overnight and 3 districts were hit with no reported deaths. Pulkovo Airport closed briefly and mobile internet was disrupted. Ukraine later confirmed strikes on an oil terminal and a naval base nearby Kunduzk, home to Russia's Baltic Fleet. The attacks coincided with the opening of the St. Petersburg Economic Forum, which drew representatives from 130 countries and is aimed at attracting foreign investment. Kremlin officials said Moscow would respond to the strikes. A new exhibition in St. Petersburg displays paintings of Russian battles from history alongside contemporary scenes from the war in Ukraine. The show, titled The Russian Imperative, features large-scale works depicting Red Army troops, soldiers marked with the Z symbol carrying wounded comrades and wounded veterans on trains. Curators said the exhibition aims to highlight military sacrifice and resilience, linking historic battles with the current conflict in Ukraine. The display includes works by well-known Russian artists alongside new pieces devoted to what Moscow calls its special military operation. It opened ahead of the May the 9th holiday commemorating the defeat of the Nazis, which this year was scaled back amidst Ukrainian drone strikes. Museum officials said the project uses Russian art and history to frame the tone for discussing the war. Israeli forces carried out strikes near Beirut, that's in Lebanon, and across the southern part of that country on Wednesday, killing 6 people as tensions along the border flared again. One strike hit a vehicle on the Khaledi Road at Beirut's southern entrance. In the south, Lebanese authorities said around 20 locations were hit, including 2 strikes near Tyre that killed 4 Syrian nationals and 2 Palestinians in Al Hawush. The Israeli military also said that it intercepted a drone that crossed from Lebanon into Israeli airspace, the first such report in more than a day. Officials warned of further strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs if projectiles are fired towards northern Israel. As the strikes continued, Israeli and Lebanese diplomats held a second day of direct talks in Washington, the 4th round since fighting began on the 2nd of March. The Israeli military also told residents of several South Lebanon villages to evacuate ahead of the planned operations. A fire at a guest house in South New Delhi on Wednesday killed at least 21 people, making it one of the deadliest blazes in the Indian capital in recent years. Rescue teams continue to search the building as more than 40 injured people are being treated in nearby hospitals. The fire broke out in the morning at Flourish Day, a bed and breakfast located in the densely populated area of South Delhi. The police confirmed the death toll and said search and rescue operations were still underway. Several of those who died were reported to be visitors from African countries who had traveled to the city for medical treatment. 8 fire engines were deployed to bring the blaze under control. The authorities said all relevant agencies remain at the site to assist those affected. The cause of the fire has not been determined. Electrical short circuits caused by poor wiring are a common source of fires in India. The country's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, expressed condolences to the families of the victims. Building fires frequently occur in India due to limited firefighting equipment and lax enforcement of safety regulations. In March, a fire at a government hospital in eastern India killed at least 10 critically ill patients. 2 people have been killed in Nanwaki during demonstrations against a proposed United States Ebola isolation center at Laikaipai Air Base as the Kenyan court suspended the project over poor health concerns.
Protest erupted on Monday in the central town, 140 kilometers north of Nairobi, with roads blocked and tires burnt. Police fired tear gas to disperse crowds. 1 man was shot near the base and died after being taken to the hospital by friends. A 2nd man was brought in dead by soldiers. Authorities have not explained how they died. The U.S. plans a 50-bed facility to treat American citizens affected by an Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A U.S. official said Kenya was chosen for its location and regional air links. Kenya has no recorded Ebola cases. Last Friday, Kenya's High Court halted the center's opening after a rights group warned of health risk. The court extended the suspension on Tuesday and ordered the government to release details of the plan. Military aircraft have still been seen at the base. President William Ruto defended the proposal, saying it followed a U.S. request and reflected long-term cooperation. Medical unions and watchdogs opposed the facility, citing risks to local communities.
And staying in Africa, Benin Republic's new president, Ramon Ouattani, has launched an outreach to the Sahel, marking his first foreign trips to Niger Republic and Burkina Faso in a bid to ease months of diplomatic tension and reopen economic links.
Wadani met Niger's junta leader Abdurrahman Tayani in Niamey on Tuesday. Both sides issued a joint statement committing to remove barriers to cooperation, including the reopening of the border that Niger closed last year. The statement also highlighted a shared determination to tackle terrorism and banditry across the sub-region. From Niger, Wadani traveled to Ouagadougou for talks with Burkina Faso's leader Ibrahim Traoré. The two reaffirmed their intent to strengthen partnership and described cooperation on security and cross-border crime as urgent. The visit signals a change in tone after strained relations during the tenure of former President Patrice Talon. Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali have formed the Alliance of Sahel States and exited ECOWAS over security policy and ties with France. Benin had been accused by Niger of hosting foreign military bases, claims rejected by Benin and France. Economic ties between Benin and Niger remain vital. The port of Cotonou serves as a main corridor for Niger's trade, and the oil pipeline running through Benin continues to operate. The main bridge linking the two countries is still closed under tight security. Niger's Prime Minister Ali Lamine Zine attended Wadani's inauguration in May and spoke of a new direction for bilateral relations. Analysts see the change in Benin's leadership has created an opening to reset ties with the Sahel juntas.
You're still watching the World News on AIT. We'll be back after this break.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to the World News on AIT. Now let's go to politics in the U.S. Republican television commentator Steve Hilton and Democratic former Cabinet Secretary Xavier Becerra have emerged as the front runners in California's gubernatorial primary, setting up a possible November contest between a Republican and a Democrat in the heavily Democratic state. With 76.1% of precincts partially reported, Hilton held 26.9% of the vote and Becerra 25.7%, each drawing more than 1.1 million votes. Becerra trailed by about 49,000 votes. Democratic billionaire Tom Steyer was third with 19.8%, while no other candidate reached double digits. The race will determine the successor to Governor Gavin Newsom, who is term limited. California's next governor will oversee a $4 trillion economy while facing major challenges, including water access, affordability, and homelessness. Hilton, a British-born former Fox News host who became a U.S. citizen in 2021 after working as an advisor to former UK Prime Minister David Cameron, was personally endorsed by President Donald Trump. He campaigned against Democratic policies on homelessness, affordability, and government regulation, pointing to the Republican Party's absence from the governors since Arnold Schwarzenegger left in 2011. California uses a top-two primary system in which candidates of all parties compete and the top two advance to the general election. In a Democratic-dominated state that often produces two Democrats in November, making a Republican-Democratic matchup unusual. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the OECD, has warned that the Middle East war has weakened global growth prospects, with a prolonged conflict pushing world gross domestic product down to 2.1% in 2026 if Gulf oil and gas exports remain disrupted. In its quarterly update, the Group of 38 industrialized economies cut its 2026 forecast to 2.8%, assuming Gulf exports recover by the third quarter, down from a previous 2.9% estimate. If hostilities continue into the new year, growth could fall to 2.1%, well below the 3.4% average seen from 2023 to 2029. The OECD said sustained high prices for energy, fertilizer, and other hydrocarbon-based goods would hit developing countries hardest due to their larger share of economic and food in household spending. Investments, including in energy-intensive artificial intelligence, is expected to drop, raising unemployment risks. Even under a scenario where the war ends in the coming weeks, global inflation is projected to rise to 4.0% in 2026 from 3.4% in 2025. U.S. growth is forecast to slow to 2.0% this year and 1.8% in 2027, while the Eurozone GDP is expected to slump to 0.8% this year from 1.4% in 2025. Now, Beijing has pushed back against the new OECD report alleging that Chinese firms gain an unfair edge in global markets through extensive state subsidies, arguing that competitiveness stems from innovation and skills rather than government support.
Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development said on Monday that companies in 15 key Chinese industrial sectors received significantly more state support than international rivals between 2005 and 2024. The OECD estimated that nearly 60% of Chinese firms' gains in global market share could be linked to those subsidies, citing growth in industries such as solar panels, shipbuilding, and steel. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Mao Ning responded on Wednesday, stating that industrial subsidy policies follow principles of openness, fairness, and compliance. She argued that the success of Chinese companies reflects market competition, technological development, overseas expansion, and the benefits of a large domestic market. Mao also noted that subsidies are used by many countries and urged adherence to World Trade Organization rules, adding that international organizations should play a constructive role.
New Solomon Islands Prime Minister has announced plans to review the 2022 security agreement with China, signaling a possible shift in the country's foreign policy approach in the South Pacific.
Well made the statement on Wednesday during a meeting with Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese in Canberra. The Solomon Island leader, who took office last month, said the government will examine the pact alongside other security agreements held with different countries. The 2022 deal, signed under former Prime Minister Manasseh Sogavare, drew criticism from Australia and the United States over concerns that it could allow Chinese naval forces to operate in the South Pacific. Details of the agreement have remained under a non-disclosure arrangement, and Wales said he only received a copy a day before traveling to Australia. He also noted that changes had been made to key positions within government. China's foreign ministry said Beijing remains ready to expand cooperation with the new Solomon Islands administration across various sectors. Australia is the largest aid donor to the Solomon Islands, a nation of 800,000 people located about 2,000 kilometers northeast of the Australian mainland. Ties between Canberra, Washington, and Honiara weakened after the Solomon Islands switched diplomatic recognition from Taiwan to Beijing in 2019 and entered the security arrangement with China. Chinese banks have since become major creditors for infrastructure projects in the country. Albanese said Australia and the Solomon Islands will begin work on a new comprehensive treaty aimed at deepening cooperation in policing and security, with Australia seeking to serve as the primary security partner for Pacific nations. Wales said the region should prioritize security partnerships within the Pacific and confirmed discussions with Australia and the United States on financing for critical infrastructure such as ports. The leaders also agreed to advance a major police training program after the previous Australian proposal to expand the Solomon Islands police force stalled under the former government. Australia has been pursuing similar security and economic agreements with other Pacific Island states, including Tuvalu Nauru, and Papua New Guinea as part of efforts to strengthen regional ties.
Claims of abuse by a member of Thailand's wealthy beer family behind the Singer Beer have sparked public testimony from other survivors and renewed calls for accountability in a society where such cases are rarely discussed openly.
A younger family member accused his older brother of repeated abuse during his teenage years in a video posted online this month. The accuser said the abuse occurred from age 9 to 13 and that he remained silent for years due to family pressure. After the video spread, the company removed the brother from his executive position and said it would cooperate with any official investigation. The allegation led celebrities, influencers, and ordinary Thais to share their own experiences of sexual misconduct on social media. The wave of posts broke a long-standing taboo in Thailand, where stigma and emphasis on family reputation often prevent victims from speaking out. Human rights groups said the response is unusual and shows growing willingness among younger Thais to discuss personal rights and demand zero tolerance for abuse. The family behind Singer Beer is ranked among the country's richest, with the brand known internationally through sports sponsorship. Analysts say the case marks a shift in public attitude, with social media giving survivors a platform and increasing pressures on powerful families to face scrutiny.
And to Europe, where Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has unveiled Denmark's new government, which for the first time includes more women than men amongst its 21 members. Frederiksen announced the cabinet on Wednesday after forming the minority coalition between the Social Democrats, the Socialist People's Parties, Radikale Venstre, and the Moderates. 11 of the 21 ministers are women, marking a first in Danish history. Lars Løkke Rasmussen of the Moderates will remain foreign minister. Peter Humgaard moves to finance, while Nicolai Wammen takes the justice portfolio. Both Humgaard and Wammen are seen as likely successors to Frederiksen as Social Democrat leader. The new government presented a platform focused on support for families facing rising prices while maintaining strict immigration policy. With the coalition holding 82 of 179 seats in parliament, the government will need backing from other parties to pass legislation. 4 of the 5 suspects arraigned for the massacre at the St. Francis Catholic Church, or in Ondo State, in which about 43 worshippers were killed, have been convicted and sentenced to death. The Federal High Court, which tried them over the 2022 incident, ruled that the prosecution proved its case beyond reasonable doubt against Idris Abdulmalik Omeiza, Al-Qasim Idris Jamil Abdulmalik, and Abdulwahim Idris, while Momo Otuwa Abubakar was discharged and acquitted in all the counts. Our correspondent, Chibuzo Okeze, sent this report in an earlier bulletin.
He's the 47-year-old man within the 5 defendants who was specifically charged for terrorism financing. But the judge said that the prosecution could not prove their case, beyond reasonable doubt that he was actually involved in terrorism financing. Now, I'll have to break it down for you. Count one has to do with joining of the Al-Shabaab group, which the defendant or the convict actually were found culpable. Count 2 has to do with attending meetings. Count 3 also has to do with, there are 9 counts, just for the sake of Nigerians who do not know. There are 9 counts. Count 3 has to do with conspiracy. Count 4 and 5 has to do with hostage taking and possession of dangerous arms. While count 6 has to do with terrorism financing, of course. And then count 7, count 8, and count 9. On all those ones in a sentence are geared towards, where you have detonating explosives that, in public spaces to actually cause bodily harm. So, of course, the judge found them guilty on count 1, count 2, sending them to 20 years, in imprisonment on those counts, and also count 3. But as from count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, they were all death sentences according to the Terrorism Prohibition Act, 2022. And all these charges, the penalties take from 20 years and above or life imprisonment.
The 5 accused, Abdullahi Mohammed has said his clients will appeal the judgment. In the meantime, the Ondo State government has reacted to the guilty verdict on 4 of the accused. The State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice Kayode Ajulo, in a statement, commended the efforts of the prosecution, the security agencies, particularly the Department of State Services, and witnesses who testified in court. He added that Governor Lucky Aiyedatiwa remains steadfast in his support and commitment to ensuring lawful measures aimed at securing communities and the protection of places of worship. And that's it on the AIT World News. I am Shola Jaisimi. Thank you for watching.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy. And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should sit back and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Hello and thanks for joining us on your #1 labor program, From Africa to the Rest of the World, the Tripartite, the Worker, Employer and Government Roundtable. I am your regular host, Abulu Osemwahu. Now it is good news for workers and trade unions around the world as the International Court of Justice, that is the ICJ, has confirmed the right to strike. It is a case that was instituted since 1948. How many years is that? But is this news pleasant to employers and government? In the course of this program, we'll give you details of that. Are you aware the United States government has asked Nigerian migrants and other countries to go back to their countries to process their green card if or when it expires? We'll give you details of that. In our Let's Talk segment for today, we'll take you to Abuja, where the International Trade Union Confederation brought African countries' trade unions and government to talk about the effectiveness of the Migrant Resource Center. Do you know what that is? Just stay tuned for that. The International Labour Organization Annual International Labour Conference begins on the 1st of June. What are the expectations? We'll give you that in the course of the program. Do stay tuned.
Did you know? Did you know? Did you know?
IOM is releasing the World Migration Report, which looks closely at how migration is shaping economies, societies, and communities around the world. The evidence is clear. When migration is well managed, it supports jobs, economic growth, stability, and social cohesion. Migrants contribute as workers, entrepreneurs, and consumers, and through the skills, innovation, and connections they bring across borders. At the same time, it is important to keep migration in perspective. The report underscores that migration is not a single global story. Most people never move across borders, and most displacement happens within countries. Patterns vary widely by region, and responses should be tailored to national contexts. Our message is a practical one, ensuring safe and regular pathways, supporting skills, mobility, and strengthening regional cooperation are not abstract goals. They are concrete steps that respect national borders and priorities and help countries manage migration more effectively while delivering real benefits for economies and people alike.
Did you know?
I'm Reverend Professor Hyacinth Ichok, the Vice Chancellor of Veritas University, Abuja. Please keep watching the Tripartite program on AIT.
Welcome back. Let's quickly take you to Abuja, where participants talked about the migrant resource centers. And now these centers, a brief of it is that these centers are there to guide migrants that are preparing to leave their countries or those that are being repatriated. What information do they need?
Migrant resource centers do not charge fees. They do not charge fees. But there are instances, maybe for skills. Migrant resource center can refer you to a skill acquisition center. They also provide skills, especially for those for return and for integration. They provide skills, opportunity. Those skills, access opportunity, they are not charged. But where the skill you need is beyond what they can offer you, they can refer you. And they are not in the process of referring to charge you fee. it is that organization that want to provide you the skill that might discuss that with you. So these things are there. We need to understand. In a number of ways, Migrant Resource Centers services are free exclusively, and we encourage the public to access them as such. But more importantly, if there are such things, they should find ways to report to us. Let us also know if people are exploiting migrant workers. We hope to also reduce, through knowledge and awareness, to reduce the desperate and dangerous migration during this period.
In conclusion, one more advice to African countries, states, African government, on MRCs.
First is that the continent needs to genuinely integrate. Africa needs to integrate. We are happy, I think I should say this, compared to last year. We were here last year on the same issue. We are happy compared to last year and now, the visa situation has improved. The online application system for Nigeria has improved. My advice is that they might still need to improve their bandwidth because sometimes uploading the system online takes a while. They might need to improve it, but this is fine. But more than that, we encourage the Nigerian government, they should go beyond visa. Especially, I will only continue to make the case of Kenya. Kenya opens up to all Africans. Why should Nigeria be charging Kenyans visa? This is not correct. We hear the news with Rwanda. I thought it has been done a long time ago. Nigeria should open up to others. We need to integrate more. We need to provide social protection for our people. In other words, these things that make migration a zero-sum game, where people feel I must do it out of desperation, and that other people are benefiting on the strength of that. No. So the continent needs to deal with its structural issues. Its people are its greatest resource, and they need to be protected.
But what we see is that in some of the destination countries, especially in the Arab states, there are not MRCs. The MRCs that we're working on, they are all situated on the African continent. And of course, we have intra-regional migration in Africa. So it is also several of these MRCs serve both as a MRC as a country of destination and country of origin, also as a country of transit. And the migrants that visit the MRCs, they have needs that depend on their situation. So what's really important is also to strengthen the collaboration between those different MRCs, because, for example, let's say in Kenya, you will have Kenyan nationals who are interested in migrating abroad, maybe out of Africa, but you also have African nationals from different countries. So for those people, Kenya, the MRC in Kenya is an MRC in the country of destination, while for the Kenyans, it's an MRC in the country of origin. So they often have this dual status, sort of. And it's very important that they're able to provide services to both.
They are offering training around issues to do with language on destination countries, around issues to do with culture and socialization, so that when the migrant worker migrates to a country of destination, there is no culture shock as to what is expected of him or her in countries of destination. We've also learned that the migrant resource centers become the vital cog between the migrant in country of destination and in country of departure, because it does provide the necessary links for that worker to understand his or her labor rights and to understand when there are actually violations of his or her labor rights. The first port to call to would be the migrant resource centers. And I've also appreciated that most of the migrant resource centers are also attached to country embassies, which country embassies, through our call and campaign, as the Archimedes, have now established labor attaches. These are people who are knowledgeable on labor issues, who can also be able to intervene when workers are in a crisis or need the assistance of the governments from countries of departure.
Labor migration will always exist, and it's very important that we have resources to educate so that we can, have a safer routes for people to migrate and seek for job opportunities outside of the countries of origin. One of the issues that is before the table is around sustainability. Many of these MRCs are managed by the public sector, by the government, and some of the MRCs are managed by trade unions. Therefore, the issue is what happens beyond development partners' financing? What about sustainability? What is it that needs to be done in order to strengthen the sustainability of this MRC so that beyond donor funding, they can continue providing the services that they are offering?
Yeah, the effectiveness of MRC is that they are advisory and providing counseling to migrant workers to better migrate on better informed decision so that migrations can be a choice, not out of desperation. So the essence is when different migrant resource centers operator compare notes on how we can operationalize them and make them more effective, we are sure that our advocacy for fair migration and better migration governance will be improved.
My name is Mohammed Megaldi Gadi, the Minister of Labor and Employment. You are watching the Tripartite program on AIT.
Welcome back. Now let's quickly give you a small brief on the expectations at the 114th International Labour Conference taking place in Geneva, Switzerland from the 1st of June 2026.
The 114th session of the International Labour Conference, ILC, takes place from June 1st to June 12th, 2026, in Geneva across 3 venues: ILO headquarters, Palais des Nations, and CICG. The critical agenda items and developments to watch include standard setting on the platform economy. The second phase of standard setting discussions will continue to frame regulations ensuring decent work in the platform economy, including draft conventions and recommendations. Artificial Intelligence and the World of Work, delegates will review the Director General's report, titled A Moment of Choice, Harnessing Artificial Intelligence for Decent Work, examining the impact of AI on jobs and productivity. Gender Equality, a general discussion on the transformative agenda for gender equality in the world of work runs from June 1st to June 10th. Social Dialogue, a recurrent discussion focused on evaluating tripartism and social dialogue will be held. Application of international labour standards, the committee will commemorate its centenary and review compliance issues, with the full schedule available on the ILO 114th Session Committee page.
Hi, you're watching Tripartite TV, and you should stay tuned. My name is Paddy Sianga Knudsen. I am from Zambia and currently living in Denmark, and I'm the lead coordinator for the African Non-State Actors Platform on Migration and Development. Keep watching Tripartite TV.
Tripartite strength, we can conquer it all.
My name is Adewale Smart Oyenride, the Director General Chief Executive, Nigeria Employers Consultative Association. Keep watching the Tripartite.
My name is Perpetual Florian Popo. I'm the president of the Ghana Registered Nurses and Midwives Association. Keep watching Tripartite on AIT.
Tripartite strength, we can conquer it all.
Welcome back. Now, in our global update on labor stories, we are starting with the very important one, maybe important to workers and trade unions, but we don't know whether it's important to employers. The judgment at the International Court of Justice confirming the right to strike by workers and trade unions. So this will lead other global updates.
The International Court of Justice in The Hague has confirmed the right to strike of workers and trade unions. In an unprecedented advisory opinion delivered today, the court affirmed that the right of workers and their organization to strike is protected under the freedom of association and protection of the right to organize in ILO Convention No. 87 of 1948. In their various reactions to the judgment, a former global president of the International Trade Unions Confederation, Ayoba Waba, and the current African Region General Secretary of ITUC Africa, Akata Joel, said the ruling speaks to the truth about workers' agitations for better welfare and rights upholding, but warn against abuse of the instrument. Also, the Public Services International Global Headquarters and the Industrial Global Unions have continued to score the advisory by the ICJ high, noting that the careless anti-labor antics of some employees will be put to check. The ILO's employer group challenged the right to strike workers, and the case was brought to the ICJ by the ILO itself. And, on November 10, 2023, the ILO governing body formally requested an advisory opinion from the ICJ. This came after a decade-long dispute inside the ILO between employers and workers over whether the ILO Convention No. 87 on freedom of association protects the right to strike. The ICJ held hearings in 2025 and delivered its advisory opinion on the 22nd of July, 2025, before the judgment on June 22, 2026, confirming that the right to strike is protected under Convention No. 87. Let's academic get a reaction. Ahmadul Rehman Arsi from the Public Sector Employees Federation of Pakistan.
Workers never received this right as a gift. Workers achieved it through unity, courage, sacrifices, and organizing. And from WAPDA to health and sanitation to municipal workers, we witnessed when workers stay silent, decisions are imposed on them. But when workers organize together, the government and employers are forced to listen. For us, strike is not about conflict. Strike is the last democratic voice of workers when dialogue fails. Respect workers, respect unions, and respect the right to strike.
Return to your home countries to apply, US tells Nigerians, other green card applicants. The United States on Friday, 22nd of May, 2026 directed that Nigerians and other nationals applying for green cards return to their home countries to apply for the process. A press statement issued by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, the agency said that the policy was aimed at restoring what it described as the original intent of U.S. immigration law. USCIS spokesman Zach Kaler said the policy would help reduce the number of migrants remaining illegally in the country after unsuccessful residency applications. The statement noted that, except in extraordinary circumstances, foreigners seeking adjustment of status would now be required to process their residency applications through U.S. consular offices abroad under the supervision of the United States Department of State. The agency explained that the policy would particularly affect temporary visitors such as students, tourists, and workers who enter the U.S. on non-immigrant visas. Non-immigrants, like students, temporary workers, or people on tourist visas, come to the U.S. for a short time and for a specific purpose. The statement added that the system is designed for them to leave when their visit is over. Their visit should not function as the first step in the green card process. Industrial Global Union has withdrawn from its principles of social responsibility and human rights agreement with Mercedes-Benz Group, after the company repeatedly violated the agreement's core commitments and refused all attempts to find a constructive way forward. The decision follows years of documented anti-union conduct by Mercedes-Benz at its plant in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, confirmed by the U.S. National Labor Relations Board, NLRB. The Botswana Diamond Workers Union, BDWU, has declared a formal dispute at Genesis HP Botswana, a diamond cutting and polishing company wholly owned by HP Antwerp, a Belgian diamond technology company. The Botswana government holds shares in HP Antwerp as part of its efforts to give the country a bigger stake in its own diamond industry. The union, an Industrial affiliate, says management is pushing through job cuts while refusing to bargain honestly with unions. Talks collapsed in mid-March. The union is now negotiating under protest as it believes the process is being abused but will not walk away and leave its members unprotected. At the heart of the dispute is a simple demand: show us the numbers. The union says management has refused to hand over audited accounts, wage records, company structure details and board minutes. Without this information, workers cannot assess whether the job cuts are genuinely necessary or whether alternatives exist. Section 25 of the Trade Unions and Employers Organizations Act requires management to share this information. Genesis HB is not doing so, making meaningful negotiation impossible. 7 workers face retrenchment. 4 of them sit on the union committee. The union believes this is no coincidence. Targeting union representatives to weaken workers' collective voice is union busting and it is illegal. The BDWU is putting management on notice that it will not let this stand.
Dr. Abiodun Badru from Public Services International, the project coordinator for English-speaking Africa. Keep watching the Tripartite on AIT.
There are 4 interlocking challenges that this plenary must address. The first is the exodus of health workers. West Africa is in the midst of an unprecedented outflow of trained health professionals. Nurses, doctors, pharmacists, and allied health workers are departing for Europe, the Gulf states, and North America at a rate our health system cannot absorb. Nigeria alone saw an estimated 28% of its physician workforce practicing abroad as far back as 2008. And the pace has accelerated dramatically since then. Sierra Leone, Liberia, Guinea, and Niger face equivalent pressures. The reasons are well documented: inadequate remuneration, unsafe working conditions, limited career progression, and the deliberate recruitment campaigns run by wealthy nations that invest comparatively little in training their own workforce. These constitute a structural transfer of wealth from poor countries to rich ones. WASUN's position is unambiguous. Ethical recruitment of frameworks, as outlined under the ILO standards and WHO Global Code of Practice on the international recruitment of health personnel, must be enforced. Destination countries must be partners in training pipelines, not merely beneficiaries of them. The second challenge is the insecurity and the erosion of safe work. According to the 2025 Global Terrorism Index, the Sahel now accounts for 51% of worldwide terrorism-related deaths, compared to just 1% of worldwide terrorism-related deaths, compared to just 1%, 17% years ago. Deaths from terrorism in Sahel exceeded 25,000 in 2024 alone. 5 of the 10 countries most affected by terrorism globally are in our sub-region, and the effects are reaching coastal states. Attack on health facilities across Africa doubled between 2023 and 2024, and over 900 health workers were killed during 2024 alone. The psychological toll on surviving health workers receives no budget allocation and no dedicated policy attention anywhere in the region.
Welcome back. Now, don't forget, all segments of these programs are open for sponsorship. Contact us on our socials displayed. Thank you for investing your time with us. I remain your host, Abulu Osemahu. Let's do this again next time.
750 rhinos.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewellery.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Nnaji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
There is no greater job as being a mother than any other job on earth.
The woman is the mother of the murderer. The woman is also the mother of the peacemaker.
They must learn to say no to evil.
Be involved in raising your children.
I'm so concerned that a lot of the children, our children in Nigeria, do not have access to good quality education. Their parents simply cannot afford it. Good parenting is vital to nation building.
A woman is able to program a child to be who he should be.
Actually have to make an effort at home. It all begins at home.
There's this popular saying, monkey see, monkey do.
Parents make one child seem more important than the other.
Just because your mother was a drug addict or trafficked or on the streets or whatever, that does not shape who you are.
I want you to always remember that you are stronger than you know. It is important for a woman to critically look at your environment, at your situation, and see what you can do to add value to yourself and add value to your family.
Don't be a victim. Be the player that wins.
I'm the group CEO of Poise Nigeria, and I'm a mom, I'm a grandmom, and then of course I have a lot of other children that are not my biological children, that are not from my family, and I'm also a pastor. I pastor a lot of young people. So growing up, those were very hard days. I did not grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth. I was not born with a golden spoon in my mouth. No, I grew up in a two-room, face me, I face you environment. You know, we were 11 of us, including my father and my mom, staying in those 2 rooms. There were so many things that children of today that I enjoy that I never enjoyed. I tell you, simple things like having a mattress to sleep on, simple things like having your own space, simple things like eating rice or even chicken. Those were difficult days, very difficult. My parents, my father was very keen on education, but he didn't have the financial wherewithal. Initially, he was comfortable, but by the time we were school age and everything, things became very, very bad, very, very bad. And at a point, in those days we did Form 4, I even had to drop out of school because they couldn't pay my school fees. But I was lucky to have my uncle, of blessed memory now, who took on the responsibility and would not let me stay at home. So that's why today I can say I'm a graduate, because somebody did all of that for me. I had a very strict upbringing. My parents were very strict. My father was very keen on education, especially the spoken English. My mom, oh my goodness. Today, who I am, what I am, and the business I'm into is as a result of the type of upbringing I had. There are things that my mom taught me from day one. She did not have it, she didn't read it from any book. She just knew that those were the things. She wanted her girls to be ladies and her boys to be gentlemen, irrespective of the fact that we were living in squalor, in terrible environment where that did not encourage that type of upbringing. But she struggled to ensure that her children all got that strict upbringing. Tuck in your tummy, square your shoulders. Don't walk with everything shaking. Sit properly, put your legs together. Don't drag your leg on the floor. Don't laugh like a prostitute. Oh, there were so many don'ts. But at the end of the day, that's what's putting food on my table today. So I owe that to my mom. She struggled through it all, even in that type of environment that did not encourage that type of upbringing. And so growing up for my children, I tried to ensure that they all also had that type of upbringing. I have 3 boys and 3 girls. They are all grown up now, so, and then I have 3 grandchildren. My children, especially the girls, I think the girls, the boys are very responsible, but girls are always much more responsible than you know, with due respect, you know, to the male gender. And then one of the things that I learned very early in life to do is to ensure that there's always leadership in the home. And leadership many times doesn't necessarily fall on the eldest. You know, every parent must know, and every parent knows, you know, and you must study your children to see and understand which one of them have the qualities that can weld the family together, hold the family together, and, you know, assess, you know, and apply discipline where it's necessary, because a time will come when you as a parent will need to step back and let your children take over. And so you need to be able to do that from, you know, very early in life, in the lives of your children. Study them, find out. One of the things I did was, you know, to immediately find out which one of my children, you know, have the leadership qualities that can, and the qualities that can hold the family together. And so very early in life, I let them know that, oh, this person is almost like your mom. This one, you know, is your, you know, she's the leader. She's the one who is taking. So many times, you know, you need to defer to her. You need to let her understand. You need to understand that her word, you know, holds a lot of water, you know. So that's one of the things that motherhood taught me, to ensure that, you know, I pass on what my mother, you know, the type of upbringing I had, to ensure that I pass it on and I did not get watered down too much.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Cadbury 3-in-1 hot chocolate, the treat you deserve.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Because of the dynamics of environment, technology, and all of those things changing, and the way we bring up our children. But I didn't want the flavor of what's, you know, my mother, how we were brought up. You know, I didn't want it to be too watered down, and so I brought in that leadership thing. And the second thing that I you know, got some mantra from my mom that I passed on to my children, and that has even worked for us a lot in Poise. And one of the things that I passed on was, don't scratch your body the way it itches you. So that's, you know, to tell you that you must have self-control. You know, you do not react to things, you respond to things. You do not, you know, talk without thinking. You must think it through. So these are some of the things that we know. And then when they were, you know, quite young, to ensure that, you know, they understood the fact, they understood discipline, they understood obedience. One of the things I told them, another mantra I had was, disobedient children always hurt themselves. And, you know, they knew it from experience. You know, don't touch that thing. If you stand on that chair, you will fall down. And they go ahead and stand on the chair, they will fall down. And when they fall down, they realize that disobedient children always hurt themselves. And you know, those are life lessons that I taught my children. You know, and then there were some other things as they grew up that I had taught them, and I also taught them to unlearn. there are things, there are lessons you learn in your in your growing up years, when you're children, that you need to unlearn as you get into the university and you start to get into life. One major lesson is don't talk to strangers. We tell all our children that don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers, don't talk to strangers. But you must let them know as they grow older that that lesson is for a phase and that it does not apply later on in life. If not, they will be very bad at social skills, networking, interaction, communication, interpersonal relationship. They will be very, they will score very low in those areas. So you need to rework their minds and their brains in that area. There's a phase that parents need to get prepared for. That's when your children become adults. I said to myself at a point, at what point do you stop being a mother, really, and just enjoying the fact that, your children are there for you? You never really stop. You never stop laboring. You never stop organizing and rearranging things for your children. So when your children are in the adults stage, I think that that's when parenting even becomes tougher, because the way you brought up your children, you will now have to justify those things. Sometimes they may not even remember the positive things that they gained from the upbringing. The fact that now they are successful, now they are on their, they can stand on their own feet, they are their own person, they are earning their own money, they have they are just all around successful. Many times they don't remember what they recall, maybe those things that you did that disciplined them, those things that you did that straightened them out. And sometimes, if you're not careful, that thin line of is crossed from discipline into, I had very wicked parents. So that's the time when parents start to regret or start to feel bad. Please don't feel bad. It's a phase. It's a phase. When they start having their own children and they start having all those teething problems that you had also, that will start to correct itself. So don't feel bad. Don't think that parenting and motherhood especially, is a thankless job. No, it isn't. I can tell you that there are a lot of benefits, ahead for you. One major challenge of motherhood, especially when your children are younger, is juggling all the balls in the air. There are sacrifices that you have to make as a mother. I recall that when I was getting married, I told my husband, before we got married, there are three things, that must happen during this. Number one is that I must work. One of the three things, the other two I'm not going to talk about here, but one of them is that I must work. I love to get dressed. I love to, look corporate. I love to go out every day. I love to be my own woman. I love to be able to make decisions. I love to be able to be in a workforce, in a work environment. I don't want to stay in a shop and all of that. So, and those were that was one of the things that we agreed on. But then, as the children started to come, I realized that I cannot put all of my ambition on the front burner. So certain sacrifices a mother has to make. Certain sacrifices that fathers don't make, mothers must make them. But I also say to young mothers, be careful that you do not make sacrifices that you will regret in future and that will turn you into a bitter mother. Because those are some of the things that bring regrets. be careful that you don't make those sacrifices. I never sacrificed my not going to work. The sacrifice I made was to take a job that was less demanding. Yes, it was less demanding, so there was no, it was a smaller pay. It was more, I took a job in the university. I worked in the university. There was a time when a bank, was starting, and I went for the interviews with all my friends. We all went for the interview, all my friends, and unfortunately, I had to turn down that because it meant that I would not be seeing my home till late in the evening, and that was not acceptable because I had young children. I usually say a child, gone bad is a child that you cry for unto your grave. You cry for unto the grave. So I don't want to cry in my old age, and I don't want to go to my grave bitter. So I made that sacrifice. I stayed back in my university job for 11 and a half years, so that my children can get to a level, an age where I can comfortably fly and let my ambition and my goals and my purpose be on the front burner. So 11 and a half years was, a period of sacrifice for me. I'm not looking at my friends that went into the banking industry at that time, and they had a head start. Something has to give. Something has something has, to pay, has to be sacrificed, for the other. And I chose, and I'm not regretting my choice. So when I see my friends now, they're either EDs or MDs of banks, or they are way ahead. When I even got into the banking industry, some of them were way ahead of me. I'm fine with it.
Exceptional mom, shape the future.
Because I invested that time on my children. I'm not crying, over any child right now. They are not all at the same level, but they are all standing on their feet. They are all doing it, and they are all able to earn their own money. And one or two of them are even doing some things for me as a mother. So, excuse me, I have no regrets whatsoever. But don't make sacrifices that you will regret as a mother. Don't give up a job. Don't resign from your job if that's what you've always wanted to do. Look for something that is less demanding. Look for a different solution. Find another way. One of the things that I have tried to do for the young people, the young mothers in POISE, is to ensure that there's always a creche. Anywhere we go to, POISE has a creche for staff. Some of the things I learned from my mom was very industrious, very industrious. She was a teacher, but she was also a caterer. Every weekend, she went to work for someone who had a catering outfit, and we all also went with her. And she because she was a caterer, we learned to cook, we learned to bake, we learned to manage the home. In fact, every single, whether you are a male or female in our home, everyone was hands-on when it comes to housekeeping. We knew how to scrub, we knew how to cook, we knew how to manage the home, we knew how to even take care of the children, our younger ones. Some of my younger ones were born in my presence. I bathed babies, so all those things are just regular things that we've known. My mom, passed on to us. Some other thing that we learned also was to be proper ladies and proper gentlemen. all my brothers, all my siblings, my younger ones, my older ones, you know, there's somehow when people meet us, they say, oh, you know, there's just that thing that shows, you know, that somebody did some extra work. Someone did some extra, you know, apart from, you know, ABC and 1, 2, 3, someone, you know, imputed some things in us. And, you know, so you could see that distinction, you could see that finesse. You know, you could see a distinguishing factor. Maybe you want to call it the it factor. This is from somebody who only had teacher's grade 2, you know, but she knew what she wanted for her children. My mom was also a very unifying person. You know, she was the very first person, you know, that taught us about the broom thing, you know. When we used to quarrel and fight like as if things, I would never ever, and she would bring one broom and give to all of us and say, break it. And you know, it's easy to snap them and everything. And then she brings a whole bunch of broom, a bunch, you know, and she says, break the bunch. And we are not able to break the bunch. And you know, so she taught us, you know, that togetherness, you know, is key. You know, family is key. Family, you can, you know, go to east, go west, go south. Family is key, and those are some of the things that I try to pass on to my children. You know, when we were growing up in my home, we didn't have too much, but Christmas was something that at least we ate rice and chicken. You know, we killed the whole chicken. You know, normally you don't have more than chicken legs and chicken head and neck in my home, but you know, at Christmas, you know, you have the whole chicken that, you know, we killed, and so you can see all the parts even. And so I passed that on to my children. Every Christmas, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're in, you come back home. We meet in my house. We eat together. If the house, come with your friends, come with whoever. But you know, everybody must be complete. We will all be there. We sleep on the floor. We cook. We eat. We, you know, do all, and we've had that all, you know, when my children were growing up. So we've passed it on. And I've said that when we are no more, then, you know, the de facto leader, you know, who is my daughter, my first daughter, you know, she's taking on the role of mother of the family, the, you know, big sister, everything. Even for the older brothers, she's taking on the role, that role. You know, that's what should be. And you know, so the grandchildren are also there. They're all running around. Everybody, oh, Nana's house, Nana's house. No, at Christmas it's Nana's house. You know, every other time, oh, let's go and see Grandpa, let's go and bet. At Christmas, because Nana now takes over, and you know, everybody, there's food, there's, you know, dancing, there's, you know, all sorts of things. There are gifts, you know, we unwrap gifts at 12 midnight, you know, just have fun, you know, family. And when you get married, you're bringing your husband, you bring in your wife, you know, we are all in together, and you know, everybody, and another thing that my mother taught me was that, oh yes, and I brought it to my children, no discrimination. If you bring in your husband, you bring in your wife, we are all one, you know, from day one. You know, so that one that says, oh, only the children of the house can enter daddy's room or even their bathroom or whatever, no. From the day you come in with your spouse, you become a member, a son or a daughter. And that's in the real sense of it. No holds bar, no discrimination. And that's what I have done with my children too. I have 2 children that are married with children. The day they got married, all the barriers collapsed. Everything collapsed. Everything, every single thing collapsed. You know, those are my sons. And so I'm hoping that that culture also will be passed to their own children and all the way down. You know, those are good cultures. It doesn't matter where the husband or the wife is coming from. You know, we are Beninese, but I have my son. You know, when I say, oh, I'm sending my son to you, and then they see his name, they say, where are you? I said, he's my son. There's no difference whatsoever. So that's very key. Those are some of the values that my mother passed on to us, that I've passed on to my children. And I'm hoping that their children, because they can see it, they can feel it, they're in a well-rounded family, they will also pass it on to their own children. They will imbibe them and
At Shabindo Camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.
Most of the people we see show signs of anxiety and post-traumatic problems. We run 3 group sessions a day, and each group is made up of 10 people, for a total of 30 people a day. If it goes on like this, we'll need to expand the activities to try and meet as many of the needs as possible.
Psychosocial care is available to both genders, but officials say most of the people taking advantage of the services are women whose mental health challenges are impacting their ability to care for their children. Zanem Netizaidi, VOA News, Goma.
Technology or our negligence towards the environment caused us a lot of global warming, degradation or pollution. I'm Nkoli Amodu, journalist, global environmental analyst, and host of Environment. X-ray environmental and public health issues that confront everyone daily, and we also seek experts' views on how best they can be addressed. My name is Nkoli Omodu, your regular host on the show. As usual, I'll be your guide throughout the program. As our custom is, we'll be taking you around the world for environment and public health stories that made the rounds in the last 1 week, and we will be right back. As the sun rises daily, our environment changes, shall we say human, the world, of what is happening in our society, how we can improve our environment culture. I speak to newsmakers, environmentalists, activists, and game changers. The bold moves, big issues, solution topics is all right here. Make Environment Today on AIT your weekly watch.
There's nothing better than the roar of your fans.
As the storm approaches, Kihara told a news conference that those living in areas likely to be affected by the storm should pay close attention to evacuation information issued by municipalities and stay mindful of early evacuation. Japan's two biggest airliners, All Nippon Airways and Japan Airlines, cancelled a combined 600 flights scheduled for Monday through Wednesday.
Across several African countries, nuclear power is being promoted as a solution to electricity shortages. But critics argue that the dangers and long-term environmental costs are rarely discussed. Advocates at this workshop say journalists and citizens often receive little information about the agreements surrounding nuclear projects, many of which involve Russia's state nuclear company, Rosatom. Executive Director of the Renewable Development Initiative, Philip Jakpo, warned that the technology being proposed for African countries is already being phased out in many parts of the world, urging Africa to instead prioritize renewable energy sources such as solar and wind.
We felt we need to train our journalists on reporting these new nuclear power plants so that we will start, getting credible information about what is going on and alert our people that there is danger ahead. The world is going to renewables that are clean, affordable, safe. That is the path Africa should go. We are talking about solar panels. We are talking about windmills. That's where Africa should be going.
Japo highlighted unresolved concerns about nuclear waste management and potential locations reportedly under consideration, including Itu in Akwa Ibom State.
Nigeria, which is facing terrorism crisis, will add fuel to the fire when we build nuclear power plants, because terrorists will naturally continue to threaten that they are going to blow up the place. And if they do, of course, we know the fallouts. And then, if we are not able to manage it, what then do we do? We are going to invite Russia to protect these nuclear power plants. And in doing that, they have to build a military base in Nigeria.
The workshop was designed to equip journalists with the knowledge needed to investigate and report nuclear energy proposals more critically, ensuring Nigerians are fully informed before decisions with potentially far-reaching consequences are made. Welcome back. So let's now take you to the streets of Abuja to feel the pulse of Abuja residents on the current administration's effort in the energy sector in the last 3 years, particularly after the removal of fuel subsidy. Hear them.
The flag of Tinubu is gone.
With those 4 words at this inauguration, President Tinubu appended Nigeria's oil sector. Ending the subsidy saved billions of dollars for public coffers. But the immediate shockwave hit everyday Nigerian hard. Pump prices skyrocketed, driving up transport fares, food costs, and inflation.
The promise the president made, there is a positive and a negative aspect the way it is affecting we the poor. In the other way, the fuel subsidy have stopped fuel queue. We don't longer queue for fuel. But we that had vehicles really hard on us. Like I usually come from Suleja. Formerly with my 3,000-4,000 naira I can fuel my car. But nowadays it's 20,000 naira every day. So it is really hitting us on. But on the other hand, infrastructure, we could see the roads. It's really putting it in the road. But truly, in individual lives, it is really affecting us.
Once the subsidy was removed and fuel went up, once fuel goes up, every other thing automatically goes up. In other aspects, be it transportation, feeding, everything has gone up. And here in Nigeria, what I've noticed, once things go up, it doesn't come down. So there's no form of improvement. Instead, it's getting worse, rather.
Transparency has improved, but economists ask a vital question. Where are the subsidy savings being spent?
Instead of them to be pulling this money in the hands of governors, turning governors to emperors, behaving the way they like. And the questions are not asked, these governors, how are they utilizing all this money? Because even in some states, their allocation has been tripled. So what are they doing with this money at the state level? Because if state governments are performing optimally, it will reduce the pressure on federal governments. People in states will not even feel the impact.
Well, the performance is, according to them, they say they have done very well. But we on the street, we have not seen the impact, because the news of fuel subsidy removal was a shock. Every Nigerian was shocked. Assuming buying fuel 180 something, all of a sudden the fuel moved to 800, 700. Now we are buying fuel 1,300, 1,400, depends on the filling station. So the shock is very high, and the impact of that surprise announcement, Nigeria is still battling to recover. As a civil servant, your income is stable, but the cost of servicing your family, servicing yourself, going around has also gone up. So the cost of living is higher, while the standard of living is now falling. Bread now is around 2,000 to 2,500 to get one loaf of bread for family. How? These are the reality of indices that we are seeing. It's not changing. The figures are just bouncing up, billion, but the value, we don't see change.
At the center of these changes is the NNPC Limited. The national oil company underwent major structural and leadership reshuffles. New boards were also injected into regulatory bodies like NUPRC and NMDPRA to tighten market oversight. Yet, state-owned refineries remain a multi-billion naira headache. Nigeria's 4 plants in Port Harcourt, Warri and Kaduna hold a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. Despite endless repairs, stable production remains stalled. The Warri plant restarted briefly in late 2024, but shut down over safety concerns. Port Harcourt hit fresh technical snags.
It is also important to note that the refineries did not fail because of technical issues. The refineries were failing because of people issues, management issues, sustainability issues, and all that. Those were at the root, and people not maintaining the refinery. But the refinery worked for many years now. Even during the Obasanjo era, the refinery worked for close to 3 to 4 years. For about 5 years, he worked to the early days of the Jonathan era. Privatization too can also fail. I mean, power sector has been privatized and it has not worked. Yes, privatization worked with telecoms, but it failed with power. So the fact that it's going to be privatized does not necessarily mean it's going to work. So those are two things. So what I'm just trying to say is that all these people that are offering whatever criticism and analysis, they are not looking at what you call the causative factors. So for example, if somebody is sick, you have to look at what is actually causing the sickness before you start administering.
Now, NNPC has signed an MOU with 2 Chinese firms, Sanjiang Chemical and Jiancheng Industrial Park, for a technical equity partnership to manage the plants.
For us in the industry, a lot has been done. In fact, the civil works, in terms of the construction works for the AKK pipeline, has been completed. So it is what they need to do is the flow stations, do tests and all those kind of things. So and the implication of that, let me also say that, is at the industrialization proper. The textile factories, which used to be the foundation of our producing materials in Kano and Kaduna, got moribund in the 90s. With the AKK there, they are going to revive them. And in fact, the AKK is also what is going to connect us with the Trans-Sahara gas pipeline, which is supposed to lead to Spain, Morocco, and then Spain. There's an option for Morocco, there's an option for Algeria, and then Spain, which is where we'll be able to sell gas to the European Union.
Skeptics remain loud. Successive governments have sunk over 11 trillion naira into turnaround maintenance with little output. However, the private sector is changing the game. The mega Dangote refinery in Lagos kicked off phased operations within Tinubu's 3 years, packing a massive 650,000 barrels per day capacity. It aims to end Nigeria's fuel import addiction. To cushion the subsidy pain, the government is pushing the presidential CNG initiative. Compressed natural gas offers a cheaper fuel alternative. While conversion hubs and CNG buses are rolling out, experts warn the infrastructure must scale up faster.
If you consider the luxurious buses, CNG, how many are they? On Gwagwalada routes, where I live, how many CNG? Only one. You see them in this place. Before you know it, it's filled up. It goes and come back. Till now, the increment in prices in the transportation costs are making people to look as if they are in air fire.
Hopefully by the end of this year, we'll have 80 more gas stations. Inshallah, Jigawa, Kaduna, Katsina, and all the northern part of Nigeria will be major beneficiaries, inshallah.
3 years in, Nigeria's energy architecture is undergoing massive structural shift. The emergence of private refining and regulatory updates show progress. But for the ordinary citizen, the true test remains unchanged. When will these reforms bring about steady, affordable fuel?
For most of our history, humans lived in harmony with nature.
But we have shared in the balance, exploiting our planet for product and wealth.
Creating a climate catastrophe, driving species to extinction, and polluting our land, sea, and air.
The sight is clear. Time is running out.
We must go from harming our planet to healing it. We must protect what we have and bring back what we have lost to have more sustainable future where everyone
can survive. Because there is only one Earth, and so we must protect it.
There's a massive desertification that's just coming in.
If you keep eating pangolin, you will not even see pangolin. And that means at the end of the day, we'll end up telling our children, we see open storybooks.
Join Nkoli Modu every Wednesday, 5:30 p.m. on Environment Reports.
Journalists do not tell the stories, particularly breaking down complex issues of environment and climate change to the point that people will understand how exactly this phenomenon affect them. So say environmental experts who took journalists to training on the Minamata Convention on Mercury and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So hear what happened at the training and what journalists need to do going forward.
Across the world, rising temperatures, devastating floods, prolonged droughts, and food insecurity are already disrupting lives and livelihoods. At the same time, mercury pollution and other hazardous chemicals continue to quietly contaminate air, water, and soil, often affecting the most vulnerable communities, including women, children, farmers, and artisanal miners. Facilitators at this training on climate governance under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Minamata Convention on Mercury say journalists must help bridge the gap between science, policy, and everyday realities.
Journalism is the bridge between scientific knowledge and the public consciousness. Scientists can publish reports, legislators can enact laws, and governments can formulate policies. But without journalists who translate technical realities into human understanding, public mobilization becomes difficult. Climate journalism extends far beyond reporting temperature increases or covering international climate summits. It involves holding governments accountable for climate commitments. Is it true? Is it true?
Yes.
You have a duty to point out that government has done this and that.
Without informed and consistent environmental reporting, many citizens may never fully understand the dangers of climate change or the hidden impacts of climate pollution. Without strategic communication, misinformation thrives and public action weakens. That is why this convening is timely and necessary. Today, we are reminded that environmental communication must go beyond headlines. It must correct science to everyday realities. It must simplify complex environmental issues without losing accuracy. It must elevate local voices and community experiences. Most importantly, it must inspire action.
Other speakers here also stressed that journalists have a critical responsibility to ensure governments remain accountable for environmental commitments and climate policies.
Governments may negotiate policies, scientists may produce data, activists may raise alarms, but it is the media that translates complexity into public understanding. It is the media that gives human face into scientific statistics. It is the media that can transform climate conversations from conference hubs into pitching table discussions across Africa and globally. We strongly believe that sustainable development cannot be achieved without informed citizens, and informed citizens depend on responsible media.
Today, the training is designed to strengthen the capacity of media and professionals and to ensure that, okay, the message that we're trying to pass is actually interpreted to the people that are supposed to hear it well, and ensuring that the message is not lost when transferring it. So as media practitioners, the role you play is important. The stories that you tell and the language that you use, the issues you amplify, it really matters.
The training was convened by EnviroNews Advocacy and Campaigns for Sustainability in collaboration with the Women Environmental Program.
By strengthening media understanding of global frameworks like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Minamata Convention on Mercury, organizers believe journalists can better translate complex environmental policies into stories that inform, empower, and inspire action. Because when the media gets the story right, then communities can be better equipped to demand solutions and also protect their environment for future generations.
Wetin dey cute, harmless, and depend on the mama for food and protection? Well, na me, of course. But also get this small shy animal wey Igbo dem dey call pangolin. Every year, people dey kill many pangolins just because of their meat and scale. The wahala be say, if we continue this way, pangolins go soon disappear. We no fit allow this kind thing to happen. Abeg, tell your friends and family make dem no buy bushmeat from pangolins and other protected animals. Make we leave wild animal for bush so we go dey safe.
Hello, we're welcoming you to our social media platform for more information about our program, Environment Today. On Facebook, you can reach us on Environment Today. On YouTube, subscribe, like, and share every of our episodes on Environment Today. Instagram, it is Environment Today. On Twitter, /Environment Today. And on WhatsApp, you can reach us on +234 8033 356 388. Catch up and do interact with us, and don't miss any of our environmental issues. Like, subscribe, and share. Thank you.
All right, up next is our feedback segment, and that will be closely followed by our environment quotes for this week. You will always learn a thing or two from it. Wow, how time flies. Well, this is where we'll be wrapping up Environment Today for this week. We appreciate your time with us as always, and we promise to be here same time next week on this same station when we come your way again with a fresh package. But until then, do remember that environment is life. So do your bit, we'll do ours so we can all preserve it. From all of us on the Environment Today crew, we wish you the very best. Bye for now. My name is Nkoli Omaudu. Wow, how time flies. Well, this is where we'll be wrapping up Environment Today for this week. We appreciate your time with us as always, and we promise to be here same time next week on this same station when we come your way again with a fresh package. But until then, do remember that environment is life. So do your bit, we'll do ours so we can all preserve it. From all of us on the Environment Today crew, we wish you the very best. Bye for now. My name is Nkoli Omaudu.
I can't tint my hair because in our society, when you tint your hair, it gives another meaning, as if you are not responsible.
No, I can't tint my hair. Reason being the fact of my family, they won't agree to it.
I can. I don't care. Their opinion, not mine, as long as I like it.
For me, it doesn't make sense. Tinting of hair, just leave the hair the way it is, black, brown.
Like the red-headed gamma lizard, also known as rainbow lizard, human hairs often come in different colors as a result of hair dyeing, which is becoming a common practice among adults and teenagers in Nigeria. To individuals tinting or dyeing their hair, there is really no difference between changing the color of their hair and dyeing a fabric. It could be for aesthetics, to have a new look, or as a result of one's line of trade or profession.
I'm an artist. Personally, I don't see it as anything because most times you don't judge a book by its cover. So for me, for a kind of person like me, I feel if it's something that makes you happy, just do it.
Ababa Yusuf Ibrahim goes as far as testing the dyes first without considering its effect.
I have to test it before I apply it to any customer, because this thing we are doing is something that when I apply it, it's easily to break hair. So when it's breaking, I don't want maybe disagreement between me and my customer.
Hair dyes come in 3 major varieties: permanent, semi-permanent or temporary, and natural. Chemicals used in these products, particularly the permanent dyes, could lead to grave health consequences, according to a hair restoration specialist, Dr. Dayo Utsubanjo.
Dyes, by their nature, have chemicals. I mean, that's why they're able to change the natural color of someone's hair. Those chemicals could include ammonia, perhaps one of the more common ones. There are other more dangerous chemicals. Ammonia is a very corrosive chemical, and if not used properly by people who are trained, they could cause damage, and the damage could be permanent. So the advice we would normally give people is, look, better to go to a salon with qualified personnel, people who understand the implications or the side effects and of some of the products they apply to your scalp. If you don't use it according to what the manufacturers intended, there could be hair loss and damage. So those are the kind of things that we would typically advise people to watch out for. I mean, these products, it's not just hair loss. There are other wider health issues involved as well. I mean, some of these products have been known to cause bladder.
Is highly significant as we spotlight maternal mental health in line with global conversations around the world. Maternal Health Day marked every May 6th. Motherhood, as you know, is often celebrated as a joyful journey, but for many women, it also comes with emotional, psychological, and physical challenges that are not often talked about, from postpartum depression and anxiety and the pressure of caregiving. Talk about it. I have a toddler. Now, maternal mental health remains a critical but under-discussed issue. On today's program, we'll be exploring this theme from different angles, bringing together stories, insight, and innovations shaping health outcomes both locally and globally. Now, let's get started. We begin with our health news segment, where we bring you a roundup of key developments shaping the health sector, both at home and around the world.
The conference featured free medical diagnostic tests and keynote speeches aimed at promoting preventive healthcare and raising awareness on wellness practices. The Director General of the National Institute for Sport, Comrade Philip Shaibu, stressed that health remains critical in today's economic realities, urging Nigerians to prioritize both physical and mental well-being through regular medical checkups. He further emphasized hepatitis B awareness, encouraging Nigerians to know their status, while commending the free testing conducted at the event.
If you must employ anybody in your house, make sure you check that person on hepatitis B. If you must employ a gate man, check hepatitis B. If you must employ anybody, HR all offices that have HR, one of the medical conditions you must check beyond BP is hepatitis B because it is contagious.
Keynote speaker Dr. Abdulrahman M. Huzaifa of Dr. Fazer Global Health and Wellness Center emphasized the importance of proper pharmaceutical practices, including manufacturing standards, storage, and transportation.
Before a drug is manufactured, there must be a process. Where are the critical manpowers? Where are the pharmacists? Where is the medical laboratory, microbiologists? Where are the biochemists? Do you have the laboratory? Do you have the equipment? Is the equipment of the right standard? Then what is the qualification of these people? What is the documentation look like? In-process control, finished product control. These are good manufacturing practices. Sometimes we call it current good manufacturing practice. That is the review that has taken place over the years.
The conference ended with a renewed commitment by stakeholders to strengthen public health systems, improve regulatory compliance, and promote safer healthcare practices across Nigeria.
I hope you enjoyed that. You're still watching Health Digest, and I am Ukemere Tokwa. Nigeria has a HIV prevalence of 1.4% among adults, with approximately 2 million people living with HIV. Annually, there are about 22,000 new HIV infections and 15,000 AIDS-related deaths. Children aged 0 to 14 accounting for 15,000 of these deaths. The National Agency for the Control of AIDS held an event educating young people on HIV/AIDS prevention, emphasizing that AIDS is not a death sentence. The key focuses included the abstinence and safer practices, promoting condom use, testing, and reducing stigma.
The objective of this conference is to create awareness, is to discuss how the youth engage with prevention strategies, and then 3, to discuss ways of empowering the youth. Because you empower them, then you're enabling them to make informed choices and better choices.
It also had students involved in advocacy by creating the platform for discussions, creating awareness, and launched the initiative PMTCT, Acceleration Committee, to reach more communities.
I want to start maybe engaging into any activities, any such activities. I would first of all know those contraceptives that we all have here. We have pills, we have birth pills, we have condom. There are many more. So you first of all have knowledge concerning it, and then I feel when you do, then you know how to use it to save yourself from getting STD.
NACA aims to end AIDS in Nigeria by 2030, urging collective action, equity, and sustained funding. With World AIDS Day on the 1st of December and the theme Take the Right Path, Sustain HIV Response, Stop HIV Among Children, NACA has called on Nigerians to break the stigma, support testing, and join the fight. I had a discussion with the Director General of NACA, Dr. Temitokbe Ilori. Today on Nature's Healers, we're looking at red gold. Now, in many Nigerian homes, it's known as Zobo. Botanical name hibiscus. It is more than just a refreshing drink. It's a plant packed with powerful health benefits, rich in antioxidants and vitamin C. Hibiscus helps the body fight harmful free radicals that can damage cells and weaken the immune system. This helps support immunity, reduce inflammation, and promote overall wellness. Hibiscus is also widely recognized for its heart health benefit. Studies suggest that compounds found in the plant may help relax blood vessels, improve circulation, and even lower high blood pressure, making it beneficial for cardiovascular health. Beyond the heart, hibiscus may also support healthy digestion and metabolism. Its natural diuretic properties help the body remove excess fluid, reducing bloating while supporting digestive and liver functions. But while hibiscus offers several wellness benefits, experts advise moderation, especially for individuals with low blood pressure or certain health conditions. From supporting heart health to boosting immunity, hibiscus, yes, red gold, continues to prove that some of nature's most powerful healers can be found in everyday plants. When discussing pregnancy, we often focus on the mother, but experts say that a father's health has a lot to play, and it plays not just a minor role, but a very important role. A man's lifestyle before conception, including his diet, stress levels, smoking, alcohol use, and overall health, can affect sperm quality and influence pregnancy outcomes, such as premature birth or low birth weight. Emotional support from fathers is equally important. Supportive partners can help reduce stress and anxiety during pregnancy, improving the mother's mental and emotional well-being throughout the journey. And when it comes to determining a baby's sex, yes, science shows that the father is responsible. While the mother's egg always carries the X chromosome, the father's sperm carries an X or Y chromosome, meaning he and only he can determine whether the baby will be a male or a female. Yes, for all of you that have those questions about male children, now you know. Experts say understanding this can help challenge harmful beliefs and blame women for the sex of a child. Now you know better. Do better, and just know that it's all God. Welcome right back. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, as we focus on maternal health today, it's important to hear directly from those living the experience. In our chat with the expert segment, we're joined by Uyime Asuko, who shares her journey as a new mother. I know it's an moment, from the emotional realities of early motherhood to the milestone lessons and the critical role of early nurturing in a child's development. Here's that stimulating conversation. Welcome right back to Health Digest. I did tell you that we're going to be speaking with a very, very interesting person. I mean, there's someone in this world who looks at her like she is the most important person in the world, aside from God. I'm talking about her baby. She is a new mom. Her name is Mrs. Asuko. Mrs. Asuko, it is such a pleasure to have you on Health Digest.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
It is exciting. So let's get straight to it. Last, you probably remember yourself when we talk about phases in life, and the pictures I saw, you were under the hot sun with your architectural gear, on the site, and now you change diapers for a living. You're a nursery school teacher.
Driver,
you're a cook, you're up at night, whether you want or not. When you used to be forced for night vigils, you used to compete, but now you do it naturally. How do you feel with the word M-U-M? Some people say M-O-M, but it's called mom.
First of all, thank you so much for having me on the show. It's been an amazing one. And the transition from my career to being a mom has been nothing that no one has prepared me for. But the journey of it up until 9 months now, my baby is 9 months, just today actually. Thank you. So it has been quite challenging. But one thing that I do know is that most times it comes to you at ease, because you're asking yourself, you don't know what you're doing. Am I doing it right? Am I doing it wrong? Is she going to be alive? Is she dead? What's happening? But at the end of the day, you just know that whatever God has given you, you're always doing it right.
Absolutely amazing. So you mentioned some interesting points. There's that first time try at everything. How did you find it mentally? Because I know I have a toddler myself, which you already know, a very interesting one. And I know that at night, I would literally check whether he's still breathing, if he coughs, if he's unable to poo or something.
Every symptom.
Everything wants to make me go wild. How did you go through that phase? And can you share some of the experiences that made you say, wow, God, Mom, I love you?
Honestly, I think we never really get the full grasp of motherhood and childhood until you become one yourself. So for me, it was more or less like a trial and error method. I just knew that the baby would be fine. But there were always those times where you'll be Googling everything, the color of the poop, the sounds that they make at night. And you know, the newborn phase, the 1 month to the 3 or 4 months, it's always very hectic because you don't exactly know what you're doing. I mean, yes, you've been surrounded by children, you've been surrounded by other babies, but once it's yours and you can't give it back to the mother, you have to make sure that you do it right. So I think that initial phase, it was challenging. I was always asking questions. I was always crying. Every time the baby would cry, I would cry too because we were both new at this. But over time, we got to understand each other. I got to understand that with or without me, actually, she's going to be okay. But I'm just a primary health giver. I have to make sure that everything is in line. But look at her today. She's 9 months and she's all over the whole place.
Absolutely, absolutely amazing. I can see that you've had to learn, unlearn, relearn, and trust your instincts. Absolutely amazing. Would you say that this phase, your maternal phase, has helped you rediscover or helped you to assess and better know your personality and yourself? I mean, you used to be in offices, making calls, getting goods and different things, and now, you know, it's a whole different ballgame. When you look at your watch right now, and it's not for meetings, it's for feeding times. Honestly. Would you say that it has helped you learn or get to know a different part of your personality? Did you know this part of Mrs. Asukwa before?
Well, you know, it's an unending journey, and it's one that I'm grateful for. Actually, one of the best advice that I got throughout this period is that forget who you were before and embrace who you're becoming now. The skills that I had before were based off on instincts, were based off on, you know, my career, were based off on things that I had picked up. But now the things that I do are based upon how best to help this human being. So it has really reshaped me. It has really guided me. It has really, you know, put me on the spot and made me the better version of who I was and who I am becoming. So I think one thing that I live by is forget who you were and embrace who you are becoming. Because if you hold on to who you were before, you'll never get to experience yourself, who this child has made you, or who this new role has put you into.
Absolutely interesting. So I have an interesting photo that I will not be sharing, but at the time it was of my toddler when I was in the restroom having my private time. He was literally there. They follow you every single
mommy's
place.
handbag.
So how do you manage it? What would you say you have gone through rather psychologically and mentally? Because I just had a chat with a mental health expert, and just like how it takes 9 months for your body to, you know, keep and nurture this human, there are hormones that are flying here and there. And with the conversation we've had so far, I'm sure everyone's like, oh, looks easy peasy. Let me get one of those little things.
It is not.
Let's get the mental aspect of this and the not so rosy aspects and changes that you have now come to understand how you navigated this experiences. Let's look at the mental aspect of maternal health.
So that is another interesting fact that no one actually prepares you for that, because we all see motherhood as, oh, she's pregnant, oh, she gives birth, it's a boy, it's a girl, and you know, the facade of it all. But another really intriguing part that I got to experience and that most women have experienced is the mental factor that you go through, the mental process, because like you rightly said, it takes your body and your whole being 9 months to create another human being. So it's not just the physical work, you have the mental work, you have the psychological work as well. So once this human being is out, it takes you another 1 year to actually get your mental health back. And if you don't put in work, if you don't put in you know, all the necessary steps, you can just become a vegetable. I remember when I was going through it, I kept on asking myself, why didn't they tell me about this? It was just oh, she's pregnant, oh, the baby is here. But what what we really need to know is the mental aspect, the places that you actually get to lose your self-esteem and get it back, the times that you actually forget things, not just like you're making it up, you actually forget.
So the mommy brain fog is
actually real.
Mommy brain forgetfulness is real.
It's actually real. Sometimes it even gets worse, the part that you forget your own name. Yeah, because in different people, in different women, I think it differs. But the main thing is that you will go through that postpartum, you will go through that depression, you will go through that time of you don't know who you are, you don't even know what you're doing or what, is happening to you. But one thing that I did that was actually helping me was that because I'm a music lover, so I tried to always listen to music and remind myself of who I was and what I loved doing. All those times where I couldn't sleep at night, or all those times where it just seemed like a little blur, I would always play my favorite albums, and I would do things that would remind myself of myself, either cooking a meal, staying with loved ones, chatting. And God so blessed my little nephew, he was always around to, auntie here, auntie take this. And having family, having people that support you is one of the best ways to also get your mental health back.
Wow, this is absolutely amazing. I hope we get to see the person that changed, the prefixes in your name very soon. She sounds absolutely delightful. What has been your experience when it comes to, postpartum support?
Well, similarly, we're not far from the Igbos. We also have something that we also call Omugo. Okay. Should I take it again?
Keep talking, yeah.
Okay. So we also have something that we also call Omugo in the Akwa Ibom tribe. So navigating that time, I think, yes, my mother was around, my siblings were around, and it was just a chaotic period, but just having those people to guide you, because you cannot do motherhood alone. You cannot, it's a blur. I mean, the first time you come back from the hospital to the time that, she starts being aware of who you are, you need that support. You need your mother, you need a supportive spouse or a partner with you, and it just helps you navigate properly, because if you do it alone, you will definitely forget most things, like I spoke about, the brain fog and all that. So you need people around to support you, especially in those early times of the baby.
Interesting. And what about on the psychological aspect? Was there at any point that you said, okay, I think I need to seek out professional, viewpoints on certain things? Because it says it takes a village, not just to raise a kid. I mean, we're all children of God, so we're all babies. Was there any point where you decided, no, I think at this point I need to get counsel outside my primary circle?
Definitely. I think that was about the second month, because I was also a victim of medical negligence. So I kept on having episodes where I would relapse, I would convulse, I would have, different things happening to me at the same time. I just lost my thought outside as she came on stage. Yeah, so this is little her. Kimi.
All right. Look who decided to join us on Health Digest. I know immediately the mom speaks, she definitely loses her focus. She was born to be a star. Definitely born to be a star. Yes, so this is the 9-month journey that we are currently speaking on.
Hello.
Hello. Look at the camera. I know mommy is so beautiful. This is Kiki. This is Kiki, and this is her mom. Absolutely beautiful.
Hi,
I know she's yours and she wants to be held by you. So please, you can finish up with her.
Okay, so this is a little bundle of joy that has changed me, tested me, and made me into this beautiful person that I am today. So I think in closing, I could just say that it's something that you have to experience. It's something that will really test you, your real character, your real strength, and your real abilities. And most of all, they bring joy, because I wouldn't do it, I wouldn't have this any other way. Every day that I look at her, I'm just so blessed that God has made it possible for her to come our way. So thank you so much.
Absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. You make this journey look so beautiful, but thank you for giving us the good, the bad, the ugly, the amazing, and the absolutely perfect plan of God for motherhood and maternal health. Thank you so much, Ms.
Thank you so much.
It's been such a pleasure. As we mark Mental Maternal Health Day, the message is clear. Supporting mothers is both a job that includes care, mental and emotional well-being. Just as vital it is for mothers as it is for families, communities, and as a whole. Thank you so much for staying tuned to Health Digest. I'm Ukemere Tokwa. Remain blessed and not stressed. It's been such a pleasure. Bye-bye.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
What if your child could create, innovate, and lead the future? Watch the Innovate Bootcamp. It's going to be an exciting learning experience for the family. From AI and coding, media and journalism, podcasting to recycling, smart farming technology, pottery, fun quiz competitions, and powerful social activities. We are building skills that matter. This is not just a DV Camp show. It is where curiosity meets creativity and ideas come alive. Innovate Bootcamp, shaping tomorrow's innovators today. Showing Wednesdays, 6:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. on Sundays.
My name's Jung Gwon-jong. I'm the boss of this entire hotel. My duties include heavy lifting, spreading happiness, and driving fancy cars. I'm responsible for the area by the hotel entrance. And I officially moved into the sunroom. You think you can cut my share of the rent?
Say what? You're a maniac.
Most of the time, our lives are lackluster. But all the brilliant moments are what we call miracles. Welcome.
In today's global economy, information is everywhere, but insight is rare.
Because of the high rate of fuel, the cost of commodities, cost of everything in this country is high. Nigerians cannot be made to suffer every time.
So, where do you turn for clarity? The right questions,
What are some of the inhibitions that are not making trade work for us?
the real answers,
Stimulus package must take a different shape beyond what we have seen in sharing of rice, sharing of money.
Nancy brings it to you on Moneyline with Nancy. Clear, well-researched conversations focused on what truly impacts you.
Is it that we don't know the number of MSMEs we have in the country, or we don't know where they are?
I don't think we can identify 40-something billion MSMEs. It's equivalent as a country.
Nigeria has the policy framework in place to be a leader on this approach. You can make farmers bankable.
Moneyline with Nancy now airs 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. Weekdays, live on AIT. If it matters to the economy, join us.
Mary Adeze is 35 years old, hails from Udi local government area of Enugu State. Mary Adeze has been diagnosed with end-stage kidney disease, which requires urgent kidney transplant and is in need of 27 million naira only for her treatment. For your kind assistance towards Mary Adeze, Kindly donate into the following account details. Account name, Chidiebere Mary Mba. Bank, Zenith Bank. Account number, 2233795968. Mary Adeze needs the sum of 27 million naira only for her treatment. Let us be of great assistance towards her recovery. Barnabas Sushate Ikiev is 20 years old, hails from Gboko local government area of Benue State. Barnabas Sushate Ikiev underwent a kidney transplant in November 2023, which was initially successful. However, Barnabas has since developed severe post-transplant complication affecting his movement, his speech, and his balance, and is in need of 15 million naira only for his treatment. For your kind assistance towards Barnabas Sushate Ikiev, kindly donate into the following account details. Account name, Ikiev Barnabas. Bank, FCMB. Account number, 6348201010. Barnabas Sushate Ikiev needs the sum of 15 million naira only for his treatment. Let us be of great assistance towards his recovery.
This appeal is made in furtherance of AIT's corporate social responsibility.
Private security guard abducts employer's 2 children in Niger State. Kogi State Police arrests notorious bandit kingpin over a Yegunle community attack. And Federal Capital Territory Administration procures vein-finding devices for district hospitals in Abuja. This is Abuja Reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Welcome. Now, police in Niger State have confirmed the arrest of a private security guard, Sani Abdurrahman, for abducting 2 of his employees' children, Umar and Anas, both 6 years old, to an unknown destination in Minna. Spokesman of the police, Superintendent Wasiu Abiodun, in a statement said the incident occurred at about 1 o'clock on Sunday, 31st May 2026, around the brighter area of Minna Metropolis. According to Abiodun, the security guard, Abdurrahman, pretended that he was taking the children to a Salah celebration in the town, but since then, they have not returned. He assured that an investigation has commenced and an effort to locate the children is ongoing. The security employee, Alaji Danjuma, who is a businessman, has called on the state government and the security agencies to assist in ensuring the safe release of his 2 children, although he stated that some people called him saying they are in Arena Forest in Shiroro local government area of Niger State, demanding that he brings ransom for his children who are in their custody to be released. While the father appealed to the general public to join him in prayers to ensure the safe return of his children, the police assured that an investigation has commenced and an effort to locate the children is ongoing. To more security matters, the Kogi State Police Command says it has recorded significant operational success in its ongoing efforts to arrest the perpetrators of a coordinated bandit attack on Ayegule community and along the Kaba-Obajana Road. This follows a swift joint security response that led to the arrest of a key suspect, the identification of a several gang member, and the recovery of 100 rusted cattle. According to a statement by the police public relations officer, Saliu Afusat, the incident began in the early hours of June 1st, 2026, when a notorious bandit kingpin known as Batijo ordered the invasion of Ayegule community in Kaba and Bunu local government area. Afusat said that during aggressive bush combing and search and rescue operations deep into the forest, operatives tracked the criminal to a Fulani settlement where 200 cattle had been rustled. Under sustained pressure, security forces arrested one Ibrahim, a car member of Batijo's criminal network, and forced the bandit to abandon 100 of the rustled cattle. The Commissioner of Police, Kogi State Command, Naziru, has since paid an on-the-spot assessment visit to Ayegule community alongside the director of DSS to meet with Obasande Omidauri and community stakeholders. Nasiru commended the exceptional synergy and swift response of the joint security operatives, reaffirming the command's unwavering commitment to securing the release of all remaining captives and ensuring the safety of lives and property. The Kogi State Command assures the public of its proactive stance against criminality and urge citizens to continue supporting security agencies with timely, credible information. The Federal Capital Territory Administration is taking steps towards strengthening healthcare delivery with the provision of 48 modern vein-finding devices to general hospitals across Abuja. The equipment, distributed to 14 facilities under the Hospital Management Board, HMB, is expected to enhance clinical procedures and improve patient experience. According to Lere Olayinka, Senior Special Assistant to the FCT Minister on Public Communications and Social Media, the initiative reflects the administration's ongoing commitment to upgrading medical infrastructure. Speaking on the development, the Mandate Secretary of the Health Services and Environment Secretariat, Dolapo Fasawe, described the devices as essential tools for modern healthcare. She noted that the vein finders provided under the leadership of Nyesom Wike are designed to improve the accuracy and efficiency of venous access procedures. These devices enable healthcare professionals to easily locate veins for intravenous cannulation and blood sample collection, reducing delays and complications during treatment. To ensure proper utilization, the FCTA organized hand-on training sessions for healthcare workers from beneficiary hospitals. The session focused on the operation, maintenance, and safe handling of the equipment, promoting long-term sustainability. The chairman of the Abuja Municipal Area Council, Christopher Maikalagu, has said that every girl child deserves access to opportunities that will enable her compete favorably with her male counterparts anywhere in the world. Represented by his Chief of Staff, Emeka Oji, at the presentation of sanitary pads to schoolgirls in the Area Council, the chairman said his administration is ready to support initiatives aimed at improving the welfare of the girl child and the general well-being of residents. He stressed that no girl child should be stigmatized because of natural biological processes or due to inability to afford sanitary pads for her monthly menstrual cycle.
Therefore, when we provide some of these pads to our girl child, we have taken away sheer shame, stigma, and mockery from the girl child. The cost of a pad today put a lot of family in serious distress, thereby making some of our girl child to be at home when others are in school. It will also interest us to note that some of this stigmatization, we don't get to see them in the city center, but when you go to our localities, you find out that the girl child is seriously exposed to stigmatization.
Some of the organizers of the event have called on government to be deliberate in providing menstrual kits for schoolgirls to prevent them from missing classes and other important activities.
Across Nigeria, many girls continue to face significant challenges in managing their menstrual health. For some, lack of access to sanitary products means missing schools. For others, misinformation brings about stigma and harmful cultural beliefs which affect their self-esteem and participation in academic and social activities.
To make sure that children are going to stop missing schools, they're going to be educated, sensitized on menstrual hygiene. This is going to stop early marriage and pregnancy. It's also going to reduce poverty by 89%. It's also going to give them more awareness about themselves as women, because puberty in adolescence is natural and is nothing to be ashamed of.
The Era Council, in collaboration with partner organizations, distributed menstrual pads to schoolgirls to help them manage their menstrual cycles while in school. Towing that line, in commemoration of the World Menstrual Hygiene Day, the federal government has been urged to subsidize the cost of sanitary pads and intensify awareness on menstrual hygiene to protect adolescent girls from infections and other reproductive health complications. The call was made by the convener of the Fedora Champion Initiative, Faith Agada, at a school sensitization event held in Abuja. She warned that poor menstrual hygiene could lead to infections in the genital area and other reproductive health problems, stressing that proper care during menstrual cycle is essential for overall well-being.
We're here to educate the students about the importance of menstrual health and hygiene education, access to period products, breaking the stigmatization around period, and then ending period poverty, so that girls and women will be able to have their menstruation in dignity and confidence.
No girl child supposed to be out of school due to period poverty. If government can come in to reduce the tax policy so that every girl child can have access to quality pad.
Principal and students of the school commended the initiative and called for collaborative efforts among stakeholders in order to ramp up the free distribution of sanitary pads to those in need. Now, residents of Masaka and other adjoining communities in Nasarawa State have been urged to keep their environment clean to prevent the outbreak of diseases, especially as the rainy season intensifies. The Director of Public Health Services at the Nasarawa State Waste Management Agency, David Anzaku, made the call during an environmental sanitation exercise carried out by the agency in collaboration with the management of Digital Pairs International in Masaka, Nasarawa State. He noted that maintaining a clean environment would significantly reduce the outbreak of diseases in the communities.
Poor waste management has a serious impact on our health. So any community that is free of waste, you hardly see complaint of most of these waste-related diseases. So, and any community that is clean and tidy, the rate at which people go to hospital for healthcare services will be minimal. So this exercise is here to us that Masaka, where we are going to be clean at the end of the day, and once the place is clean, diseases burden will be less.
The dangers are into loss of money that are meant to channel to other spendings for the family welfare packages.
Today's exercise is another important step in our collective efforts towards promoting environmental sustainability, responsible plastic use, cleaner communities, and youth-driven solutions to plastic pollution within Nasarawa State and beyond.
Campaigns on health and emphasized the importance of maintaining a clean and healthy environment at all times. This is Abuja Reports on AIT, reaching you live from our Paduma Hill Studios in Asokoro. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Private security guard abducts employers, 2 children in Niger State. Kogi State Police arrests notorious bandit kingpin over Ayegunle community attack. And Federal Capital Territory Administration procures vein-finding devices for district hospitals in Abuja.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account, or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Welcome back, and moving on, Nigeria's quest for energy diversification has received a major boost with the launch of a $10 million clean hydrogen roadmap project in Abuja, funded by the Global Environment Facility and supported by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. The initiative is expected to lay the foundation for a hydrogen economy and accelerate the country's energy transition.
The Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Abdullahi Mustafa, said clean hydrogen has already been incorporated into key national frameworks, underscoring its importance to the country's long-term energy security.
Integrating green hydrogen into our national strategy is a core commitment and component of Mr. President's Renewed Hope agenda. Aggressively replacing volatile fossil fuels, creating high-skilled jobs, and drive sustainable long-term industrialization.
UNIDO remains steadfast in its support to strengthen Nigeria's institutional capacity, policy frameworks, and technological readiness to scale up the adoption of green energy, as well as its commitments to future clean energy.
Beyond energy security, the project is expected to create opportunities across manufacturing, transport, steel and chemical industries, with the Energy Commission of Nigeria leading implementation efforts.
For example, fertilizers is one of those key industries which, for the moment, Nigeria is dependent from imports. So you could further produce your own fertilizers locally, utilizing hydrogen, green hydrogen.
Stakeholders say the project will cut Nigeria's reliance on fossil fuel and grow renewable energy, with hydrogen set to support electricity and industrial needs from 2040 and help the country reach net zero emission by 2060 under the Energy Transition Plan.
To this report, Renew calls for the revitalization of Nigeria's education sector have continued to grow amid increasing challenges facing schools across the country. Speaking during an event to mark the Children's Day celebration at a primary school in Gwarimpa 2, Abuja, education advocate and executive director of Eat Right Society, Fumilayo Morebise, says the only strong collaboration between stakeholders, parents, and government will improve Nigeria's education, and the responsibility should not be left to the government alone.
The education sector is grappling with numerous challenges, including lack of infrastructure,
low funding, and now the recent wave of school kidnappings, which have further threatened access to education. Against this backdrop, education stakeholders question the rationale of celebrating Children's Day. However, the Eat Right Society insists that despite the challenges, the day remains important as it inspires hope and encourages children who are the leaders of tomorrow.
For a nation to grow, their children, their schooling age, especially the early age, is very, very key. So, and as Eat Right Society, we have seen the strategic place the children actually take a very critical role in national development. So for the past 10 years, we've been involved in these activities. It has been beautiful.
We really commend them for their effort. She has really done well for bringing this development to this area of Abuja.
Education experts urge both government and civil society to pay great attention to the education sector, describing education as a critical tool for building a better society.
We were talking last year when we had 9th anniversary of the Eat Right Society, Children's Day, about schools being on strike in Abuja. This year we are talking about children being kidnapped. It's that we are going into a war state and the governance system seems to be failing us.
Praying along with them and pleading that the government do something about this insecurity, especially for children, which are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. If today is being shattered, then there's no hope for tomorrow.
As part of its contribution to improving education, the Eat Right Society donated a block of 4 classrooms to LEA Primary School, Alungulungu, while urging other civil society organizations and well-meaning Nigerians to support the sector. The Children's Day celebration featured a march past, spelling competitions, prize presentations, and award ceremonies, among other activities. While calling stakeholders to work together to ensure school remains safe and conducive environment for learning, they expressed hope that continued support from individuals, organizations, and governments will help create a brighter future for Nigerian children through quality education.
Leprosy and Tuberculosis Relief Initiative Nigeria has provided an update on the progress recorded through its interventions in leprosy, tuberculosis, HIV rehabilitation, disability inclusion, stigma reduction, community health system strengthening, and social development across Nigeria. The spokesperson, Leprosy and Tuberculosis Relief Initiative, Saleh Gagarawa, gave the update during a news conference in Abuja.
Poverty, stigma, disability, exclusion, limited access to services, and weak community systems often determine whether individuals receive timely diagnosis, treatment, and support. According to him, it is within this context that Leprosy and Tuberculosis Relief Initiative has continued to expand its interventions across multiple sectors while maintaining a strong focus on evidence-based programming and measurable impact.
Between 2021 and 2024, through the Ready for PEP project post-exposure prophylaxis, a total of 2,092 new leprosy patients were identified and enrolled on multi-drug therapy. This achievement exceeded the original project target by 149% and ensured that every identified patient received access to treatment and care.
They said the achievement exceeded project targets and contributed significantly to reducing the risks of disease transmission within communities.
To strengthen prevention efforts, LTR supported large-scale contact screening and post-exposure prophylaxis interventions. During the implementation period, 31,620 contacts were screened for leprosy, while 29,070 eligible contacts received single-dose rifampicin post-exposure prophylaxis.
In the area of tuberculosis control, he said that the Leprosy and Tuberculosis Relief Initiative has continued to implement
We'll bring you that report in our other bulletins. Now the publication of the Provisional Voters Register for the forthcoming elections of the Nigerian Bar Association NBA Abuja branch, Unity Bar, has generated concerns among some members regarding eligibility and criteria and voter inclusion. A number of lawyers have questioned the exclusion of members whose attendance at the branch meeting was recorded through virtual platforms. They noted that virtual participation has previously been recognized by the branch for meeting and other official activities, raising concerns about consistency in the compilation of the register. The issue has prompted discussions among stakeholders, with some members calling for further clarification on the basis for determining voter eligibility.
We're worried and we're concerned because we understand that under the NBA Constitution, there's no provision that says you cannot recognize virtual attendance of meetings for the purpose of compiling a voters list. So if we have a branch as big as Unity Bar where people attend in their numbers physically and others attend virtually, how do we get to a point where only 239 persons are eligible to vote? And so we came here as law-abiding members of the branch to have an interface with the electoral committee to say, oh, our friends, even us as ourselves, as members of the branch, are asking a simple question. How did you get to this list? Can we know the attendance register that you use to come up with a list of only 239 persons eligible to vote?
Abuja reports on AIT. I am Amaka Okoro. Thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
I want to share a story around the Recycle Space educational project. This project started far back, I think 2018 December. And it came out of the desire to provide solution to children that are out of school in terms of trying to find an alternative for us to ensure that they stay in school to learn.
As the saying goes, education is the best legacy. It is the desire of every parent to give quality and acceptable education to their words. However, the inequality of life and the systemic poverty level in our society have made it difficult for some to pay their world's school fees.
The Recycle Spay educational project came out of the desire to provide solution, out of the desire to meet a need.
The reason schools have encouraged and engaged the underprivileged in collection of plastic waste in exchange for fees.
We will collect it from school, and the fund that is equivalent to that recyclables, we will pay it to the school. And for example, if my school fees is 5,000 naira per term, and I'm able to bring recyclables that is worth like maybe that 1,000 naira per term for the first maybe donation or turnover, we will take those bottles and we deduct the 1,000 from the 5,000 naira that is meant for the school fees of that particular child. So it comes down to 4. So they keep doing that over and over and over until eventually they knock off the entire school fees for that term.
Our crew caught up with Mrs. Emen Adiola, a principal of one of the schools that keyed into this waste collection vision and its translation to school fees.
We know that recycling is all about taking dirt out of our environment. So to help our school not to litter the bottles around, that's why we decided to keep the bottles in a place to recycle. Then our own base of value is the monetary aspect. So we are doing it as a school, just to help get some things for the school with the money that we are making from the recycling. So we are not just doing it for getting our money instantly, but our money is, they call it monetary value. So we keep it. I think for now we are up to above 5,000, so I'm sure it will still keep counting. Not touching the money for now. We are looking at getting, most especially, laptops for our students.
How do the parents feel about the mode of payment of their ward's school fees?
You don't help my family, most especially one of my sons graduate from UNIJ secondary school. Wow. Then I still can't get small and we will say, nah, they are seasonal.
Since I was born, in fact, I have never seen this kind of program in my life. Even in my own days, it's not like that. If it is like that, most of the people who do not participate in education, maybe with this or that.
Democracy Today, we will be focusing on Rivers State. It is no doubt the economic heartbeat of the Niger Delta region and by extension, the entire country. It is also reputed to be the epicenter of Nigeria's most volatile political crisis. For instance, for several months, the All Progressives Congress, the APC in Rivers State, has faced internal division. It is caught in the fierce battle for structures, loyalty and survival. Just when political observers thought it is a fresh season of electioneering, the situation appears more compounded when the Court of Appeal delivered a verdict. That ruling did not calm the brewing storm. The political camps are dug in, and you may wish to know that the implications stretch far beyond the borders, of course, the rich Rivers State. What does this judicial pronouncement mean for the legality of the party's structures? And who can we say now holds the reins of the APC structures in Rivers State? Perhaps more importantly, how does the brewing fresh verbal wars shape the 2027 polls? On the program tonight, we shall try to sort of analyze the trending reports as it relates to the future of the political landscape in the oil-rich Rivers State. I shall be joined by the spokesman of one of the camps. It's a promise we'll be back probably tomorrow with a top-notch member of the other camp. Now, in the meantime, Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, during his monthly media chat on Monday, reacted to a question regarding the judgment by one of the panelists. Take a look.
Executive of the party, from the word
local government, they keep very, very careful. Let me tell you what happened in that matter. There was supposed to be a congress to elect executive of the party from the world local government and the state. Some people went to the state high court to get an ex-party order for the congress not to be conducted. This people now went and appealed against that ex-party order. But no, you are wrong. You cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the party, this and that and that. Because no, you are wrong. Go back to the state high court and let the state high court hear the matter. The matter has not been heard. How can you not say nullifying congresses? They referred the matter back to the state high court. Unfortunately, the judge that started the matter had died. The judge from Opopo. So we know what happened, but that's not the point. I'm not trying to put you to know what happened. It's not, when you read this, you say, who is putting this thing? Bring the document. For me to be able to educate the people.
All right, my guests will soon join me via Zoom from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, the Rivers State capital. For now, here are some trending political reports. I am Enemaku Ojochegbe, and this is Democracy Today on AIT.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will low-performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
All right, first on the trending reports is an update on the sorrowful massacre of worshippers in a Catholic church in the ancient city of Owo, Ondo State, southwest Nigeria. Exactly 4 years ago, June 5, 2022, the exact, that's precisely 4 years ago today, when a terrorist attack was launched on St. Francis Catholic Church in Owo. The Federal High Court in Abuja has sentenced 4 men to death by hanging for masterminding the heart-wrenching attack. Justice Emeka Nwite to deliver the landmark verdict following a thorough prosecution led by the Department of State Services, DSS. The horrific Owo massacre resulted in the deaths of over 40 worshippers and left more than 100 others injured. The court found 4 of the 5 defendants guilty and sentenced them to death by hanging. The convicted individuals are 25-year-old Idris Abdul Malik Omeiza, 20-year-old Al-Kazim Idris, 26-year-old Jamil Abdul Malik, as well as 25-year-old Abdul Halim Idris, while 47-year-old Momo Otuhu Abubakar narrowly escaped being sent to the gallows.
If you live by sword, you will die by sword. So this is a statement by the federal government, who provided the enabling environment, the facilities for the DSS to do their job. We are indeed very happy.
We are not comfortable, we are not satisfied. We want to test it upstairs. Yeah.
Well, as the clock ticks towards June 12, 2026, the Nigerian government has commenced preparations to mark the day as Democracy Day and the 27th anniversary of uninterrupted democracy in the Fourth Republic. Already, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, has officially inaugurated an interesting ministerial committee to plan for the events. By coincidence, the Christian Association of Nigeria is commencing a 3-day national mourning period on that day, which will culminate on June 14 as the Black Sunday. The stance of the group was largely informed by the growing wave of security challenges noticeable across the country, which prompted teachers in all the states of the Federation to organize a nationwide protest yesterday over severe wave of students and teacher abductions. Well, my guest will join me via Zoom in the moment.
People, politics, and power brings context and clarity to issues and events in governance, democracy, and development. On People, Politics, and Power, we feature people who shape the events and define the issues.
A lot of the agencies are still struggling with implementation of freedom of information.
The government should come. We need Nigeria to work.
We examine the interplay and interaction of politics with power and their impact on policies and the people.
It's about getting the system to deliver the kind of electoral outcome that people will be happy with.
People, Politics, and Power with Imoni Amarere.
Will performing agencies be held to account? Or will the numbers fade after the headlines?
At 1 p.m. every Monday and Friday on AIT.
Get ready for a bold new chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypower Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
Thanks for staying with us. This is Democracy Today on AIT. We're discussing intra-party disputes, crises, courts involvement, and of course the 2027 general elections as it regards the APC in Rivers State. My guest is the factional chairman of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, in Rivers State. He is Darlington Nwauju. He joins me now via Zoom. Many thanks for joining the program tonight. The ruling just put paid to all of the, crisis going on in Rivers State as regards the APC today. Well, of course, Justice Nwite, if you ask him, he will tell you he did justice to it as, bestowed on him by the Constitution. How did you receive the news of the ruling today?
Well, good evening, Nigerians. Thank you for having me. A little bit of correction. My name is Darlington Nwauju, and I'm the spokesperson of the APC. I am not the chairman. Now,
all right.
To answer to your question, clearly speaking, I want to say that if we hope to engender democracy, if we hope to promote the rule of law, and if we also hope that we can and we should be handing over a better generation of leaders to both our children and even our unborn generations, then at every point in time we must consistently show the path of truth, the path of fairness, and the path of natural justice. Now, the issues playing out in APC in Rivers State is not even peculiar to APC in Rivers State. Recall that at the very same time, or about the same time, tangentially speaking, Umaru Ganduje's NWC has did the same thing he did to the leadership of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State, to the Benue State chapter of the party, by setting up very illegal caretaker committees to run or handle the affairs of the party, while the tenure of elected executives was running. And this was a clear attack on our own party constitution. And I do not think that any constitution anywhere, or even any court anywhere, will just subscribe to handpicking of persons to lead or control or manage the political parties, which are supposedly democratic institutions that should be going by the majority votes or the voice and support of the majority, because democracy is all about the masses of the people. And at any point in time you choose to remove or relegate the interest of the masses of the people or the majority as it were, then it is no longer democracy at all. And so I say to you today that what is happening clearly speaks to the overreach of these powers, that is to say the powers of the NWC. And the thing we are suffering today was caused by Umaru Ganduje. And as I also speak, as we speak now, I hear there is a decision by the Court of Appeal Makurdi Division as touching the leadership crisis of the APC in Benue State. So it is necessary, relevant, and important for anybody, any individual who is interested in intra-party affairs or internal party management to look at the issues. These issues began way back 2023. These issues are not issues that are stemming out of whatever interest people want to pursue in 2027. In fact, some of the persons have listened to their commentary concerning what is happening in Rivers State, and we are not even members of the All Progressive Congress. In fact, there are persons that we are not even sure of their membership of the party. And so you cannot jump into the arena to begin to analyze what.
If you say they are not members, of the APC, how come their interest?
So I said, no, please do not misunderstand or misconstrue me. I said some of the comments I have listened to, some of the comments.
All right.
I am talking generally speaking. That is at stake today. It is because on the 20th day of December, there was a mandatory injunction. There was a mandatory order that nullified all local government and state congresses of the APC in Rivers State that were held against the order of court. I had earlier on this afternoon forwarded that ruling to your producer, and right. I wish that you could display it so that the world can see, because that ruling is with your producer as we speak. Let me also add that as a certified professional in the public relations profession, I am not permitted to churn out lies or have truth or propaganda. And I'm not interested in doing so, because the duty of PRO practitioners is never to engage themselves in deceiving the public. And so I say to you again today that it was because the party went ahead to conduct primaries for congresses purportedly in favor of the APC against an order or an injunction granted by the court on the 21st day of November 2024. And so, on the 23rd day of November 2024, APC under Ganduje went ahead to conduct local government congresses against the order of court.
Okay.
On the 30th day of November 2024, APC under Ganduje continued with disobedience to court order by conducting purported state congresses. And so, the court had to protect its integrity and dignity by rising to the occasion to mandatorily and summarily dissolve the purported congresses. And so, all this while, the APC appealed, including the beneficiaries to that illegal action of Umaru Ganduje. They appealed to the Court of Appeal, Port Harcourt Division, and that matter has been lying there. And you know that justice delayed is justice denied. That matter has been lying there for more than 12 months. And so the Court of Appeal last week Friday, ruled on the matter, rejecting the prayer of the defendants to hold that the High Court in Port Harcourt never had any jurisdiction to hear the matter have been issued.
All right,
and before the wider implications, if they had granted their prayers, it would have been those congresses by Justice Obama on 20th of December would have been set aside.
Let me ask you this.
As it stands today, the Court of Appeal has sustained the ruling of the State High Court.
Let me ask you this. You see, before this matter went, this far to get to court, now you know that litigation costs money, it takes time, and it delays, the progress of any organization, party, political parties inclusive. For a party, a prominent one like yours, which is in power in Rivers State, a lot of time has been lost. A lot of activities are probably on hold to some extent. Now, rather than going to court, which of course we've got judgment now, but are there no internal mechanisms for resolving conflicts such as these that could have resolved this matter for it not to have got to this point?
Now, I heard your, well, I think that, well, I don't know if you are trying to play the role of an intermediary in this matter, because
why would I want to do that?
Parties headed to court. Yes, before parties headed to court, there were a series of letters drawing attention to the fact that the constitution of the party never allowed that you discipline your party members even without listening to them. There was never a panel set up. There was never an investigative committee set up by Umaru Ganduje before decisions were taken, both in the case of the Benue State chapter and that of Rivers. No panels, no investigation, nothing. You just woke up one morning to announce that you have dissolved validly persons who were elected by Congress. We are in which of the democracy does such things occur? And so you cannot use a jackboot military cantonment mentality to run a political party which is entirely a democratic institution. You cannot do that. And the laws of the land will never support you. The Constitution of the Federal Republic and the Electoral Act does not support that you just come cherry pick people and then them as managers of your political party without due diligence and without recourse to your own very constitution. So, Ganduje flouted our constitution and the court punished him for that. And that is where we are. And we have written series of letters, including to the new national chairman, Professor Nantawe, drawing his attention to the dangers of ignoring what is happening in Rivers State. Well, there are different leadership styles. As a scholar in mass communication, I'm aware that there are different leadership styles. Whatever any particular leader chooses to adopt, that is his own business. But the important thing is that you must lead in a way and manner that will not destroy the health and the stability of the political party. And that is my interest.
At this time, for these kinds of crises to still continue to linger at this time. Okay, before that, let me say this. Rivers State is each time it gets in the news, it's usually very interesting, not just because it is a case in point, but this is to put it mildly, the commercial nerve center of the Niger Delta region, oil-rich River State, and each time interests at big power play when it has to do with River State. Now, at this point in time in Nigeria's polity, it's a very delicate time for this kind of litigation to get to this point, and the crisis is still definitely hasn't ended because there will be the other party will be angling to study the CTC of this judgment. Now, what does it mean, this judgment coming at this time as the elections are inching closer for you?
Well, first of all, the status of things as of today is that those who are nominated by Mr. Tony Okocha and his illegal set of executives to provide on the platform of our party during the last local government elections in Rivers State. This, the ruling and the status of things currently affects them very badly. And also, we, from the readings, of course, I am not a lawyer. I will tell anybody who cares to listen. Yes, I'm a mass communicator.
Okay.
And I have no apology for doing that. I will only tell you the state of things as interpreted to me by our lawyers. And so I want to tell you, however, that besides the shenanigans and innuendos that people choose to put out, I, for one, am not interested in destroying the APC in Rivers State or even in Nigeria. I'm interested in the fact that people will put on their thinking caps and understand that you have done plenty of reputational damage to people's integrity, and that you must sit in a round table and agree on ourselves that you have you have committed for even political blunders, because there is no family where between the husband and the wife that there are no disagreements or every once in a while, even between the tongue and the teeth. And so if you now say that we are powerless, we are helpless, and that there is nothing we can do, and that you can do without us, then I tell you today that the law will speak. And when it speaks loudly, just as it is speaking now, you will now understand that the very powerful person becomes powerless. So I think there is a window. There is indeed a window for political resolution of all these issues playing out in Rivers State APC. But of course, that window cannot include that you will now agree that persons who were illegally carrying out activities and functions on behalf of the APC in Rivers State to continue to stay. No, not at all, because the court has spoken and resoundingly so. And so those persons should have no business managing our affairs in Rivers State. So I said to you that there is still a window for political resolution of this matter.
While the political resolution,
National Secretariat of our political party.
While the political resolution is being expected, you mentioned a while ago, while you spoke, that reputation, someone's reputation is at stake. Whose reputation precisely in this instance now?
Well, I can say to you without ambiguity that my reputation has been done great damage, because part of the particulars of claim that is lying before the court, which is today, which today has become public document, is to the fact that I supported a certain Atiku Abubakar against the candidate of my party during the 2023 elections. And so I find that ridiculous. I find it insulting because even in the next 100 years, I will never support a vote for an Atiku Abubakar. And it's never been in my character to work against the interest of my party. I have never done so. I do not hope to do so. And that if I have any reasonable ground to walk away from the All Progressive Congress today, I will do it willingly. I will do it with the whole of my heart. And I will officially join another platform without having to stay within the party to sabotage its interest. I would never do that. Listen, let me tell you, I am still in the All Progressive Congress today because of my relationship with the current Minister of the Interior, Dr. Luke Mitunjojo.
All right.
I'm not afraid to say so. And based on the excellence and the reforms that they have brought to the Minister of the Interior, a once moribund ministry, very well known to Nigerians. And so I cannot afford not to associate myself with that sort of excellence in public service. And I am proud that I am proud to associate with the performance he has posted so far.
Have you ever been?
I personally walked away from the All Progressive Congress.
You know, before now,
yes,
very many political heavyweights in your party, the ruling APC, rather, your party received, political heavyweights into the fold of your party. And it was, of course, a celebration of some sorts. High-stakes celebration, of course, for welcoming even governors and sitting senators, right? At the same time, we know and we heard that many heavyweights from the APC decamped from your party to other political parties. Now, have you, at any point in time, in the midst of this crisis, been enticed by any of the opposition political parties to walk away from the party and put all of this behind you, perhaps with juicy position and offers and what have you? Was there any such time during this crisis before this judgment?
Well, in all fairness, and to speak the truth, because all those who know me very well will tell you that I always shoot from the hip. Yes, even as at yesterday, I had received a call from one of the opposition political parties. But like I said to you, I am not interested in joining or supporting any other platform because of my relationship with the Minister of the Interior. And I'm not afraid to say so. And there is nothing anybody can say or do in the politics of the Rivers APC that will make me walk away from the All Progressive Congress without even consulting or talking it over with my friend, who is Minister of Interior. Because I know that personally, I owe it as duty to support him to run the full course of his tenure as Minister of the Interior, and God will take him to higher places. So I am not, I said to you, yes, that is true, that is so. But of course, there is no way I can board or accept such offer.
You didn't see this, I don't know how whether you saw this judgment coming the way it did, but should it have gone the other way, what would have been your next line of action or your reaction to begin with?
Okay, now, in fact, this question is, I think that your questions were well structured. I want to commend you for...
We're discussing live as we speak, so...
Well structured. Yes. Yeah, your questions I must confess. Now let me say that if you ask if I saw it coming, number one, before we approached our lawyers, I took my time to go through the Constitution of the All Progressive Congress. And I compared it to what we have with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. And I saw clearly that we had a case, in fact, a good case. And I spoke with some of my friends who are legal practitioners. about the possibilities with the matter. And they say, yes, you have a good case. And so I was sure as a human being that this matter would go our way. In fact, I became double shocked when on the 30th of September 2024, my Lord, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice Kekereekun, declared that disobedience or disrespect for court or judicial pronouncements amounts to anarchy that will not be tolerated under our leadership. My confidence skyrocketed that indeed we had a very good case. And I'm sure that even if it gets to the apex court, the story will not be different.
All right. Now, before now, I remember during the local government election in Rivers State, well, it was some sort of a surprise, the way the victory turned. You remember, you understand what I'm talking about. But now, as a chairman, you see, your relationship with the lower rungs on the ladder of the party is definitely, at the moment, is definitely not as it is before, during the crisis and before the judgment. So, what was your relationship like, and how do you intend to drive the running of the party as the elections approach? Because you still have a battle, not the crisis now, ahead of you.
Well, concerning, I am confident that the party will grow far improved what is currently bedeviling it. And I still underline the fact that there is a political window to sort ourselves out, and that this matter is purely an intra-party affair, and that to give no chance at all to the opposition to take advantage of what is happening. Because at the end of the day, this is the beauty of democracy, where people will argue, make arguments, have quarrels, and at the end of the day, reach a compromise in the greater interest of the political party. So I wouldn't want to speak so much about relationships with members of the party down the line. What I know is that I believe and I trust in the confidence and ability of the party to handle its own affairs at the appropriate time.
The primary elections just ended across all political parties, and virtually every party in the country, including yours, even at the center, had issues. There were even parallel, primaries in some states, issues of, threat to life. In some places, someone even died, and all sorts. The committees that will, resolve the issues that have arisen from the primaries are meeting. Some of them are meeting even as we speak. Now, after this will be the campaigns, hopefully in August. What will you be campaigning with in Rivers State that the opposition doesn't have, that you will ensure that the opposition wouldn't do better than you to convince the electorate in Rivers State to vote for them rather than voting for your party, the APC?
Well, in terms of party management, let's even start from party management. Are you aware that a lot of the other opposition political parties have two persons laying claim to their governorship flags or their governorship tickets?
Those are intra-party crises in their party too.
Party. And so they are not even able to put themselves together at that level. So, and we wish, yes, that is what I'm trying to let you know. So if you even want to look at ours is even a lesser evil, if you permit me to the use of that language, is even lesser. And so it will even take far lesser energy to get our own results and then put us on track for campaign, you know. And so I do not have any fears at all concerning our posting very credible and excellent results at the end of the day.
Yeah, I was specifically hoping that you tell me. You see, for instance, is it party cohesion? Is it unity? Is it, you know, organization and handling of crises properly? Is it, you know, tackling security issues? Is it tackling the economy? Is it, you know, remember we're talking about your state, Rivers State. So these are indices that could either put you over or pitch you against the electorate. So which of these aspects or indices would you say you can confidently convince the electorate in Rivers State to vote for you in the coming polls?
Well, let me say this clearly. Even though I'm not the spokesperson of the governor of Rivers State, and I do not speak for the government in Rivers State, I would like to say to you that we have a litany of projects, a legacy, I must say, legacy projects completed even in the face of the political challenges that the governor has had. And so, for sure, we are going to put out the scorecard of the administration. And without plenty of noise in our echo chamber, we are going to prove to you that at the end of the day, besides all the troubles or the political challenges, indeed there has been some level of achievements that are remarkable that has been put on the ground that you can mark. And I know that you have your reporters here on ground. You can find out from them if some of these things are correct or they are mere pieces of life.
All right. I'm still staying with the primary elections. You know, primaries are very important because, you know, that's the election before the election, and of course it determines whatever happens right after that. Now, some of the incidents that happened, to some extent, they scare a lot of people regarding what the outcome of the general election will be. For instance, I mentioned security earlier, and of course the irregularities. It sort of dampened the trust of many electorate in the system and in most political parties. As I said earlier, no political party right now is, you know, immune from everything that happened. Now, how will you convince people to still participate in the polls? Yes, it's a civic duty, but suppose they choose to stay away because of what they've seen, that, the credibility of the process is not even guaranteed and what have you. So, I mean, not even, how can people be convinced this time around that, look, you still need to participate, considering what we've seen?
Well, both the political parties, as one of the very important allied institutions to election management and conduct of elections in Nigeria, together with the National Orientation Agency, together with the INEC, which is principally the election umpire. I think that without blowing the whistle of the other institutions, I think that something would have to be done between now and then. So, as it were, educate enlighten and bring the electorate also to sit on the reason why they must have to exercise their franchise. Because the truth of the matter is that if you decide to stay back or sit at home while the processes go on, you do not have any right to complain if at the end of the day it doesn't go your way. So the best option available to any electorate is to participate, is to take part in the process.
Despite the distrust that has been created in the minds of people, considering the desperation by high-profile politicians and what have you?
I do not understand. It's desperation. Well, it depends on what you refer to as desperation. Political parties are vehicles for taking people or getting people into power or winning power as well. And when people express ambition, it depends on you. You need to be careful in trying to put, how do I put it, for lack of a better word, to put a circumference around the definition of inspiration in the body policy. Because when people express their own ambition and in a way and manner that you may not accept or agree with, you will not need to, you will not need to, match it, place it side by side. Expressions of ambition by other people in other clients.
You block noise.
When you do this cross matching and do proper without emotional attachment to it, then you might be able to make a proper assessment of what the inspiration is actually or how to actually situate the word the inspiration in the body policy.
All right, Darlington, let me ask you this now. You see, before now, according to the Electoral Act 2026, the date for the submission of delegates, candidates lists by all political parties should have been, it shouldn't be September, but because of the court ruling, it is still, the window is still open till September, right? Ordinarily, one will expect that as a member of the ruling party, that should trouble you because, the contest, it means that the more the contestants, the tougher the battle will be in terms of, election day. So what's your thought regarding the extension according to the court ruling?
Well, I think that the extension even gives the ruling party more time to market some of his achievements. And I'll say to you that the readily available campaign material to the ruling of Progressive Congress in Nigeria and the sterling performances, the very excellent performances of Dr. Olusegun Ojo at the Ministry of Interior. I think that campaigns will be easier if you have him man the soapbox to talk about his achievements or to remind Nigerians or to highlight, because his performance would be wonderful for any salesman, for any political party. Very easy to market. And so, the more the time, the better to package your scorecard and show or prove or display before Nigerians that in sector A, B, C, we have been able to achieve 1, 2, 3. And this is where we hope to get to if you give us another opportunity to continue in power for the next 4 years. So that's my response to that question.
All right. Our time is winding down now, but let me ask you this just before I let you go. What should the people of Rivers State expect from the ruling APs now in the state as the elections approach? And of course, because, once the campaign starts, a lot of people, the expectation, or rather the suspicion by a lot of Nigerians is that once campaign starts during electioneering, governance is suspended. But how can you convince the, citizens and residents of Rivers State that the momentum in governance will be sustained?
Well, it is even good that we have, as of today, we are aware that the governor withdrew or suspended his ambition to run for
to contest for, yeah.
And so this, yes. So this even allows the campaigns to go smoothly, side by side governance. And so I think that Rivers State will be one of the states that would not even have any kind of haziness or confusion in terms of managing governance, while at the same time campaigning to the people concerning what we are able to do in the next 4 years.
Darlington Welju of the APC in Rivers State. Many thanks indeed for joining the program tonight. I'm looking forward to having you one day, perhaps before the election, right here in the studio in Abuja.
Why not? I'll be available.
Thank you very much indeed.
By the grace of God. By the grace of God, yeah. Thank you.
That's our show for today. As I mentioned earlier in my introduction, I shall try to make contact with the other camp to come state their own facts and, of course, sort of have their right of reply on the program tomorrow. But until then, that's our show for today. Don't forget, you can follow us on all social media handles at Democracy Today and AIT. And, of course, you can find me on all social media handles. We'll continue these conversations and so many other conversations right there. I'll see you again tomorrow. I am Enemaku Ojochebe. Bye for now.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18, 2026.
Electricity drives economies. Without it, factories shut down and jobs disappear. Yet, for decades, Nigeria's power sector has been trapped in a cycle of low generation, fragile transmission, and broken distribution networks. When President Tinubu took power in May 2023, the nation of over 200 million people survived on a meager 4,000 to 4,500 megawatts. Experts blame the lack of money, heavy debt, and obsolete equipment. But President Bola Tinubu sounded ultra-confident.
Whichever way, by all means necessary, you must have electricity. And you will not pay.
Tinubu even went further to pledge to Nigerians that if he does not fix the electricity problem, he should not be voted if he seeks re-election.
A promise made will be a promise kept. If I can't keep the promise and I come back for second term, don't vote for me.
The administration quickly signed the Electricity Act into law. This historic move broke the federal monopoly, allowing states to generate and distribute their own power. Billions were funneled into metering, new substations, and private partnerships. In May 2023, when the president took over, power generation was between 4,000 to 4,005 megawatt average and 5,800 megawatt peak. Comparatively, by May 2026, it is at 5,000 plus megawatt average and 6,000 plus megawatt peak. But statistics do not light up homes. Despite a marginal increase in generation, the national grid remains notoriously fragile. It collapses repeatedly, plunging the entire country into darkness at the slightest strain.
You have 2 hours in the day, sometimes an hour a day.
If you don't get money, no way to buy fuel. You will stay. If you come to work, you will stay idle. In a difficult time.
The data in 2023 shows multiple grid collapses. In 2024, multiple outages and transmission failures. In 2025 and 2026, more grid collapses totaling about 15 since the president took over. Engineers say the grid cannot handle the power currently being generated. Transmission lines are weak, old, and prone to breaking. Then came the financial shock of 2024. The government slashed subsidies and introduced a tiered tariff system.
We may not be paying the reflective tariff on electricity. Cost reflective tariff on electricity. But the leakages I've identified as far as technical losses, when you generate electricity, the losses that is being incurred before it even gets to the distribution level is huge. And the incentive for these technical losses is because there are no check and balances for efficiency.
Band A, 20 hours minimum daily supply will pay the highest tariff. Band B's, 16 hours minimum daily supply. Band C, 12 hours minimum daily supply. Band D, 8 hours minimum daily supply. And Band E, 4 hours daily. High tariffs, estimated bills, low supply.
We enter Band A, they give us the assurance that there will be stable lights. There will be nothing like a power outage or this and that. Whenever we have any power failure, we should call them on phone. But these days, it's not like that.
Since 1999, trillions have been invested. This Halo House, Assembly, this chamber, we're going to come to you with difficult decisions. Your constituents will run to you. Please tell them to bear with us. There may be small pain, but we'll get there. Because we are going to have a disciplined approach to addressing this. I'll come and present to you what our plan is. We clear milestones. If you don't see this in 3 months, it means you won't see 6 months. So you must see the 3 months and you must hold us accountable for it.
Government defenders plead for patience. They argue that fixing decades of rot takes time and state-led power markets will eventually pay off. But for millions of citizens, patience is running thin. 3 years into the administration, power supply remains the ultimate test of government performance. Yemi Adebayo, AIT News, Abuja.
It's been 3 years since President Bola Tinubu was sworn in as a Nigerian leader. He promised to fix the economy, address rising insecurity, create jobs, and fight for the interests of citizens both home and abroad. As President Tinubu seeks re-election in 2027, has he delivered on his promises? And does his performance so far merit a second term? AIT News begins a special May 29 review countdown series, where we interrogate the Tinubu administration's deliverables across various sectors of national life. Join us on the AIT News Hour from May 18.
The number of children dying before their 5th birthday has hit a record low, according to new United Nations estimates. And Malawi is among countries highlighted in a UN report released on Wednesday for making significant reductions in child deaths. It, alongside Cambodia, Rwanda and Mongolia, have all been credited with a more than 75% drop in under-5 mortality since 2000. In the Malawian town of Nemetete earlier this year, parents like Secret Gibson were queuing up to get their children vaccinated against malaria, under a new program being rolled out in countries across the continent.
When a child receives the vaccine like this, it means as he grows, he will be a healthy and strong person. But also, as he attains maturity, it's like you have already laid a good foundation for him. Because if you don't take him for the vaccine, the clinic has reservations to treat a child who did not take the jab.
Preventable and treatable causes such as pneumonia, diarrhea and malaria made up the majority of the 4.9 million under-5 deaths in 2022. While that's a halving of the mortality rate since 2000, it also still represents one death every 6 seconds. And the UN warned that the world is behind in its goals for reducing preventable deaths by 2030, with progress slowing since 2015. Overall deaths of babies and children under 5 in 2022 were concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. It represented 57% of the global total, despite only accounting for around 30% of the live births that year. The UN said better access to primary healthcare and community health workers could vastly improve the outlook. But it also warned that climate change, increasing inequity, conflict, and the long-term fallout from the global health crisis could all threaten progress.
James Akbarshe arrives for a checkup at the community medical center in Dadere, but it's not for his health. The student journalist is there to see how well the government-run center in Nigeria's central Nasarawa state is working. It's part of an initiative called Udeme, an Ibibio word for My Share. It sends student journalists, known as U-monitors, to investigate public projects and hold authorities accountable.
Sometimes you travel to those communities where those projects have been awarded, you discover that those residents don't want to talk to you because they have no idea of those projects. So you face challenges, maybe sometimes threats to your life. When a lawmaker find out or individual find out you are doing a story that will implicate him.
The Media Non-Profit Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development, or CJID, launched Udeme in 2018. It recruits about 100 students like Akbarshe each year. They track public infrastructure projects like the construction of schools and hospitals. And they talk to residents about what they find.
So our U-monitors are fluent in the local dialect in those places. So when they go on radio shows, they speak in those local dialects so that people can understand the relevance of the topic.
Court sentences fall to death for terrorism over a Owo Catholic Church massacre. And kidnappers abduct ex-minister Adelabu's sister, children in Ibadan. And correspondent examines the implication of People's Democratic Party's 2 presidential candidates in the polity. And in business, IMF warns against broad subsidies and price control over food and energy inflation. And of course, in sports, Nigeria Super Eagles battles Poland in international friendly match. This is a news hour on AIT. I am Adora Sydney Jack. With me is Utibe Omoran.
Hello there and welcome. It has been 4 years since a peaceful Pentecost Sunday service in Ondo State turned into a scene of unimaginable bloodshed. Tonight, the families of the 40 worshippers killed in the June 5, 2022 violent attack at St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, can finally sleep with some closure. This is because 4 members of Al-Shabaab terrorist group have been handed death sentences by a federal high court in Abuja. AIT News correspondent Chibuzo Okezie has been following the trial and was there to cover the judgment.
It was an attack that shocked the country. A Sunday service turned into a bloodbath. Eyewitnesses described a scene similar to a violent movie, explosives and gunfire erupting from different directions, worshippers scampering for safety, while others, including women and children, fall into the fury of bullets. Our Ondo State and Nigeria was thrown into shock and mourning. But while survivors and victims' families prayed for justice, the arrest and trial of the suspects did not come till 3 years later. On Tuesday, Justice Emeka Wite of the Federal High Court delivered a landmark judgment, finding 4 out of the 5 defendants guilty on a 9-count charge. The charges included terrorism financing, hostage-taking, and the use of explosives in public places. Idris Abdulmalik Omeiza, Akazim Idris, Jamiu Abdulmalik, and Abdul Halim Idris are to die by hanging. Apart from the death sentence, they also received 20-year sentences for conspiracy and membership in the Al-Shabaab terrorist group. Meanwhile, a 5th defendant, 47-year-old Momo Abubakar, was discharged and acquitted on all charges. During the trial, survivors gave emotional testimonies recalling the terrifying moments, sporadic gunshots and explosives ripped through St. Francis Catholic Church in Ondo State during a Pentecost service on June 5th, 2022.
The DSS did a very, very thorough and painstaking investigation. And it was that thorough and painstaking investigation that the trial was anchored. Therefore, the evidence adduced by the prosecution was ironclad. And so we're not surprised that the judgment came out the way it did.
We are appealing it. I've told my Lord, even in the open court, I'm going upstairs.
The infamous attack left roughly 40 worshippers dead and over 100 others permanently scarred. Chibuzo Okezie, EIT News, Abuja.
Now, the news of the conviction of the terrorists involved in the June 5th, 2022 gruesome attack on the St. Francis Catholic Church massacre in our Ondo State has brought some measure of relief to residents in the area. But while the Catholic diocese residents and government officials view the judgment as a major step towards justice, many say the painful memories remain difficult to erase, even security conditions continue to deteriorate nationwide. AIT's news correspondent Olushola Adesunyan reports from Akure, the Ondo State capital.
June 5, 2022 remains a dark day in Nigeria's history. The terror attack on St. Francis Catholic Church claimed over 40 lives and left dozens injured. It stands as one of the deadliest attacks on a place of worship in the country. For survivors and the families of the victims, the psychological and physical scars remains fresh. In the immediate aftermath, prominent leaders, including the then governor, Rotimi Akeredolu, now late, visited the community to console victims and demand swift justice.
These are the most dastardly act that can ever happen in any society. That it happened in a church, to say the least, is most condemnable.
4 years later, that long wait for justice has finally yielded results. Residents in Ondo State believe that the conviction of the 4 terrorists sends a strong message that heinous crimes will not go unpunished.
But the important thing is that whenever a crime is committed, the criminal must get a judgment. This is to serve as a deterrent, because if it is business as usual, criminality will continue to fester.
This is actually what we have been expecting. Like some of the time that we learned that the sororities were rehabilitated and restored to the community. That is a bad one. That is why they are growing every day.
The Catholic Bishop of Ondo Diocese, Most Reverend Jude Arugundade, notes that the judgment offers only temporary relief, as no verdict can fully heal the deep wounds left by the tragedy.
But at the same time, it doesn't bring back the lives of 41 people that were brutally murdered on that day. So my reaction is, well, we have a law in this country. The law may have taken its course, but we are left to continue to nurse the wounds of those who are scarred by that attack.
Meanwhile, the Ondo State government, through a statement by Governor Aiyedatiwa's chief press secretary, hailed the verdict as a triumph for the rule of law and a victory for the victims. Standing here in Akure, the Ondo State capital, 4 years after the Our Church attack, for many residents, the court verdict has brought relief and restored confidence in the judicial system in Nigeria. They also want government and other relevant agencies to put necessary measures in place to prevent the recurrence of such incidents. Olushola Adesunyan, AIT News, Akure.
Well, joining us now on the news hour is the Attorney General of Ondo State. He's also the Commissioner of Justice, Dr. Kayode Ajulo. He joins us all the way from Toronto to give us perspective to the judgment in the Federal High Court here in Abuja. Dr. Ajulo, thank you so much for joining us on the AIT News Hour.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, sir. How are you?
Well, Dr. Ajulo, if you can hear me, I've seen your statement where you said that the verdict sent a clear and unequivocal message that there will be punishment for serious crimes in the country. But it took about 4 years for these justice to come for the families of the victims and the survivors as well. Would you say that's really a case of justice, even though it's delayed?
Well, let me just quickly say that it is a demonstration of justice system, rule of law in our climate in Nigeria, and virtually in the common law, because the will of justice reigns slowly. And don't forget that when it comes to criminal matter, it must be proven beyond doubt. That means that even those people, despite the fact that this is what they've done, the court has to ensure that it is not the wrong one in the dock. So what this has happened is to show that our judicial system is working, to ensure that all the evidences is being taken, the witnesses being taken. At the end of the day, they are now being sentenced. Though, like I mentioned earlier, it's a painful loss. Whatsoever amount that what is done cannot bring back those who have died. But at least it is demonstration that irrespective of what may be the court, the long hand of the law, we get the grip hope of who's the perpetrator.
All right, I hear you loud and clear, and it's also in your statement where you said the verdict cannot erase the pain suffered by victims, survivors, and the bereaved families. But then again, in terms of the families and those who are the survivors, what is the state government going to do now? I mean, does this mean closure for the family? And how are they also going to be part of the process of this going forward?
Well, it has never, from the inception, be a closure for the family, because the state government has been with the family, and Governor Rotimi Akeredolu, the late one, may the Almighty God continue to have mercy on his soul, took it up to meet the family and all the survivor, and since then to today, the government has been on their side. They have been seeing a way how to assuage their loss, and this is a continuous process. And if you remember about last year, there are some issues that the governor immediately attend to that. It is. Don't forget, the entire state is affected in this matter, and whatever that could be done to assuage their losses will be done, and it's been done.
This is a case of death sentence, capital punishment according to Nigerian law. These persons, according to the judge, would have to be killed by hanging. But Kayode, you know that in Nigeria, capital punishment has actually not been executed to the letter by state governors whose responsibility is to sign execution warrants. The last time in recorded history in Nigeria was in 2016, over 10 years ago. I know these individuals have a right of appeal, but in the event that this right of appeal is exhausted up till the Supreme Court, are we likely going to see this death sentence carry through?
Well, from your question, you know that this is something that is an action in progress. It won't be that nice to, at this point, try to speculate what will happen. Let's continue to follow the process. That is the essence of the rule of law. Wherever it may be, the government and the security agency will ensure that the right thing is done. To speculate what may happen in future, now, particularly, won't be what is right for me to do now.
It's not a question of speculation, it's a question of what could happen, Dr. Kayode. I also know that there are a number of awaiting conviction persons in the institutions, penal institutions in your state, and nothing has happened. ever since, even though the right of appeal has been exhausted in the case of those inmates?
We can't say nothing has happened. Don't forget that when it comes to the discretions, it is constitutional. It is constitutional. It is constitutional.
Please go ahead, Dr. Ajola. We can hear you. All right. Fortunately, we seem to have lost Dr. Kayode Ajola. He joined us from Toronto, Canada, and to look at the judgment of the Federal High Court handing down sentences, convictions on those who took part in the Owo massacre, June 5, 2022.
Now, the Nigerian Senate has dismissed a proposal from Senator Adams Oshiomhole seeking a comprehensive audit of military expenditure, effectively shorting down calls for a probe into past defense spending and security-related funds. The decision was taken during plenary as lawmakers deliberated on a motion concerning the worsening security situation in the country, including recent attacks in Oyo State. However, the proposal had no seconder and eventually thrown out.
It was once again a solemn moment on the floor of the Senate as lawmakers reflected on a motion highlighting the abduction of 49 persons, including a toddler.
Condemned in the strongest possible term the abduction of their school children.
However, a push for a comprehensive audit of military expenditure and greater accountability in the management of funds met a brick wall.
If the armed forces is not accountable, if we do not carry out due audit, that we have all been blackmailed to appropriate, we need to carry out security audit.
If the U.S. Secretary of Defense can be called to be scrutinized publicly of the armed forces, call the service chiefs to account for the resources that this National Assembly had been budgeting for.
The proposal failed to gain sufficient support among senators and was eventually thrown out.
The abduction of school children.
Well, another day, another minute silence on the floor of the Senate as lawmakers grapple with Nigeria's worsening insecurity. Now, several recommendations have come up from this debate, from matching orders to security agencies, expedited national security summit, as well as effective implementation of Safe School initiative. Now, whether all of this will translate into meaningful improvement is left to be seen. Oyeja Orum, AIT News, Abuja.
Still on security matters, gunmen have kidnapped the sister of former Power Minister Bayo Dalabu and her twin sons in Ibadan, Oyo State. The incident occurred Wednesday morning in the Challenge area as 43-year-old Olaide Adegoke John Paul was taking her 12-year-old children to school. Confirming the incident in a statement, one of the media aides to Adelabu, Femi Awogboro, said, quote, "The family of Adelabu, former Minister of Power and leading governorship aspirant of APC in Oyo State, wishes to formally confirm the unfortunate kidnapping of his younger sister alongside her twin sons, Peter and Paul, in the early hours of Wednesday, June 3, 2026, end quote. Olaide Adegoke John Paul, aged 43, was reportedly abducted by armed gunmen at about 7:30 a.m. while on her way to drop her children at school in Ibadan. The abductors also forcefully took away her 12-year-old twin sons who were with her at the time of the incident. Adegoke John Paul is the youngest of the 5 children of Mrs. Olufumilola Aduke Adegoke Adelabu. Until her voluntary retirement last year, she had served meritoriously at both the Central Bank of Nigeria and First Bank pension custodian.
Tears flowed freely in Esele, Orire local government area on Tuesday, as the president of NANS, Babatunde Akintaye, led all the student leaders to visit families of abducted pupils, students and teachers. And the student leaders went to sympathize with the families and reassured them of ongoing efforts to secure the safe return of their loved ones. Parents and relatives broke down as they recounted 19 days of pain and anxiety since the attack.
Armed men abducted students and staff from Community High School, Auro Esiele, Baptist Nursery and Primary School, Yawota, and LA Primary School, Esiele, on Friday, May 15. Schools in the area remain shut as family awaits rescue. NANS said it is mounting pressure on government at all levels for urgent actions. The families appealed for speed and mercy, saying the wait has become unbearable and they cannot wait to have their children and relatives back.
They are tired. The trauma, the emotional trauma they are passing through is even more than enough to weaken anyone. And we saw what they are passing through. And the only thing they demanded from us in this country is that their children, their family, to return back safe to them.
When you have a working president who don't want to sit in his comfort zone and issue a statement, when he called me, Senate President must go to the scene of events. Let's know what is going on. Let's also interface with the people affected. So we decided to join him. Not just me as a Senate President, other student leaders from all over the country travel down here to have first-hand information and know what is the true situation, not just what the media carries out.
The LSCLA of Esiele, Oba Tajuddin Apioye, said the entire town remains devastated. He appealed to government to intervene quickly, noting that many families are in anguish and desperate to reunite with their loved one. Femi Amushon, AIT News, Ibadan.
Some angry youths took to the streets of Lagos for the second time in 24 hours to condemn the dastardly act meted on teachers and children who have spent weeks in captivity in Oyo State. The angry youths, under the auspices of Take It Back movement, converged on Ikeja, Lagos, where they trekked to the State House of Assembly to present their demands to the lawmakers, expressing their displeasure over what they describe as lukewarm approach of the federal government to the incident.
These protesters, in solidarity with the families of the adopted children and teachers, 3 weeks ago walked from Ikeja Under Bridge, Lagos, where they converged to the State House of Assembly in Lausa, chanting solidarity songs all through the 3-kilometer distance.
You can see, behind me here, you can see the protesters. They've walked all the way from Ikeja roundabout, and we're moving towards the Lausa, the seat of power, where they are going to present their petitions to the legislators, telling them about how they felt about this issue of abduction of the over 40 students from Oyo State and also their teachers.
The heavy security presence from the State Police Command complimented the orderly conduct of the process, who fired themselves between 2 security formations on a single lane, allowing a free flow of traffic. At the State House of Assembly, things took a different turn as the heavy security that escorted them there formed a barrier at the gate, preventing further entrance into the assembly complex. This caused an infraction between the police and the protesters.
Yes, you have been protecting us since. And I come to you that, okay, sir, I told you I'm a citizen of this country. I'm a citizen of this country.
For the protesters, the only way out is to occupy the entrance of the gate of the House of Assembly to send the right message across.
We must fight to win.
Obiunume, AIT News, Lagos.
All right, we do have the National Publicity Secretary, Nigerian Union of Teachers, NUT, and former NUT Chairman, Kaduna State, Yusuf Ibn Tom, joining us virtually. Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening. Can you hear us, sir? Hello, good evening. If you can hear us, please respond.
Evening, madam. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
Of course, we know that this crisis is following the May 15 abduction of over 39 students and 7 teachers that happened in Orire local government area in Oyo State. But, you know, looking at that protest and the young people carrying the placard saying, we want rescue now, demanding rescue, some have expressed, you know, perhaps dissatisfaction with the methodology or the stance of the government of Oyo State in the way that they have handled this. In plain terms, they have described this as poor handling of the situation. What would you say about this? Hello, Mr. Yusuf, can you hear me?
Well, we seem to have lost Yusuf there. Yusuf is the National Public Secretary of the NUT. We'll hopefully try to reconnect with him again in the course of this news bulletin. Moving ahead now, police in Niger State have confirmed the arrest of a private security guard, Sani Abdulrahman, for abducting two of his employers' children, Umar and Anas, both 6 years old, to an unknown destination in Minna. Spokesman of the police, Superintendent Wasiu Abiodun, in a statement said the incident occurred at about 1 o'clock on Sunday, 31st of May 2026, around the Brighter area of Minna Metropolis. According to Abiodun, the security guard, Abdul Rahman, pretended that he was taking the children to a Salah celebration in the town, but since then has not returned with them. He assured that an investigation has commenced and effort to locate the children is ongoing. The father of the children, Alaji Danjuma, who is a businessman, has called on the state government and the security agencies to assist in ensuring the safe return of the children. He stated that some people called him saying they are in Arena Forest in Shiroro local government area of Niger State, demanding for his children.
Well, operatives of the Edo State Police Command have recovered the decomposing bodies of two kidnapped victims from a forest hideout along the Benin-Lagos Expressway. The victims were among 3 women abducted from their residence in Yowa community, Ovia Northeast local government area of Edo State. The recovery followed the arrest of a suspected kidnapper by operatives of the command's Violent Crime Response Unit, VCRU. And the suspect is believed to be a member of a 7-man kidnapping syndicate operating along the Benin-Lagos and Benin-Akure expressways.
The victims were adopted on May 9, 2026, when armed men invaded their home in Iowa community of their Northeast local government area of Edo State and whisked away 3 women. Days after the adoption, family members reportedly received disturbing video clips showing the victims being tortured in captivity before one of the adopted women and another victim from a different family were allegedly killed by their adopters. According to the police, a coordinated operation involving the Violent Crime Response Units and drone units led operation to the gang's hideouts in the forest on May 19. Investigations later led to the arrest of 23-year-old Musa Aruna, an alleged member of the gang. During interrogation, the suspect reportedly confessed to his involvement in the crime and subsequently guided the investigators to the forest hideout where the bodies of the victims were recovered.
He has also led us to this point where we are about to recover the remains of some of the victims whom they held in captivity, even after collecting ransom payment.
One of the kidnapped victims, whose mother was among those killed by the kidnappers, recounts her harrowing experience while in captivity.
It was me and my family at first. Before we know, they started adding people to us. So at first, they were calling our family for ransom. They started from 200 million. They would torture us and torture us. So fortunate, they called my mom. They asked her, Mama, what's your age? My mom said 66 years old. They asked one other lady, what's your age? The lady said 45. So before we know, they carried my mom, 66 years old, and the other lady, 45. They moved them away from us a little. And one other boy, 15 years old, they shot them just 1 bullet. So when they shot the bullet, they shot it through the other lady to my mom. We were seeing them.
Family paid ransom?
Yes, my family paid ransom. 11 million naira with other things they asked them to buy.
Away from security matters now, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, has ushered in a new era of leadership with the investiture of its 62nd president, Queensley Segosime. The ceremony brought together government officials, industry leaders and accounting professionals to celebrate the Institute's legacy and chart a course for its future. In her inaugural address, the new ICAN president pledged to strengthen professionalism, accountability, innovation and ethical leadership within the accounting profession, while positioning the institute as a key driver of Nigeria's economic development.
You're still watching the News Hour on AIT. Business is up next, so stay with us.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
My skin, Instant Beauty Even Glow, for your shade of beautiful.
My Oga, welcome, sir. Apologies. We need to look at this report.
What can we offer you?
Don't worry, I'll soon be leaving.
I'm coming.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Pass the beef and crayfish.
I am the chef of life. I am the chef of life. Chef of life with Mr. Chef.
And you'll have got this.
Food is ready, sir.
I was about to take my leave.
Mazi, Irigadigo.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Mr. Chef, taste home, taste culture.
The home is under attack, but not for long, because Hypo is here. Dirty floors and surfaces.
Not on our watch.
Every day with Hypo.
Dirty and stains no fit do us shakara. We got the remedy, original palasa. Hypo, go Hypo.
Germs always find a way back.
No green. Protect every day with Hypo.
Hypo, go Hypo.
Hello and welcome to Business Reports. I am Yemi Adebayo. The International Monetary Fund has cautioned governments against the widespread use of subsidies, price controls, and tax cuts in response to rising food and energy costs, warning that such measures could worsen inflation and strain public finances. In its May report titled Responding to the Energy and Food Price Shock, Getting the Policy Details Right, the fund noted that the poorly designed interventions may deepen global supply shortages while increasing fiscal pressure on already stretched economies. The IMF explained that policymakers are currently facing a delicate balance between shielding households from high living costs and maintaining fiscal sustainability in the face of limited resources. It added that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to the ongoing food and energy price shocks, as countries differ in their dependence on imports, market structures, and capacity for social support. The report comes amid continued volatility in global energy markets and renewed concerns that geopolitical tensions could further drive inflation and slow global economic growth. Now, Nigeria's quest for energy diversification has received a major boost with a $10 million clean hydrogen roadmap project in Abuja. The initiative is expected to lay the strong foundation for hydrogen economy and accelerate the country's energy transition.
The Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Abdullahi Mustafa, said clean hydrogen has already been incorporated into key national frameworks, underscoring its importance to the country's long-term energy security.
Integrating green hydrogen into our national strategy is a core commitment and component of Mr. President's Renewed Hope agenda. Aggressively replacing volatile fossil fuels, creating high-skilled jobs, and drive sustainable long-term industrialization.
UNIDO remains steadfast in its support to strengthen Nigeria's institutional capacity, policy frameworks, and technological readiness to scale up the adoption of green energy, as well as its commitment to future clean energy.
Beyond energy security, the project is expected to create opportunities across manufacturing, transport, steel and chemical industries, with the Energy Commission of Nigeria leading implementation efforts.
For example, fertilizers is one of those key industries which, for the moment, Nigeria is dependent from imports. So you could further produce your own fertilizers locally, utilizing hydrogen, green hydrogen.
Stakeholders say the project will cut Nigeria's reliance on fossil fuel and grow renewable energy, with hydrogen set to support electricity and industrial needs from 2040 and help the country reach net zero emission by 2060 under the Energy Transition Plan.
And now to the stock markets. The Nigerian equities market extended its losing streak today, closing lower for the third consecutive trading session. Investors lost more than 700 billion naira in value as the benchmark all-share index declined by 1.53% amid renewed sell pressure across major counters. Now let's take a look at the numbers. Looking at the broader market, investors lost over 700 billion naira, while the all-share index shed 1.53%. This marks the third consecutive trading session of losses, indicating that market sentiment remains weak. Among the stocks that weighed on the market were Lafarge Africa, Stitches and Len Africa, which featured prominently on the losers chart. The top gainers were FJ Sukuk, Abe Mortgage Bank, International Energy Insurance. Despite the overall negative performances, some securities still recorded gains. FJ Sukuk led the advancers, followed by Abe Mortgage Bank and International Energy Insurance. Investor activity remained concentrated in a number of heavily traded stocks, with Sterling Financial Holdings, Access Holdings, and Linkage Assurance emerging as the most active counters by value. In the international oil market, prices strengthened during the session, with both Brent crude and West Texas Intermediate trading in the positive territory. And that's the market wrap for today. The equities market remains under pressure, even as crude oil prices continue to trade higher in the global markets. And that's Business Report. The news hour continues. I am Yemi Adebayo.
Introducing the new Jig Sachet. Whitening your whites has never been more affordable. Now you can keep whites shining brighter and disinfect by killing 99.9% of germs on your floors and other surfaces. Just jig it with Jig Sachet.
Eniola, calm down.
Calm down? What if I ruin everything? Auntie Amina is coming. Just pass the beef and dawa cubes. No, Hassan! With Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Eniola, you've got this.
Sanu Mama, Sanu Baba.
Haba, Hassan, why do you look so lean?
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is a true taste of home
and culture.
Mr. Chef, taste home, taste culture.
Chef of life.
Little body, big moves. Little brain, big learning. Your little child is eager to do big things. Every sachet comes with the nutrients they need every day. Made from natural grains, contains protein and fortified with iron to support their physical growth, learning, and development. So you can fully enjoy your little one's big moments of growth. Introducing.
Welcome back. This is the News Hour on AIT. We told you earlier that the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria has ushered in a new era of leadership with the investiture of its 62nd President, Quinsley Soferatu Shoshime. Here's now the report.
Reflecting on ICANN's 61-year history, the 62nd President, Quinsley Soferatu, described the Institute as a trusted pillar of financial accountability and unveiled her vision, We Are ICANN, focused on professionalism, transparency, and national development.
Actually have mentioned 9 pillars
And one of them is to expand our pathways into the profession. That includes students, those of them who are members of other professional accountancy bodies. We tend to widen our paths so that they will be able to come into the profession. So for me, that is something that I believe strongly that is achievable within the first 100 days. We in the ICANN Council, we're already doing that and encouraging the women. We're bringing in women with the assistance of our members to come to council to help build the institution upon which they believe in. We have quite a number of them now, and we intend to maintain it.
Former Edo State Governor Senator Adams Oshomole said the new ICANN president earned her position through merit, competence, and hard work.
The accountants have a very challenging role to play in society. They have to look at the books, they manage the books, both the complex ones, the simple ones, and this is an aspect that can be even far more complex when you are dealing with multinational companies that have offices in different parts of the world, that can choose to show profit where they want to and show losses where they choose to. And you need people who are committed to ethics and who have courage to stand for truth, to ensure that, those kind of manipulations are checked.
Accountant General of the Federation said the investiture marks a significant moment for the profession, noting that the chartered accountants continue to play a vital role in national development and governance.
We're having somebody at the saddle of this professional, a great professional body, now being a lady first and highly professional person, mounting the leadership of this institute is very significant. This current government has done a lot by bringing on board members of this great institute to head very important organizations in this country.
Stakeholders expressed confidence that the new ICANN president's leadership will strengthen professional standards and enhance the institute's contribution to Nigeria's economic growth. Amarachi Amushi, ART News, Lagos.
Well, there's been a series of protests going on in different parts of Nigeria since Tuesday over the abduction of teachers and students in Oyo State. The protests continued today in Lagos. Earlier, we wanted to bring you the former NUT chairman, Kaduna State, who is currently the National Publicity Secretary of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, to give us perspective on why these abductions and attack on schools still ongoing. Unfortunately, the network wasn't very compliant. Let's see if we can have him now. Yusuf Ibn Tom, thank you so much for joining us again on the News Hour.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. After Chibok in 2014, Yusuf, a lot of people felt it was an opportunity to get it right. The Safe Schools initiative was launched. 12 years down the line, we've had over a dozen abductions and attacks on schools. I should actually say a couple of dozen attacks on schools since then. Where did the Nigerian authorities, the government, get it wrong? When I say the government, I'm referring to the federal government, the subnationals, and of course, the local governments as well.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. For me, sincerely, it is because of, I look at it as lack of will. Lack of will in the sense that the Safe School Initiative is one of those initiatives as a result of what happened or transpired in Chibok 2014, that measures supposed to be taken in place to man schools, to protect the teaching and learning environment, to protect learners and teachers. But as a result of proper will, as a result of even maybe funding the project itself, it makes it look psychedelical. And that is why most of this armed group were able to also find out the psychedelical nature of the government of the day. That is why they continue to penetrate this. And at times, we even find it very difficult to understand why is it that most of these attacks are happening in schools here and there. I can give you a pocket of example. Some time back, lately last year in Kebbi State, when issue of kidnap of adoption of nanas in school, a group of security men are there managing the school. Before you know it, orders were given, they left, and these nanas were kidnapped. So these are some of the challenges. These are some of the gaps we are saying as union members, we are saying as parents, as Nigerians, that there are some accountability we need to look into, or we need to question those responsible. So those are the challenges I'm trying to put across. It is because of lack of will. That is how I look at it generally. Thank you.
All right, so 4 days ago, Governor Seyi Makinde came out to say that if he's elected president, he would fix insecurity in Nigeria and make sure that states, engage in reforms in security. But people have argued that perhaps this is the right time to actually start to put boots on ground and show that he's capable of the job. And listening to that statement, doesn't it also feed the dissatisfaction and distrust of the people in Oyo State to think that perhaps he's handling this issue with kids' gloves? And so, Yusuf, are you there? All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Yusuf. Thank you so much for joining us this evening and all your insightful contributions.
All right, you're still watching the news on AIT. Coming up, what are the implications of the deepening crisis in the once touted Africa's largest party, the PDP? That's coming up next.
Well, there seems to be no end in sight in the leadership crisis rocking the main opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP. Two parallel presidential candidates have emerged for the 2027 general elections, with rival factions both claiming legitimacy. Now, in this special report, AIT's political correspondent Amaka Okoro examines the deep-seated rift and what it means for the party's 2027 presidential ambition.
The ambitions of over 8,200 PDP members, reports to have aspired for different political positions, are now hanging in the balance. As the 2027 general elections draw close, rival factions are sticking to their guns, plotting each other's political downfall. Their divisions could not have been more stark, with two camps producing two presidential candidates. While the Abdurrahman Mohammed-led PDP, which has Senator Sandy Ono as its candidate, claiming it holds the authentic mandate, the Kabiru Turaki-led group, which has handed its 2027 ticket to former President Goodluck Jonathan, refuses to back down. The National Publicity Secretary for the Abdurrahman Mohammed faction, Jugundu Mohammed, insists there is no crisis. He warns that those parading themselves as rival faction will soon face legal consequences.
Most worrisome and unfortunate that the person of President Goodluck Jonathan have allowed his name to be dragged into such kind of unfortunate situations. And it behoves on him to come out and speak to Nigerians, to either dissociate himself or to align himself so that Nigerians can now know the kind of status they will ascribe to the former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan.
But the opposing camp fires back. Ini Ememobong, National Publicity Secretary for the Turaki-led faction, labels the Mohammed Group an illegal entity.
I'm sure no Nigerian is in doubt as to which people are the people who are operating as an opposition party. Nobody. Not even the people who are pretending. They've told you that, look, they are pretenders, whether the Sandy Ono, Wike, all of the people there, they've told you they are supporting President Tinubu. They've not hidden it. So they are clear pretenders. So there's absolutely nothing that creates, that makes it difficult to differentiate the real PDP.
Ememobong accuses the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, of engineering the crisis to destroy opposition parties. Despite the turmoil, he reassures supporters that the PDP remains strong and ready to reclaim power.
With the PDP's leadership deeply fractured,
Over 8,200 aspirants who bought nomination forms from the different factions are now trapped in a dangerous political limbo. With the 2027 elections fast approaching, the ultimate survival for Nigeria's main opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, is yet to be seen. Amaka Okoro, AIT News, Abuja.
61 out of 81 opposition lawmakers in Nigeria's House of Representatives have selected Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere as the new minority leader designate to fill the vacancy created by the resignation of former minority leader. The vacancy, which was announced by the House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas at Tuesday's plenary, followed the emergence of Kingsley Chinda as the governorship candidate of the ruling All Progressives Congress in Rivers State. The list of the 61 lawmakers who endorsed the decision and their signatures show that majority of the lawmakers in opposition parties settled for Ugochinyere as a preferred choice and submitted the official nomination of the new minority leader designate to the House Speaker in line with the tradition of the Parliament. The lawmakers expressed confidence in the House Speaker, who is expected to announce their decision at the next legislative sitting to enable the minority have its place in the House. Earlier at plenary, House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas notified lawmakers of a meeting scheduled for Thursday with the House Minority Caucus towards addressing the vacancy created by Chinda's resignation.
Now, Delta State Governor Sheriff Obowari has inaugurated 18 kilometers of roads in Ndokwa West local government area. The projects commissioned are part of his administration's push for rural infrastructure. Now, more details from AIT's Adiri Akpori Mene.
Commissioning the roads, Governor Obowari described them as critical infrastructure that would boost trade, commerce and rural development across Ndokwa.
From this location, I'm also commissioning the 8.4 kilometer Etua road and 4.5 kilometer Obi Ibabu road in Onisha Ukwan.
The governor, however, expressed displeasure over delays in the completion of the Inam Abi access road, as well as Utagba Unoiweshi road projects, which were initially scheduled for commissioning alongside the newly completed roads.
All the traditional rulers, chiefs, community leaders, and youth to do the needful by ensuring that government projects domiciled in their locality are safe and secure. The host communities should take ownership of them and protect them as assets for present and future generation.
A transformative governor, he has done well in every area, in infrastructure, in education, in agriculture, in health.
The inauguration attracted traditional rulers, political leaders, government officials, and residents from across Ndokwa who applauded the governor for his administration's unprecedented infrastructure development. Ejiri Akpomeriene, AIT News, Ndokwa.
You're still watching the news on AIT. Let's bring you some sports news now with Osai Gbobo Osifo.
Thank you so much, Tibe, and welcome. Nigerian Super Eagles are currently taking on Poland in an international friendly at PGE National Stadium in Warsaw. The game is currently square at 1-1. Nigeria took the lead through Terry Murphy after just 23 minutes, but Poland were able to equalize just before half-time. The Super Eagles came into that encounter full of confidence following their recent Unity Cup victory over Jamaica. And now to tennis. World #1 women tennis player Aryna Sabalenka suffered a stunning French Open quarterfinal exit after squandering a commanding lead against Russian's Dana Schneider. Sabalenka appeared on course for victory after taking the first set and moving 4-1 ahead in the second, but Schneider mounted a remarkable comeback to win 3-6, 7-5, 6-love. The Belarusian admitted that she struggled mentally during the collapse, describing her experience as falling into a deep, dark hole from which she could not recover. Windy condition and a flood of unforced error contributed to Sabalenka's downfall as her hope of claiming the Roland Garros title came to an abrupt end. Schneider's victory sent her into a surprise semi-final. Former Super Eagles striker Emmanuel Emenike has joined the growing number of prominent Nigerians calling for urgent action to address the country's worsening insecurity. Emenike, who represented Nigeria between 2011 and 2015 and played a key role in Super Eagles' 2013 African Cup of Nations triumph, expressed concern over the continued loss of life across the country. In a message posted on his Instagram page, the former forward urged Nigerians to rise above ethnic, political, and religious division in defense of justice and the sanctity of human life. He described it as disturbing that some people justify or defend those responsible for violence and killings. Emenike also warned that insecurity affecting other communities today could eventually reach everyone's doorstep if decisive actions are not taken. And finally, Nigerian's Afrobeat superstar David Adeleke, mainly known as Davido, has been confirmed as one of the headline performers for FIFA's World Cup 2026 countdown concert in Los Angeles on June 10th. The event is part of activities marking the final countdown to the expanded FIFA World Cup, which will be jointly hosted by United States of America, Canada, and Mexico. FIFA says that the video will perform alongside Major Lazer, led by Diplo, in a celebration that combines music, football, and culture. The concert at Crypto.com Arena will be linked to a simultaneous event in Toronto and Mexico City as part of a cross-border entertainment program. FIFA says that the show will be streamed globally across its digital platforms, giving fans around the world the opportunity to join the world festivities. And that's sport. Many thanks for watching. I am Osaigbovo Usifo.
Are we expecting Osaigbovo at the concert?
Absolutely.
And also at the World Cup?
Indeed.
That's the news at AIT. I am Utabo Moran.
And I am Adora Sidney Jack. Thank you for staying with us, and thank you for doing this with me.
Thank you too.
At Chabindu Camp outside Goma, Médecins Sans Frontières, or MSF, has set up tents where dozens of displaced persons are being processed. They can also participate in listening sessions with psychologists. Rose has been receiving care for depression. She blames the war for her mental state, but says her journey to recovery has begun.
When someone flees war, they are very disturbed, and that was my case too. But here we have been taught how to forget everything we've left behind and how to calm our thoughts.
Rose is not alone. According to MSF, living in camps around Goma is a challenging environment for the hundreds of thousands of displaced people, especially women. Every day, medical staff say about 70 female survivors of sexual assault visit the 6 MSF health facilities in camps near Goma. Faustin Hakizimana is the head of Bulengo camp. He says the need for psychosocial support is more urgent than ever.
When we looked into the real problem, we found out that many have been disturbed by the horrors of war and others have been raped when they look for wood in the forests, which is why so many women here suffer of mental illness.
Gerlas Mulekia, a clinical psychologist with Médecins Sans Frontières at the Lushagala camp, says more help is needed.